Post the drama, man. Drama.
Yes, good day and welcome to the 2026 Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship here in St.Vincent and the Grenadines. We have our first fixture of the tournament. St.Vincent and the Grenadines taking on St. Lucia. St.Vincent and the Grenadines have won the toss and elected to field first. St. Lucia is at the wicket. This is Alanson Cruikshank, and here with me in the commentary box is Osnet Kato. Good day, Osnet.
Good day to you, Alanson. Good day to all our viewers, wherever you're seeing this broadcast from. A wonderful day for cricket here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. Hopefully we'll get a good day of T20 cricket.
Yes, and we'll have the teams for you shortly as we're about to get on the way. Start with the St. Lucia team. Zayda James, captain. Namaya Marslin, vice captain. Ashleen Edward. Selena Ross. Nerissa Crafton. Nisha Alexander. Chrissa Smith. Sian Felix. Nisha Cherry, Natalia Phillip, and Krishna Joseph.
In terms of the SVG team, we have Jafina Joseph, the captain, Janila Glasgow, Aisha Williams, Tomisha Dean, Tracy Byron, Kimon, Homer, Arika Hooper, Daniela Crease, Delita Bentic, Aloha Boucher, and Chanel Mackey.
So we're just waiting on the time to take over here. It's 9:58 local time. Both teams are chomping at the bit to get going. Wonderful day for cricket. Wonderful time of the year for cricket. Cooling breeze. What did you do for your Christmas time, Osnet?
I guess spent most of the Christmas indoors. Looking forward to this tournament. Hopefully my expectations in terms of a good competitive tournament will come to pass.
So happy New Year to you and to all our viewers as we get ready for the first delivery. So on. Nicely defended there by Edward. It's Janila Glasgow, vice captain for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Windward Islands player, West Indies player as well. Opening the bowling. There's a slip, a gully, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And the two fielders out are at forward square leg on the boundary and a fine leg. Driven firmly into the gap. Should have time for at least two. Comfortable two in the end. So it was a good shot there from Edward.
Yes, Edward just coming forward and stroking the one through the offside, finding the gap. Outfield looking quite low, as you mentioned earlier, off air. Hopefully we'll see a quick outfield and you get value, full value for your shots. Full toss on that occasion there from Glasgow. Should be looking to get a final line and length quite quickly.
Better delivery. That one just going across the right hander, good length. Pulling the length back just a bit after being driven on the previous delivery.
It's interesting that she started from that end. She normally gets the ball to move away from the right hander. So if you look at the direction of the wind on your screen going from left to right, you think that the backway end would have been a better option.
Looking to pull. Wait on the signal from umpire Batiste. Standing umpire. Umpire Belingi is at square leg. So no signal from him. So she did get some bat on it.
There's somewhat of a difficult chance there. But the batter on that occasion looking to pull that short of a length delivery. Perhaps getting a bit of glove on it. The wicketkeeper not getting the agility really to come across and effect that catch. So it must be said somewhat of a half chance there for the Vincentian team.
He changes now to the field. Zayda James on strike. Changes in personnel, but really a mirror field to what we had for the right-hander. Fine leg is very fine. Well, it's a very full delivery.
I think it's going to be an interesting contest here, Alans, in terms of these two players on show, Janila Glasgow and Zayda James. Both of them, two players we perhaps looking forward to more consistent performances from, not only in this tournament, but the T20 regional tournament to follow. Both of them quite young and still learning their craft, but it will be interesting to see how they both go in this tournament.
Shorter length. So I think that is more the length that she wants to be bowling. Was searching a bit earlier in the over for that fuller delivery. Driven on a couple of occasions, but searching first over there from Glasgow. 3 without loss is a score for St. Lucia.
A tidy over there from Glasgow. Mentioned still searching for that bit of consistency in terms of her line and length. The right and left hand combination perhaps posing a bit of difficulty for her, but quite economical. 3 without loss, the St. Lucia team. After being inserted this morning, they'll be looking to get off to a reasonable start, not lose too much wickets in the power play, and hopefully be able to build somewhat of a competitive total. It will be difficult for us to really ascertain what a competitive total is so early in the tournament, but so far looks to be a very good batting wicket, and I'm sure anything in the region of 120, 130 would pose to be quite competitive.
So bowling from the back end, Tracy Byron, gonna open the bowling. Right arm seam. Slight change in the field as now. Field at third, so the square leg comes up into the circle. So third and fine leg are back. Good delivery to start. Just around midland leg. So a hint of away movement there with the breeze, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sean, she has that sort of sling action, so she'll be able to get the ball to move away from the right-handed Edward, as long as she gets the line and the length on spot. So in the warm-up earlier, looks to be able to hit her lengths quite consistently. Also from the northeasterly part of the island, I believe the village of Overland.
It's a lovely shot there from Edward. That goes all the way to the boundary. Just a hint of width with that away movement. And she was onto the back foot, cutting that one just backward of point for 4.
A good looking shot there from Edward. So far we have seen her playing a couple of shots through the offside, so seem to favor the offside. On that occasion, offering a bit of width, there was Byron. And that away movement we alluded to earlier just offered the opportunity there for Edward to just rock back and get it past that field at that backward point. And as we mentioned, the outfield looked to be quite quick here this morning and getting full value for your shots.
Fine leg being brought up to a halfway position. Maybe looking to the short delivery on this occasion. Again, is wide and cut, but not timed as well. Goes further behind square and is feeling by the fielder third. Single completed. 8 without loss, St. Lucia women.
Once again, offering that bit of width there, Byron. She has to be mindful of the fact that Edward seemed to be the type of player that would thrive on those sort of deliveries, offering her the opportunity to free her arms really outside the off stump. As you mentioned on that occasion, just peeling off the outer portion of the bat and getting that one down to third man. So good positive start so far from Edward.
And she has shaped well, scoring all 8 runs thus far for the St. Lucia team. James now to face her third delivery. The better length and line. Tight on the off stump. No run.
We're still seeing that bit of movement, and as we mentioned, her action really lend itself to that sort of movement. This time back into the left-handed James. As we mentioned earlier, it's important that she gets her line correct if she is to really pose any sort of consistent threat.
It's wide outside the off stump. Appeal there from the keeper, but no enthusiasm from the bowler. But that one was there for the taking as well, wasn't it?
And this one pushed across James on this occasion. So far, we've seen her getting those delivery coming back into the left-hander, but on this occasion, looking to push that one across the left-hander. Getting a bit of bounce as well. Good carry to the wicket-keeper on that occasion.
A rise in delivery. James doesn't seem to favour that cut shot.
Quite diminutive, as you mentioned earlier, but she's really cracking a punch in terms of some of these shots. That delivery, it's a good length really, and just driving through the line. And diving effort there from Glasgow at mid-off. Really didn't stand a chance. So another boundary to her, and she goes up to 30. It's 43 without loss.
Better length from Hooper. Just back off a length and around the off stump. So no run conceded on that occasion. Finishes the over. Expensive one, 14 runs off the over. At the end of 5 overs, St. Lucia women, they are 43 without loss.
Another good over there from the St. Lucia team. Mentioned batting seemed to be quite comfortable out there for these two. They've really dominated in terms of putting away those bad deliveries. It's not been the best of bowling efforts from the Vincentian team so far. There's still the opportunity for them to perhaps get a string of overs going. Maybe introduction of spin at some point in time. But so far the St. Lucia opener seem to be quite comfortable with the pace offered by the Vincentian free seamers so far.
Another changing bowling. We're going to see Isha Williams. We're bowling from the Beckwith end. So double change being effected here by skipper Joseph. They really need to take a wicket here, St. Vincent, to make some inroads after this bright start from the St. Lucia women's team. And the St. Lucia women's team will be looking for more of the same, especially from Edward, who has been going very well, Ashley Edward. Timing the ball nicely. But Zeta James will be on strike now to Williams. This one is striking on the pad, but seems to be outside the leg stump. They're looking for 2. And seemed to be a dangerous decision at the beginning, but the throw wasn't very strong coming in, so they had enough time to complete it safely in the end.
That's another good situation there for the St. Lucia team, where they were able to put some pressure there on Dean. Had to run from a short third man position down to fine leg. As you mentioned before, for a moment there was an opportunity, a stronger throw. Maybe would have caused a bit more butterflies for James, but all's well that ends well for her. 2 leg byes to start the over. Change of angle as well for Williams, coming around the wicket this time.
Wide, not taken cleanly by keeper Boucher. So it's been quite erratic here from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowling attack. Not much consistency in the lengths and the lines. And now that both openers are settled at the wicket, having some runs behind them, they have seen the pace of the wicket. They are now accustomed to what is happening out there. It can be some dangerous times ahead for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They need some consistency here now in the bowling.
Both of these players have complemented each other quite well. James just going just around and run a ball. There's been Edward really, who has been able to take advantage of some rather loose deliveries on occasions from the Vincentian seamers.
Wide delivery. So struggling here, not just with our length but our line, Williams so far.
Quite slinging action again from Williams, so quite naturally should get the ball to move away from the right-hander. The wind as well, the wind direction here at the Arnos Sporting Complex will actually aid that sort of delivery. It's just a matter of finding the correct line.
He has to pitch it on the stumps. That one is better. I think that you'll be more pleased with that line, wasn't it?
Yes, that's a better line. That's what we were speaking about. Just around mid-low and off stump. You don't want to offer too much whiff to Edward. She also has a bit of protection on the offside. There's a deep point. So easing into her spell. There is Williams. A couple of whites to find the over.
This one, she goes at it. Just a bit of width. Goes over the top. Not timed well. Should have enough time for 2. Looking to drive. Some indecision in the running. Really should have been 2 runs there. But in the end, it's 1.
And I'll tell you what, I think for a moment Edwards saw the fielder there was Glasgow. So really had some second thoughts about taking on her arm. Quite powerful is Glasgow. And that bit of indecision almost led to the run out there of Zayda James. Was able to get back in time. But I'm thinking for any other fielder on the field, would have been a comfortable 2 runs.
James on strike. Deep square leg is the only fielder that's outside of the circle. Short. Looking to pull, doesn't time it. Seems to rush onto her just a bit. Enough time for the single.
It's a delivery that we've seen being employed by all of the seamers so far. They have not been afraid to use the middle of the wicket. We also mentioned that both of these players are quite diminutive. So the short delivery is not a bad option, but it's just a matter of getting the right field in place. We've seen a couple of deliveries now lob to square leg. So I think the planning is just as important as the execution.
It's better length there now from Williams. It's around that Yorker length outside the off stump. Maybe just a bit too wide still from where she would ideally want to be. Edward is able to profit from just the slightest amount of room outside the off stump. Better delivery, punch straight, and that will go to the boundary for 4. It seemed quite innocuous at first, just seemed to be a push, but such was the timing of Ashley and Edward that it went to the boundary for 4.
Classy once again there from Edward. You mentioned just a push really. We saw a similar shot from her previously from the other end. Just punching that one, the fielder there at mid-off really had no chance. Homer coming to her right. Really just a passenger on that occasion. Such was the timing of that shot there from Edward. So she moves up to 35 and the St. Lucia women team, they're 54 without loss, the end of the power play.
So yes, at the end of the power play, 9 runs and over at 54 without loss. Extremely good going here from the St. Lucia team. Quite impressive, especially Ashley and Edward, 35 of 24 as you mentioned. Zayda James, 11 of 12. And another well-timed boundary in the previous over from Ashley and Edward. Was really scored all around the field. I've seen a little bit of susceptibility on the pull, but otherwise she has been quite prolific. Agreed.
Being able to score on both sides of the wicket as you mentioned. Quite a few boundaries in there as well. It's been a boundary-ridden inning so far from Edward. Her partner, on the other hand, James, has played somewhat of a supporting role. That's what batting is all about, partnerships. I'm sure they'll be looking to continue in this vein for the next 4 overs or so, at least.
Looking to drive, beaten outside the off stump. James. Yes, I think that she may have the mandate to try to bat as deep into the innings as possible. That's probably the role that she has taken on herself as the skipper. Just play on the merit of the delivery. While Edward, who seems quite capable of being the aggressor early on, is doing just that. Quick single down to the fielder there. Oh, that's a slight misfield. I don't think they will have time for the extra run. But slight misfield there from Mackie. No damage in the end.
James once again looking quite organized in her technique. Just coming forward and stroking that one to mid-off and such has been the level of communication between these two. Exemplary so far. Been able to respond to each other's calls and taking those singles at will. This one is punched down to long on this occasion from Edward. So continues to find the middle for bat. St. Lucia continue to find a bit of momentum again in the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship.
Well, now that the power play is over, it could be relaxed just a bit. But we noticed that while the power play was on, they only had one fielder out at times. But we're seeing now that 4 fielders outside of the circle. Driven forcefully by James, but straight to the fielder on the point boundary. We only have time for one.
Both of these players seem to be timing the ball quite well. It seemed to be a signature shot of James as well. We saw a brilliant square drive from her earlier on in the innings. But this time, a bit of protection there on the deep point boundary. But really, it's been a comfortable partnership so far. Not a lot of hiccups on the way. A couple of deliveries going past the outside edge. But apart from that, it's been quite good going for both of these players. This delivery, a short of a length, looking to pull that one again through the onside was Edward. Mentioned that susceptibility to that particular length and that particular shot. Evidence again on that occasion.
Yeah, that one didn't really come off the pitch with much pace. It had been a slow delivery. Puller, but down the leg side. Good take by the keeper Bushy. Moving nicely down the line to collect without having to dive. And at the end of 7 overs, St. Lucia women, they are 57 without loss.
A tidy over there from Hooper, having gone for quite a bit. 14 in the first over. Was able to come back with a bit more consistency in that particular over. Not overly threatening by any means, but was just able to limit the batters here in terms of the ability to score boundaries. And I think from now on, it should be the goal of the Vincentian team to try and limit the boundary options for both of these two. Try and get a bit of pressure built up, as we're going to see the introduction of spin for the first time in the form of Dean to Misha Dean.
Taking them up to the 8th over now to bring on the slow bowlers. Thought that it may have been an opportunity to do so just a bit earlier, since there hasn't been a loss of a wicket. This one is very short. Oh my goodness. Very slow, very short. And it seems as if James played about 5 shots to that one before it got to her. In the end, wide down the leg side.
Seemed to have waited an eternity there, James, for that delivery to arrive. Mentioned quite slow down the leg side. In the end, getting a wide for all our troubles there, James. Score moves up to 58 without loss. If you're just joining us, you're looking at live action in the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship, being played here in the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. To encounter the first of the tournament between the St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, the wicketkeeper Bushy calling for a helmet after that first delivery. Not taking any chances.
SPG won the toss earlier, inserted St. Lucia, and so far a decision that they perhaps ruining to some extent. But it must be said that the bowling hasn't been as consistent as they would have hoped for. Perhaps early nerves coming into the tournament. 58 without loss. 58 without loss, yes. St. Lucia women into over number 8. Scoring just around 8.29 per over. And we are seeing their projected score of 166. Remember earlier we mentioned about a competitive total being somewhere in the region of 120, 130. I think given the start that the St. Lucia team has made, I'm sure they will have been an upward revision of that particular total. Another delivery down the line of the leg stump. Opportunity for a second. A bit of indecision. A chance for run out here. And I think a direct hit. A direct hit on this occasion. And that was the wicket I believe the Vincentian team were craving for. A delivery on the line of the leg stump. It went in the region of deep fine leg. And the fielder there, I believe it's Mackie. A powerful throw. Direct hit, and a direct hit, as I say, always cause problems. And that's the end of James. She's gone for 13. It's now 58 for 1.
Suicidal in the end, because I think it may have been a case where they didn't understand or recognize the feeler. Because if you look at the fielding team, there's a big difference between some of the fielders in terms of the throwing ability and the strength of their throws. And Mackie is one of those who has a strong throw. And really, James had no hope. She was well out in the end. And accurate return, powerful return. And they have gotten the big fish, so to speak.
I think we saw a bit of that indecision earlier between these two. And on that occasion, it was Glasgow, the fielder. We mentioned perhaps Edward on that occasion, looking and realizing it was Glasgow, had a bit of reluctance in terms of coming back for a second. On this occasion, again, fielder here, Mackie. Powerful throw. And in the end, I'm sure James will be quite disappointed. But for the Vincentian team, I'm sure they'll be quite elated that partnership had the potential to really take the game totally away from them, given the start so far.
So finally a wicket for St. Vincent. The St. Lucia team will be very disappointed with that, losing a wicket via the run-out route. No batter likes to be dismissed that way. Feel like you have given it away. How's that? But the new batter comes to the crease. It's like Kraft. Oh no, like she's done with. Is it cramp? Oh my. This is not a good sign. This is not a good sign. It looks like Crafton is a new batter. Narissa Crafton, and immediately as she played that shot, she just clutched. It's like a hamstring.
I'll tell you what, Dean has been able to extract some rather outrageous shots from the St. Lucian batters so far. We saw Zayda James on a couple of occasions looking to sweep as well. This first delivery here, Crafton facing up to Dean, looking to sweep. Seem to be in a bit of pain as we look at the physio coming onto the field to assess whatever damage. Hopefully to no extent, and she'll be able to recover quite quickly.
Well, I think what just happened is that she was able to execute the sweep. The sweep shot went to the fielder at short, fine leg, but it seems as if she just overextended as she was playing that shot. Also, having been sitting in the dressing room now for some time because of that lengthy partnership, may have gotten back a little cold, as we would say, after the warm-up earlier.
How much of a sweeper were you, Alonso? I know you have played quite a bit of competitive cricket back in the day. Not a shot I really fancy.
It's a shot that I like, but it's a shot that I would say I never would play a sweep shot once the ball is hitting the stump. I felt like when you swept on the ball and you missed and the ball hit your pad on the line of the stump and you get LBW, it's almost as bad as a run out in my mind. You almost feel like you've really just given it away. At least that's how I felt.
It's something that has really crept into the game quite a bit more glaringly these days. We see quite a few players playing both orthodox and unorthodox sweeps.
It's a productive shot, isn't it? You know, I mean, if you're looking to make runs, it's a shot that you can make a lot of runs from if you could play it well, whether it's the reverse or the conventional sweep, because you tend to have less fielders behind square, whether on offside or onside, and so it ends up being quite productive, especially in the white ball game.
I think a key takeaway from what you just mentioned is the fact that if you could play it quite well, and I think the only way you can play it well is by practicing and getting better at it over a period of time. Ever too often we see players just playing the sweep shot just to, as a matter of just getting out, like a get out sort of shot. If somebody in the commentary box in terms of Mr. Martin, we know was a very good sweeper back in there as well. I'm sure he'll tell us a bit more of that whenever his stint starts. But for now, it's good to see Crafton back on her feet. A slight delay in proceedings there. You were not missing any sort of cricket. St. Lucia there 60 for 1. Just lost the wicket there of Captain Zeta James. A brilliant throw from the outfield. And she was run out for 13. Edward is still there. She's on 36 from 27. A very good inning so far from her. She'll be looking to continue in that vein. And Dean just been introduced into the attack. I'm sure she has aspirations of just getting a few wickets as well and denting the progress of the St. Lucia team. This one is slow and flighted a bit, and there was Crafton again looking through the onside. This time, sure they'll be quite... Oh, and a better throw there, a direct hit, I think would have really caused some more problems there for Edward and St. Lucia. But thankfully for her, as well, that ends well.
Yes, Homer also has a pretty strong throw on the boundary, from the boundary. You saw that from her a while ago. But just talking about Crafton, I think that she may have been given some electrolytes. I don't know if they still use that salt tablet or maybe one of the sports drinks just to get over that cramp. And she has to be careful here. See there, she's stretching for that wide delivery again from Homer. Homer not offering the batters any pace whatsoever to work with. Dean, sorry. Not offering the batters any pace to work with at all. And so they have to put a lot of effort into the shots if they want to get away to the boundary.
This one is a bit flatter, a bit quicker. But as you mentioned, so far hasn't really offered that sort of pace. Bit of flight as well. Lost her bearings on a couple of occasions, but last 3 deliveries or so has been right on the money.
I think she could prove to be quite effective if she just bowls on the stump. Because at that pace, bowling that slowly really would put a lot of pressure on the batters to get her away.
Slight change in the field. We now have a deep mid-wicket. Man there, deep square leg as well. Everyone on the offside. As this one is hit down the ground, a chance for a catch here. It's Homer, and she takes it quite comfortably in the end. So very good delivery there from Dean. We mentioned the lack of pace, and there was Crafton just looking to punch that one over long on for 6. But not timing it as well. Perhaps that all your injury caused a bit of problems for her in terms of timing the delivery. But a very good catch there from Homer and St.Vincent and the Grenadines. They get their second wicket. It's now 63 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and as mentioned, it would be very difficult to get her over the boundary at that pace that she's bowling. It's very slow. It will tempt you. Kind of a moon ball, as we would probably call it here in St. Vincent. But a slow delivery, well flighted, and with a lot of loop dropping. And Crafton eyes lit up as she saw it coming up. You could see the bat raising quite high. Looking to go over the top, to go over the long on fielder. But really no pace there to work with. So getting more under the delivery than getting the distance. And well caught there by Homer at long on.
You know, we applaud the efforts there of Dean on that occasion, but it was not the best of batting there from Crafton. Really didn't give herself the opportunity to get settled in terms of getting used to conditions there. We saw the partnership all year. Both of the players complementing each other quite well in terms of working the ball into the gaps. There was Edward at the other end. She's already going quite well, 36 from 27. So I'm thinking from a management perspective, it was just a matter of craft and getting herself in. And perhaps looking for that particular shot later on in the innings. But very good breakthrough, as we mentioned, for the Vincentian team. Brings Smith into the wicket.
Yes, fair enough analysis, wasn't it? Because you think that there's more enough time given the base that they have gotten for her to get in, and she's a very dangerous player. Crafton hits the ball hard, and she'll be disappointed with that.
This one a bit flatter again from Dean, so seem to be quite cognizant of what she's doing. On occasion, she's flighting the ball quite well. We've seen her having the ability to just push a few of these deliveries through as well, quite straight. Interesting field. There's a packed offside field. There's no one back on the leg side boundary. You would like to think with an off-spinner bowling, a bit of protection might be necessary. We'll see how that goes. This one is short and punch straight to the woman. The fielder there at cover I think it's Mackie once again. So you can't keep out of the game, Mackie. Having effect a brilliant run out earlier. Bentic, sorry. A one-hand catch. So we just spoke about the field. And there it was again. A short delivery on the line of the off stump. And Smith looking to punch that one through the offside. Quite officially in the end. And a brilliant catch there by Bentic in the covers. So another wicket goes. And the St. Lucia seem to be losing their way here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. They're now 63 for the loss of 3.
I think what you saw there is a bit of a knowledge in terms of the awareness of the batter from the Vincentian team, the think tank. As soon as Smith came in, everybody was inside the circle. So they were thinking probably that she's not a player, maybe like Edward, who would hit the ball quite hard. And so they were in, they were tight. She felt the pressure, trying to get off the mark. Punching that one upishly, again, that lack of pace from Dean. It's not, you have to be very intentional about getting over the delivery because of the lack of pace. It's very easy to hit up and under those deliveries, and it was hit upishly straight to the fielder they had cover with the one-hand grab was Bentic.
Oh, what started out to be quite an erratic over there from Dean turned out to be a very successful one for her and the Vincentian team. Just getting 2 scalps in that particular over. 63 for 3 as we see Hooper to continue there from the old airport end. I'm sure the Vincentian team will be quite buoyed by those recent breakthroughs. Into over number 9. St. Lucia seem to be losing wickets at regular intervals now. After that opening partnership, I'm sure they'll be looking to consolidate to some extent as we see a defensive shot here from Edward. I haven't seen a lot of those from her in his innings so far. He's been quite belligerent, especially when offered whiff outside the off stump.
Yes, it will be interesting to see what her approach will be now that she has lost 3 partners in quick succession. He was going quite fluently.
This one is in the air. Chance again for a catch. Taken. So the St. Lucia team continue to lose wickets here. We just mentioned what would be the mode of apparatus from Edward. Looking to hit that one over the top. Not getting any sort of connection that she would like. Presenting an easy opportunity again there for the fielder there at mid-off. And they lose their 4th wicket. It's now 63 for the loss of 4.
Yes, just as you mentioned, contemplating what her approach would be. Saw the wit. Has been going after those deliveries throughout her innings and probably thought to herself, well, I am in, I'm set. Let me take advantage of a scoring opportunity. However, it was not really a half volley. I was looking to punch it on the up over the fielder there at mid-off. Hit on the delivery a bit with an open face and went up for an easy catch there for the fielder at mid-off.
Alan, I know we spoke all in terms of the opening partnership and the importance of the likes of James and our experience. Mentioned that would have been a very good foil for the likes of Edward and even Crafton to some extent. But the dismissal of James, despite the fact that she wasn't as prolific as Edward, but just her presence there would have really lent itself to a bit more experience in the middle. Would have been able to speak to some of her teammates in terms of how they should go about this difficult period. But from a Vincentian perspective, they'll be quite elated with the last couple of overs. They've been able to get breakthroughs at regular intervals. And I'm sure they'll be looking to continue in that vein and limit the St. Lucia batting to that perhaps 100 to 120 region. This one is down the leg side there from Hooper. Into a 3rd over, 1 for 17.
Yeah, they have to be very careful with these extra deliveries. They have come back well in the last few overs, but you have to be mindful of their disciplines. Don't want to give away too many runs.
This one is in the air again, but thankfully for Marcelin, just evading both fielders there at short fine leg and short 3rd man. Dean comes around and limits the batters to 1. So they've not been shy of playing their shots, the St. Lucia team. Whether or not that is the way to go, we'll see.
Well, it's 20 overs, so although it sounds like a very short game, in the context of what we are seeing here, there's several deliveries left. Well,
this one is guided to the fielder there, short third man. Diving away to her right was Crease. Seemed to have been a bit of energy injected into the Vincentian fielding. It hasn't been the best fielding effort so far, but I'm sure with the recent wickets that they would have accumulated, that would have given them a bit of motivation. Also think that Captain Joseph will be looking for that from the fielders in terms of giving that support to the bowlers, as this delivery is a good Yorker length delivery there from Hooper. Yes, Philip was coming forward and stroking it into the offside. Philip, well built. The opposite to what we saw all in terms of the diminutive nature of James and Edward. Philip once again stroking the one through the offside. So a very good over there from Hooper. And at the end of the 9th over, St. Lucia, they are 65 for 4, having been inserted by the Vincentian team earlier.
yeah, so we were mentioning what the approach should be from here, St. Lucia, and 66 deliveries left. It's quite a bit of deliveries, so quite a few deliveries left. There is some time to knock it around, maybe for an over or two, get yourself in, which is what we saw from the openers before they expanded their range. They did take an over or two to get themselves acclimatized to the conditions out there, and then they expressed themselves a bit more. So there is time for that. Having lost 4 wickets, you have to be very careful that you do not really give away the positive start that you had from the openers to get you to this position. Could very easily be 80 or 90 all out if you do not approach it well from this point.
So it's going to be Dean to continue into her second over. To Misha Dean, and she'll be bowling to Marceline. Over number 10, just around their halfway point of this encounter. Dean again, good length. Very impressive so far, apart from those first couple of deliveries where she bowled a wide down the leg side. Has been able to just rein it in. Changes of pace. Most importantly, she's been able to get into the minds of the St. Lucia batters. This one is short outside the off stump, punching it to the fielder there. Homer was being quite busy, quite lively in the field. Took a very good catch earlier as well, Homer. She'll be pleased with her day's work so far. Philip coming in to strike. Interesting to see how she goes against Dean. Dean hasn't been afraid to give the ball a bit of air, a bit of flight. This one again a bit flatter this time, but he's punching this one through the offside. Well timed there from Philip into the boundary for 4. Just losing her line on that occasion, offering a bit of whiff. And Philip says, thank you very much. She's off the mark. It's now 70 for the loss of 4.
I think her line there was dictated by the feel that she has. She has an offside feel. I think she should be bowling on the stump so that she has with the pace that she's bowling, the lack of pace that she's generating. I think she needs a 5-4 leg side feel and bowl straight, stump to stump.
This one is flat again, but punched down to Homer on the long off boundary. Bit of change in the field. Following that boundary, we now had a deep extra cover in place. So a bit of protection, I think, is important. There's a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, deep extra cover, long off, a mid on, a straightish mid wicket, and the fielder there, crease just forward of square on the leg side. This one again is outside the off stump. Bit of an on the edge. Glasgow there at first slip. So good to see the captain getting a slip in place. Given the state of the game, I think that's a very good move. This one is flighted. And in the end, punch straight up back up the wicket. And the end of another tidy over there from Dean. St. Lucia, they are 71 for 4 at the halfway stage.
71 for 4, going at a current run rate of 7.1. Marslin is not out on 2 or 5. Philip not out on 5 or 5 deliveries. Dean has taken 2 wickets for 12 runs or for 2 overs. We also have a wicket that was taken by Hooper, the important wicket of Edward, and skipper James was run out earlier in the piece, breaking a very important and worthwhile opening partnership for the St. Lucia women team. And I'm now joined in the commentary box by Kenroy Martin. Good morning to you, Kenroy.
Good morning, Alanson, and good morning to the viewers of this broadcast, and good morning to the Eastern Caribbean, good morning to St. Lucia, and all the Vincentians who are glued to this television set online as well. Good morning to you, and a happy new year to everyone. Welcome back to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And what we'll do now, they'll have drinks break, so we'll take a very short break here, and when we come back to you, we'll have the second half of the St. Lucia women's innings. Let's welcome back to the Arnos Vale playing field. 71 for 4, St. Lucia women. Philip is on strike. She'll be facing up to Arika Hooper. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. Philip is not out on 5 deliveries. St. Lucia, after a very positive start, 50 plus opening partnership, slumped just a bit in the last few overs. They were 54 without loss after 6 overs, so in the last 4 overs they have lost 4 wickets for only 17 runs. Fuller delivery. It's defended there by Philip. Looking at the field, there's a deep mid wicket. Straightish mid wicket in the circle, mid on, fine leg. One is a loud appeal for LBW and she's gone. LBW, Philip goes, looking to drive, struck on the pad. Seemed quite adjacent. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh yes, that would have been striking the leg stump. We're going across the line, not looking to go through the line of the delivery. That was our error on that occasion. So a very good wicket, a very important wicket there for Hooper. And another unfortunate dismissal there for St. Lucia given the start that they had. So now they have lost 5 for 17 in the last 4.2 overs. Not something that they'll be very pleased with. They will have to arrest this slide. Marslin, we have seen before, is more of a defensive player. So she should be able to work towards that rebuilding effort. We want to probably keep these 5 wickets in hand going into the last 5. As the new batter comes to the crease. Nisha Cherry. Nicely defended there. So that's a better line and length. We mentioned that the Vincentian bowlers struggled a bit with their line and lengths early up, Kenroy, but Hooper has settled into a nice one right now.
Yeah, I think she's in her final over. She came back pretty nicely after a pretty rugged start by the Vincentian bowlers. I said the start by the St. Lucians, but another delivery right on the stumps, turned to mid-on. And said the start for St. Lucia and just collapsed here now, 71 for 5. Is it because of bad bowling, bad judgment on behalf of the batters? I think just a few indigenous shots from the St. Lucians, not reading the game properly, and they have fell 5 wickets down at this point. So some steady bowling here by the Vincentians, keeping things tight, 71 for 5 in the mid overs. You would love to have that from your bowlers, but I think some really bad shots, bad choice by the St. Lucian batters caused them to be at 71 for 5 at this time.
So I think Captain James will be sitting in the dugout now, ruining that run out, because really that was an unforced error.
That is a break that St. Vincent wanted, and they got it. I was wondering how they're going to get the break, and they got it through the run-out route. And from there on in, St. Lucia have not catched themselves, and they are now 71 for 5 after 11 overs. So a pretty good over there by Hooper. I think that completes our spell.
Yes, 2 for 19 off 4 overs, 3.75 economy rate. Started off with a very expensive first over as well, so our last 3 overs, she has recovered tremendously well. Went for 5 off her last 3 overs and took 2 wickets.
Yeah, excellent comeback there by Hooper, 2 for 19 in returns. You can ask for it better than that, as you said, after having such a bad start to the innings, coming back and bowling 4 overs for 12 runs, and you took 2 wickets in the process. St. Vincent and the Grenadines should be pretty happy. at 71 for 5 as Dean continues to bowl here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, well, Dean, she has been quite consistent. We haven't seen a lot of turn from her. So I think that an off-stump line may be valuable. And maybe another field or two on the leg side. He's pulled in the gap, and that will go away for 4 runs. Again, I mentioned that the leg side is quite vacant. That is where they will score against her. Only 3 fielders on the leg side to a spinner who is bowling off spin.
I think it's a poorly set field here by the captain. Off spinner bowling to a right-hander. There's 3 porters on the onside. No protective fielders. Been motioning into that very early. That's a short delivery, and she punctured it and pulled it through the onside. No changes in the field. No changes in the field. And play continues as it was prior.
Well, actually, the skipper has gone back to long on. But I still think that he need a deep mid wicket as well.
Yeah, I do.
He's bowling quite slowly. They don't have enough time to open up the onside.
Yeah, and you're playing a T20 game as well, and in the mid-period, you need to have that sort of protection for your bowlers. But some good bowling here by Dean so far. She has 2 overs, 2.3 for 16. Picked up 2 wickets thus far. I think she have changed the way that she started. She started flighting the deliveries. Now she's bowling a little bit flatter. Not too sure if she got some instructions, but I think that she was doing the right thing from the beginning, flighting the deliveries.
Yes, and bowling quite slowly as well initially. I think that pace would prove very difficult to get away.
Yeah.
Cherry on strike. Back to that slower delivery again. That's where you want to be. Force her to hit the delivery. Let her challenge the fielder down there, Joseph, the skipper, at long on, and Homer at long off.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. That's how she started, and she's gone back to that. It has worked for her pretty early, and hopefully continues to work for her.
Good speed again on that delivery, but just a bit too straight. It's on the leg stump. It brings an end to a 3rd over. 2 for 18. Dean going at 6 and over. And St. Lucia has 77 for 5.
Well, yeah, I would take that 10 day as a bowl in a T20 game. 6 runs per over. Pretty good. St. Vincent and Grenadines having St. Lucia 77 for 5 after a 50 partnership between the 2 opening batters, losing that wicket through the run-out route, and from there on in, St. Vincent have taken control of the game thus far. St. Lucia, I don't think they would be able to, as you said, bounce back as they ought to. Just another 3 or 4 wickets here. So you have change of bowling from the top end here.
Chanel Mackie comes on to the
lady from
comes into the attack.
North Leeward.
Tall bowler. It's wide. Officially hit outside the off stump. Just show the point here. We have time for 2. Interesting action. Almost seems to stop in the action.
Bowls off of about 2 to 3 steps. Runs in and bowl. 2 runs on the first delivery. 79 for 5. St. Lucia. Pretty good day for cricket as well. Breeze blowing across the outfield. The ground. Sun is not too hot. Bearable. You ride this one down to 3rd man. No run.
Almost seems to be bowling off what we will say the wrong leg.
That reminds you of who's that? From South Africa? Man who bowls the back of the arm.
That was Adams.
Yes, Paul Adams. That was it. Hop, a jump, and a skip. This one.
It's a lovely delivery. Wow. He's getting some movement there. Excited the keeper bushing. And let's look at that replay.
Done clearly. Good decision by the umpire.
To come into the right hander. Again, prodigious inward movement again. So she's getting that ball to nip back off the surface.
Yeah, good delivery there, just pitching on the off stump and coming back into the batter, finding it difficult to play those deliveries, wrapping on the pad again. Not out, says the umpire. 79 for 5. So some good bowling here by Maki. As I said, a hop, a jump, and a skip. That's what she does. Through a bowling run up.
That was a bowling from the right end, so the breeze will help out with that inward movement. Again, coming back into the batter there, Cherry. Looking a bit uncomfortable to those inward moving deliveries.
Yeah, good line and length as well by Maki. Hitting that off stump line coming into the body. Cramping off for space as well. So good line and length here by Maki. I think she has a pretty good set feel here. And she's bowling to it.
This one gives her too much room, but it's top edge and it's caught by home at point. A wicket for Maki. Celebrations. And that's the end of Cherry. She wasn't comfortable with the ball coming back into her, and that one just had a bit of width. Her eyes lit up. And there she goes. Caught at point.
Yeah, that was pitched up just on the off stump, and she went for that big shot over covers. It's in the outer portion of the bat. An easy catch to Dean, and the wicket number 76 has gone. Easy catch, and St. Lucia find themselves into further trouble here at Arnesville playing field. 79 for 6. St. Vincent and Grenadines have taken charge of this game here in the first T20 Windward Islands Women's Tournament.
That's another catch there to home. As you look at the replay once more, this one just moving away slightly, actually. He's bowling at that type of pace, though, Martin, where if there's any breeze at all on the field, it will get the ball to move around.
Yeah.
Because it's not quick at all, and once the seam is upright, which she seems to be presenting an upright seam, it will get the ball just to wobble around.
We have seen a couple of deliveries that came back sharply before that delivery that went away and went the outer portion of the bat. It seems like she has the ability to swing it away and bring it in as well. But the over has come to an end. It's 79 for 6. And that brings a new batter, Alexander, with Marceline for St. Lucia, as Dean continues to bowl in our final over here. He has bowled well so far. 3 overs, 18 runs, 2 wickets. Still no change in that onside field. Strays down the leg. Calls for a single. Oh, that could be out. Misses the stump. Oh, some bad feeling here by the bad backing up here by the field at mid-wicket. 25, that is. Williams, really poor cricket on our behalf. Giving away a single. No commitment, really.
That one seemed to be actually off the glove. She went to play the shot, missed it, but then when in the follow through, it seemed to just pop up off the glove. Eluded the keeper. Really should not have been a single, as it brings Nisha Alexander into strike.
So this one is top back to Dean, striking on somewhere on the hand, and no run. Alexander, well built, heavily built as well. Seems to have some power in those shoulders, looking to smash it. And eventually they have put that fielder back on the square leg boundary from that first shot being played by Alexander. Still, I think you need a little bit more reinforcement on that side. Dean flighted delivery. She's smashing it through square leg in a portion of the bat. Good feeling. Picks up another single. 80 for 6. Projected score 120. How much are you looking at, Alanson?
Well, if they could hold their wickets in hand, they will get somewhere around that region, maybe 110, 120. But there's also quite a distinct possibility that they may be dismissed before the 20th over. The way that wickets have fallen in the last few overs. St. Lucia team would not want that to happen. They'd want to play all 120 deliveries. Make sure that they have a challenging score on the board.
Dean again. Slightly quicker delivery on the pads this time. Just finding that feel at mid-wicket who does the feeling. So she has the ability to bowl that quicker delivery as well. She has the ability to flight it, get the purchase out of the wicket. So she has utilized those balls. Again, flighted, it's in the air. Thump back to Dean, who doesn't feel cleanly. Another single. Joseph comes around, does the feeling. Single to St. Lucia. That brings Alexander back on strike. Merceline has moved up to 7 from just 11 deliveries. Bad delivery down the leg side. Missing everything completely. Wide signal by the umpire. They have gone for 1.
They seem to lose control on that delivery, losing her grip as she went to release the delivery. Would have been her final delivery of her spell. Has to bowl one more.
She's finishing how she started, Alanson. But here she goes, hoping to finish even stronger. This one is true. The batter missing it completely. Really good delivery. So that brings Dean's 4 overs to an end. She has bowled 4 overs with 22 runs, picked up 2 wickets, and pretty good spell for her.
Yes, I would say it's a good spell, but I think that she could be even more effective if she bowls straighter. Because I think with the variation in pace that she is offering, that it will challenge a lot of the batters, and she will actually either get more LBWs or bowls because of the variation in pace. That deceptiveness in the variation in flight as well.
Yeah, the difficulty to get the ball away would be the problem for the batters, the pace of the ball, the trajectory which she bowls. I think she needs to have some more protection on the onside and cause her to bowl more on the stumps. But he has completed her spell today, and Maki, it is, will be continuing. One is wrapping on the pad. Oh, this could be some trouble. No, she's sent back. Alexander is on strike. As I said before, she's well built. Reminds you of one of those players who would hit you hard. One of those rugby players, really well built. Stocky. Seems like she has some power. Marquis, this one is smashed down to mid-on. Oh, that was it some power as well. Feel it there by the field at mid-on. Gets another single. 84 for 6.
It reminds a bit in her build of Kiana Joseph.
Yeah.
I think was also from St. Lucia.
St. Lucia.
Now plays for the Windwards. So we could give the ball a good thumping.
Seems that way. It's Maki. This one is driven up to mid-off. Oh, this caused us trouble. I think that was really some loose cricket on behalf of the field at mid-off. Took a single in her hands.
Yeah, I think she was there waiting to get the throw off. I mean, either end maybe would have worked because a direct hit there would have gotten Marceline. But I think there was that indecision. Seeing that it was... As we get back to this after the delivery. Caught.
Oh, what is going on here? Drop catch. An easy catch to mid-on. Easy like Sunday morning, like this morning, and she spilt it. Alexander lives to fight another day. 87 for 6.
It's Byron, Tracy Byron, the fielder on that occasion. It was catch of that nature that we have seen go down today by the Vincentian team. They have taken those that have come to them.
This time she's hitting it through mid-on into the fence for 4. Don't make that mistake. Don't give a batter a life. It's gone to the fence for 4. Delivery on the leg stump, giving her some width as well, and she really dealt with it accordingly into the fence for 4. Good shot there by Marceline.
Yeah, that one it just had the length for her to get under, and she was able to put that away. She's an experienced player for St. Lucia, and she will be looking to get them, as I said, to that 120, 125 mark. And if she stays there for the 20 overs, they should be there or thereabouts.
Well, that's a hope for the St. Lucians. Marceline now on 13 from 15. Mackie again with this delivery outside the off stump. Keeper doesn't take cleanly. That brings you over to an end. It's 91 for 6. You have completed 15 overs here at Arnos Vale. Another 5 to go. But St. Lucia are 91 for 6.
Yeah, it looks like she's experiencing a bit of cramping, Marceline. She played a shot very early in her innings and kind of stretched just after. And since then, every now and after every few deliveries also, she has been stretching. Seemed very uncomfortable after playing that last shot, and even though she's walking back to her bat, walking quite gingerly.
Yeah. She said she's walking gingerly, barely stepping on her toes. Seems to have some effect from that cramp. I'm not too sure what is happening. Could be an injury that she got prior. Something is affecting her. But there's a bowling change here for St. Vincent. The number 4 has come on to bowl. That is Bentic. Final 5 overs in this innings. St. Lucia 91 for 6. T20 cricket here in St. Vincent. Women's cricket. Grenada Islands as the umpire signals the final power play. Bilinji. So there has to be some restrictions in the field. I think you're allowed to have 3 players outside of the circle for this one.
Slightly different rules than what you typically have, especially for those who are accustomed to the male cricket.
Yeah. So there's a short third man, backward point cover, mid-off. She's in outside the off stump, wide signal by the umpire. A long off, deep mid-wicket. Square leg and a short mid-wicket as well. Well, we say that fielder in mid-wicket area is in the cow corner area. Really, we call it. That's the fielder and a sweeper. So Bentic, first delivery was a wide. Again, wide delivery outside the off stump.
I think she's looking to bowl that line to keep away from the arms of Alexander. However, just straying a bit too wide, and she has to be mindful of the breeze that is blowing from right to left of your screen as you're viewing now, which would aid the ball to go even further outside the off stump. So she has to start it maybe a bit closer to the 6th, where the 6th stump would be, and then account for any drift that she would get with the wind.
Again outside the off stump, another wide delivery.
Yeah, struggling a bit here to get the deliveries where she wants to get them. Some advice coming in from Glasgow, senior player, West Indies player, and the senior bowler on the team.
Well, it should be coming from her, and it is coming from her. Still in Glasgow. Senior stateswoman she is now.
Vice captain as well.
Yeah, saw her from under 15, had her in my care. This one is on the leg. Quick single been taken there at the stumps. Alexander ducking for cover as well. But they get the single in the end. Another run to St. Lucia. One more to Alexander. 95 for 6.
Marceline back on strike. It'll be interesting to see how well she moves now in terms of her stroke play. Seemed a bit restricted, as we mentioned before, by either a previous injury or maybe some cramping.
I think she's going to have a go, from what I've seen. It's a good delivery, pushing her back on the back foot. No room, cramp for room. Also, although she's experiencing some cramps as well. Bowler doing a pretty good job. Bentic. Found the line and length. This one is swung over square leg into the fence for 4. Just said that she found the line and length and she straight down the leg side and Marceline really smashed it for 4. Good shot by her and a good looking shot to bring up what? 99 now for St. Lucia? Just one short of 100.
I'm going to go back to what I said before. I think a better field will be a 5-4 leg side field. I think 5 fielders need to be on the leg side, especially at this time of the innings. You're going to find that most of the players will get their power shots on the onside.
Yeah, do agree with you there, Alanson. Needs some more protection on the onside. Again, down the leg side. Missed out on that one is Marceline. Think it touched something. No signal from the umpire. So 99 for 6. St. Lucia, they had a 50 runs partnership to start proceedings this morning. Fell away in the middle. And they are now 99 for 6. Is that a good recovery, Alanson, from where they were?
Well, it will all depend on how the next 4.2 overs go. So I think Marceline is the key.
Yeah, she's striking it pretty well as she's in the crease. Just missing everything there. Bentic, dead ball signal by the umpire, Billingsley. Not missing any cricket so far. The sun has really come out in all its glory here at Arnesville. 99 for 6. This is a good one. So, St. Vincent and Grenadines winning the toss this morning. Inserting the St. Lucians. St. Lucia starting solidly. Then losing that first wicket through the run-out route. And after that, St. Vincent has really taken charge of the game. They are now 99 for 6. In this 16th over. Just one more delivery to complete it. Marceline is on 17 from 20. And Alexander's joined her. She's on 4 from 6. This one is a short one pulled out to mid-wicket. Feel like we talked about Alanson has been put into place. Picks up a single from the final delivery. That brings up the 100 for St. Lucia. 100 for 6. 16 overs completed here at Arnesville after being inserted.
Yeah, so as I said before, they will be looking at 120, 125 once these two can bat maybe another 3 overs or so. Marceline, as we mentioned before, is came into bat at 5 or 6, I think. But she's a top order batter, a middle order batter, and should be able now to marshal the tail to a score of about 120, 125, 130, which will be a decent score. It might not seem a lot in terms of runs per over, but fairly good conditions for cricket. But if you have a few tight overs, the run rate can climb very quickly in a 20-over fixture. As Glasgow is coming back now into the bowling, I think she will bowl the 17th and the 19th. She'll be bowling to Marceline. Helmet comes out for Nisha Alexander.
Seen a deep mid-wicket, cow corners, a long off, sweeper. Not seeing anybody on the third man fence. Everybody else is on the ring. We're into the final 4 overs. Alanson Still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 posters in the ring. Glasgow, first delivery. Outside the off stump with some pace on it. Into the keeper's glove.
If she's going to bowl at pace, I think you need to have the fine leg back.
And the third man.
Yeah, because what is likely to happen is the edge will fly very quickly down to the boundary for 4. You don't want those to be going for 4. If you can avoid them, you would prefer, if you're a bowling team, that you concede runs off a very good shot.
I do agree with you there. Glasgow again. Outside the off stump again, missing everything. Into the keeper's glove, looking for some results there, the keeper. Didn't go the way that she wants it. 100 for 6. If you're bowling that way, Alanson, then you don't need that deep mid wicket. You don't need that person out fine leg, you know, that person at third man. If you're bowling that line and length, give yourself some protection. The sweeper is okay. She's in again. Outside the awesome. So sad. Down the third man off the edge. He's running close to the fence. Would they get there? 1, 2, 3 bounce. The feeler gets it. And 2 runs for St. Lucia.
It's good feeling there by Homer, preventing the boundary. But that quite easily could have gone for 4. So that's the point that we're making with 4. She's bowling at that pace, then it's likely that if you get an edge, that's where it will go, and it will go down there fairly quickly. On that occasion, not as fine an edge as we were thinking maybe earlier, but still profits. So 2 runs, Marslin takes up to 20.
Again, she's hitting the true covers through the hands of that fielder, short extra cover. Picks up another single. So Marcelin been doing well. He's now 20 from 24. Alexander comes on strike. Field goes back. The mid-on goes back to long off. The long on and the mid-off comes up into mid-off area. Still those 5, 6 fielders on the circle. Down the leg side. White signal by the umpire.
Looking at what Glasgow is doing here, I'm still trying to find out what the specific plan is to each batter.
Again down the leg side. Umpire just passed close to the leg stump, but no signal from the umpire. I think she's playing player in that situation, really. I think she knows Alexander is a big hit off the ball, so she's bowling a different line and length to her. And Marceline, she's trying to be more on the off stump. The field has been changed as well. So she actually playing player and not the situation.
Well, I'm thinking that if she's going to bowl into the feet of Alexander as it appears, then you should bring over another field over to the onside.
She pushes back the fine leg now and brings in the sweeper.
Maybe someone in the mid-wicket circle. Straightish mid-wicket.
This one, she's hiking it down to mid-on. Alexander picks up another single. I think at the depth of the innings here, you should be bowling a little bit further outside the off stump. Slower deliveries, you're bowling too close to the batter, knowing that they're strong. Give that batter that opportunity to smash it out of the ground. 105 for 6, 17 overs completed here at Arnos.
Well, as I said before, I think what has been happening is that what we're seeing from the bowling of Glasgow and Byron is that they have been searching for wickets as opposed to putting the ball in the areas that you would expect with the new ball or even at the death.
Right.
So I think they're looking for wickets, and that's while it may not necessarily cost you that much in a game like this with the situation as it is now. If, for example, the top order were in, there may have been a different story.
Yeah.
So you're looking to execute those skills that you would have to execute maybe 9 times out of 10 when bowling at the death.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Alan. So they're playing player in that situation. Wide signal by the umpire there outside the off stump. So not a good start here by Byron. So you ought to be executing those Yorker lengths, those slower deliveries, hitting those balls on the crease, those sort of bowling in the depth. Not looking to play player, you're looking to execute. At the end of a game, you have the game in your hands. 106 for 6. He's in again. Short. This one is pulled down to mid-on with some power. Hustling a single. If she hits, misses, would have been trouble. So another run to St. Lucia. 107 for 6.
Yeah, having struck that ball so firmly down to the fielder there at mid-on, there's no way that a single should have been completed in that situation. So, brings Marslin back into strike.
Wide delivery outside the off stump.
We'll have to see if that probably is the plan. If that is the plan and you concede a couple of wides,
It's okay.
then you would see, you'll be satisfied with the wide Yorker length. But we'll have to see what happens for the next few deliveries to see if that is the plan that Byron is working with.
This one is hit in the air. Somebody's coming around. His catch is taken there. Homer takes another catch. As you said, she's been rather busy. So a wicket goes 108 now for 7. St. Lucia loses Alexander. Marcel,
Yeah, that was a good delivery, good normal line and length delivery that you expect probably to be bowling at any stage of a game. Marcelin saw the length, was looking to drive that over the offside, but didn't get the connection that she wanted. And Homer, who has been pretty athletic in the field, coming around nicely to her left and taking that one quite comfortably in the end. So 108 for 7 St. Lucia women. Still will be looking to get 120, 125. And from here, if they don't get that, they'll be very disappointed, having 16 deliveries left to get there.
looking to go over the top. The ball is sitting in the outer portion of the bat. Homer runs around, take a catch just above the shoulder. Skim catch. Good control. And wicket number 7 has gone for St. Lucia. Marceline, 21 from 26. So that brings the next batter. Still looking for that number.
Well, it's a left-handed batter. It's waiting for confirmation on the jersey numbers. And from our vantage point, we haven't seen that number just yet. Maybe when she takes guard, we'll be able to see.
Still no luck. Byron, Joseph on the stream. This one is a good one. She just blocks it really. Back to the bowler. 108 for 7. Joseph. Byron 1 for 17. She into a third over. Good delivery outside the house. Has some pace on it as well, Alanson. Good to see.
Yeah, she can bowl at a reasonable speed. Did play at the under-19 level previously as well for the Windward Islands. Remember commentating on a few fixtures in which she played along with Crease Zeta James, and a few others against USA under 19 here at Arnesville.
It's better line and length. Yorker length, dugout. Played back to her. Does the feeling. So that's some better execution here by Byron. Quicker one outside the off stump. Full delivery on the stumps. Yorker length. That is what you want to see from your bowlers in the depth. Outside the off stump with some pace. Keeper doesn't take cleanly. That brings you over to an end. 18 overs completed, 108 for 7.
Yeah, so 12 deliveries remaining. 12 runs to get to that 120. I think that's a minimum that they should be aiming for. Even with only 3 wickets in hand, the St. Lucia women team, the St. Vincent team will be looking to pick up these last 3 wickets as quickly as they can. I think now with the dismissal of Marceline, Alexander is now the key wicket. Experienced and also can strike the ball well. So Glasgow will continue. As we mentioned, she'll bowl the 19th as well. And I suspect that Byron will bowl the 20th.
Well, 12 deliveries remaining in this innings. For St. Lucia, they're 108. They're still looking for the 120 as you suggested. So 12 runs, 12 balls. Glasgow would have some different plans. Backward points, short third man, cover, short extra cover, mid off. This one is pulled down to mid wicket by Alexander for a single. Joseph comes on strike. Changing the field immediately. Bentic comes across from covers. So short mid on. Into the mid wicket area now. Square leg, fine leg. Cow corners, long on. She's left-handed. So there's a third man now. Backward point, square cover, short extra cover, sweeper, and a long off. Mid on, mid wicket, and short fine leg. She's in, hitting that down the ground nicely. Passes Joseph. She's gone for 1. She's looking for 2. They are back for 2. So a nice looking shot there by Joseph down the ground for 2.
Yeah, that's not a bad shot at all. Even advanced slightly down the wicket. You're looking at Glasgow. I think she's actually looking to bowl on the stumps. But her feel, I think, affords her that luxury of going a bit wide outside the off stump. And I think that might be a better ploy at this stage of the innings. I think she might be still thinking about blasting out the number 9.
It's trouble here. Throw comes in. Alexander struggling to get to the other end. But she gets there safely. 111 for 7. That's going back on the point that you just made about her field setting. As you said, it gives her the luxury of bowling outside the off stump. There's a sweeper, a third man, and also a long off. So that gives her the luxury of bowling outside the off stump. She's bowling straight at the stumps. So that tells you that she needs an extra post in the mid wicket area. She's in again. She's thumped down the ground, down pass. Over the head of the batter, Joseph, who's ducking for safety, brings another single, 112 for 7.
Yeah, and that's all they need to do for the moment, St. Lucia. Just try to score off every delivery. May get a boundary here or there occasionally. So they would want to get to about 120, about 120, 125. Probably not satisfactory given the start that they had, but I think in the grand scheme of things, they would have probably taken that at the beginning of the day.
Joseph wide outside the off stump. And well, it's Joseph to Joseph. She advanced, looking to smash it over the top, but it was too wide to make any connection. And it goes into the keeper's glove. Another run to St. Lucia, 114 for 7 here at Arnos. Glasgow has bowled 3 overs thus far, 3.4, 26 runs. She haven't gotten a wicket. Most senior bowler in this squad. Most experienced bowler as well. One of the experienced players here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I think she's searching for a wicket, Kenroy, based on the way
I know that
operating.
feeling. I know that feeling. Final over, looking for that wicket. This one is played officially. Dot delivery.
There's 7 deliveries left. Haven't seen a Yorker as yet this over. Maybe it's a good opportunity to try that as our last delivery.
Oh, slow delivery. Yorker as well goes into the keeper's glove. I just said she's searching for that first wicket in the tournament. But it won't happen today. That's the end of her spell. 114 for 7. She has bowled 4 overs for 26 runs.
Yeah, not bad, I think. In that over in particular, I could see what she was trying to do in that over. As I said, I could see that she was looking for the wicket, and having not gotten it through, conventional deliveries in the first 5, I know that she was going to try something different in the last delivery. In the end, it ended up being a slow delivery and not the Yorker. She was definitely thinking, how can I dismiss Joseph off this last delivery that I have today to get on the in the wickets column. And Byron will finish off now in the 20th. She'll be bowling to Nisha Alexander, who is on 8.
I'm still in awe here with the field setting in these final overs. Alexander has played everything through the onside, and yet we have only 3 fielders. Basically 4 fielders on the onside. There she goes. It's in the air. The catch will be taken by the wicketkeeper. She gets the wicket. Alexander goes, caught wicketkeeper, and Byron is happy. St. Vincent have struck again in the final over.
Yeah, good hard length into the wicket. Alexander was always going to go across the line with that delivery, and getting the top edge. And a fair amount of pace on it as well. I think it just cramped her a bit for the pace.
Yeah, I do agree with you there, Alanson. I think these 2 bowlers are bowling rather quickly. I haven't seen them bowl that fast in other tournaments, but they have put on a yard or 2 coming into this tournament.
Well, that is what you want to see. You want to see the players developing, expanding their game and their abilities. Every tournament you should look a bit better than you did the previous one. With the work that you have put in between the tournaments.
So Byron 2 for 17. 5 deliveries remaining for her. Joseph is 3 from 8. It's Byron again, looking to have the last say. Oh, through the batter into the keeper glove. Didn't take it cleanly, 114 for 8. Good delivery, Byron.
You didn't see who the new batter is. Another left-handed batter. I don't know if it's Felix, not sure just yet, or Ross.
Ross it is.
Really, Selena Ross.
This one is in the air, down to third man off the outer portion of the bat. They have crossed for 1. They would not attempt to for a second, but indigenous shot there, falling safely between third man and that field at backward point. Another single, 115. And that brings Joseph into strike. Byron runs away from us. This one is outside the off stump, misses everything completely. Does Joseph. Looking to smash it to the onside.
Yeah, looking to hit a big shot of that delivery. She would not be pleased if she misses the next couple. Looking to hit the big shot, really. Might be good just to get bat on ball. Add a few more singles to the total.
Still no protection in that air. Square leg, short, mid wicket, mid on. She's in. Oh, that's a full delivery. Could be some trouble here. Waiting for the signal from the umpire. Why? Signal by the umpire. Wow.
I think initially she thought it was a beamer, but it did dip below the waist height. So she was almost in an evasive position for that delivery, but it did pass between bat and pad and could have actually struck the leg stump. So quite fortunate day in the end was Joseph.
So final delivery. Outside the awesome smash to mid wicket. She's out caught. A brilliant catch there. Is the lady from the leeward side, Maki, who will skip a jump and a hop in a run up. She takes the final catch out of the final delivery. St. Lucia have lost wicket number 8 here, and they're 116 from 20 overs for 9. Alanson, your scenarios, your feedback on the innings so far?
I think they'll be slightly disappointed with where they ended. 116. They'll be slightly disappointed. They would have wanted to get maybe another 10 runs or so, which was possible. But again, I think good execution in the end by the Vincentian team. Good catch there taken by Mac. If it had cleared her, could have gone for a couple. But she's quite tall, towering figure there at mid-wicket, and she's also proven this game to have good catching hands, a good pair of hands on the field. St. Lucia overall be a bit disappointed. They did have a start of 60, opening pair, put on 60 runs together. Looked quite unflustered and quite assured at the crease, scoring freely. And then there was a flurry of wickets which found them just 70 odd for 5. And then there was a partnership between Nisha Alexander and Marceline. And that took them up just over the 100 mark. And then once Marceline was dismissed, the wickets then continued to fall, hampering them towards us from getting to the score of about 125 there or thereabouts. So at the end of the first innings in this match, St. Lucia women versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines women. St. Lucia women, they have gotten to 116 for 8, 117, sorry, for 9, because dismissal of the last delivery. So 117 for 9 of their 20 overs. It means that St. Vincent and the Grenadines will need 118 to win when we come back. We'll have live action for you with the second innings shortly.
Welcome back to the Arnos Sporting Complex. You have live action here in the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship. Game being played between the St. Lucia women and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines women. If you're just joining us, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines women team, they won the toss earlier in sort to the St. Lucians, and they made 117 for 9. As we look at the start of the second half of today's play, delivery on the line of the leg stump, signal wide there by umpire Battis. So the St. Lucia team, 117 for 9 after initially getting an opening partnership of 60. So they lost their last 9 wickets for 57 runs, a real collapse of some sort. Vincentian team will be looking to take that momentum into the second half of this contest in the form of Joseph and Glasgow. Delivery on the line of the leg stump, walk nicely down to fine leg. No ball actually signaled there by umpire Battis, so it's an opportunity for a free hit. I'm sure Glasgow will be looking forward to that delivery, and I'm sure looking forward to the second half of this contest. I have here with me Mr. Ranjith Roberts. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to the listeners of this broadcast as we're coming live from Arnos Stadium, and good morning to you as well, Osnet.
So 3 without loss, chasing a total of 118, just around 6 runs per over. It's not going to be easy. The St. Lucia team normally very competitive in terms of their fielding, but I'm sure the Vincentian team will have their eyes set on their first victory in this tournament, and they'll be looking to the senior players in the form of Glasgow do so as we look at this free hit. And he's swinging at this one, missed it completely, well bowled there from Ross with left hand option. As we look at the field, a fielder there at short fine leg, deep square leg, short mid wicket. Fielder now from long on coming into the circle. Still in the power play, mind you. So only 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. Those 2 fielders currently being the deep extra cover and the deep square leg. Glasgow, bit of an all-round talent. This one is short and looking to cut that one again. But it's going to be important here for a partnership at the top of the innings.
Well, St. Vincent team definitely have 2 very good batters to start with. Glasgow, who have West Indies experience, and Joseph as well. So in the power play, basically, Osnet, I expect some fireworks to be happening within the first 6 overs.
As Ross again. This one is a good delivery. A bit of movement as well. Left arm option always good to have up front. The wind direction here at the Arnos Sporting Complex will also aid that delivery moving away from the left-hander. Glasgow on that occasion as we look at the ripping, not really coming across. So, beaten outside the off stump again. I think they'll need to replicate what we saw earlier from the St. Lucia openers. This one again is outside the off stump. Glasgow still stuck on that leg stump. I'm not sure how viewers are looking at it. That left leg really not going across to meet the line of those deliveries, and a bit of movement as well. So a very good start here from Ross.
Well, it's important for the opening bowler to keep it full and right up there to the wicket, right? As you notice that she have some swing, right? As a seam bowler, as Alan Snow said earlier, you just have to keep the seam upright, and that will give you that swing that you're looking for.
This one again is on the line of the off stump. A very good stop there. Brilliant there from Crafton. Saw a bit of miscomfort from her earlier while she was batting, but no sign of it there on that occasion, just diving away to the right. And like I mentioned before, very competitive, the St. Lucian team, and they will need that if they are to defend 118 here this afternoon.
I recall watching the last tournament that they played in St. Lucia, and trust me, it's a sight to behold. Right, got a very good shot, very good shot there by Glasgow.
It's that one punch pass Crafton this time to her left. So previously she made a stop to her right. On this occasion, diving away to her left, couldn't prevent that one from getting out to the field, the deep extra cover. You were speaking about the last tournament.
Yeah, the last tournament happened in St. Lucia. I definitely sat home in my couch and take a good look at the cricket and the standard of cricket that St. Lucia actually produce, the players they produce, and the standard of cricket that they play. I know it's going to be on show here today as well.
As Joseph comes in to strike. This one is a good delivery again. And I think that's the impressive thing about Ross so far. She's not been afraid to pitch the ball up. And we mentioned that bit of movement, the movement this time back into the right-handed Joseph. And a very testing over there from Ross. St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing 118 for victory here in this first encounter in the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship. They are 5 without loss.
So as we said earlier today, is definitely a good day for cricket. Definitely, I would have definitely loved being on the field today, to be honest. Having this kind of condition to play cricket in is just awesome.
It's a good wind blowing across the ground. I think that will cool the players as well. Uniforms, ideal for this type of weather. As we look at the second over, about to start. So 5 without loss. Mentioned before the opening partnership of the St. Lucia team. Edward and Zayda James, they put on 60 for that opening partnership. They were also able to score quite quickly as well, made full use of the power play. So I'm thinking that the Vincentian team will want to replicate something similar to that effort.
And bowling from the backway end is Crafton, as she will be bowling to Glasgow, who is on 1 from 5 deliveries.
Another left-hand option again. There is a Crafton, bit of bounce, bit of carry. I think it's safe to say that it's been a very good cricket wicket. We've seen enough bounce and carry to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, but I think these St. Lucians actually came with a plan for Glasgow, because if you notice, they're keeping it directly outside the off stump for her. And she have been struggling out there since the interception of this innings. All right, so she's actually 1 from 6, and all the deliveries that they have bowled is right outside the off stump.
It's again
there we go again.
Yes, good spot there, Ranjif. It's delivery outside the off stump. A bit too wide on this occasion. Umpire signaling wide, but it's a clear plan, as you mentioned, to test outside the off stump. Bit of lift, a bit of carry as well. It's interesting as well in terms of the field. There's no one back on the third man boundary, so any sort of edge Glasgow is able to get on any of these deliveries, I'm sure she'll get something close to a boundary or even a boundary. This one is a bit fuller, punched down the ground. Just hasn't found her timing as yet. Glasgow, opening the batting is always important to get used to conditions.
As you rightly say that she actually been sitting on her back foot for a while. She probably just need to walk across, 2 steps across at least, because the plan is just to keep it outside the off stump for her. Here comes Crafton.
So again, well played this occasion, just riding the bounce and very good feeling again. A chance for her out here. She has to hurry. And very close indeed. Umpire Batiste unmoved at square leg. But she's quite quick within the wickets as well, Glasgow, and really needed to put in the hard yards on that occasion.
Well, I think out of the lot of St. Vincent and the Grenadines female team, she's one of the fittest player that we have on show for St. Vincent, because she basically walk extra hard.
So we look at the replay again. Very good piece of feeling there. I think it's Zayda James sliding and really making that throw competitive. But all's well that ends well for Glasgow and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This time is outside the off stump. I think it's actually a no ball. That delivery delivered off the pitch. So striving a bit too much there. Crafton losing our bearings on that occasion. And another free hit, a second free hit for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. And Glasgow be hoping she can make full use of this one.
This is actually the second no ball for the game so far. We haven't seen any from St. Vincent, which is really, really good.
This one is swung out to deep mid wicket, well timed as well, into the fence for 4. So we just mentioned that you really need to take advantage of these free hit opportunities. And there was Glasgow, not looking to overhit the ball on this occasion, just timing it really on the line of the leg stump, and she gets her first boundary. St. Vincent and Grenadines, they're up to 13 without loss.
Well, I think the plan, sticking to the plan, bowling outside the off stump to Glasgow was working for St. Lucia. But anyhow you stray down to the leg, you see what can happen. And I think that they definitely go back to the line that they wanted to bowl to Glasgow.
This one is on the line of the off stump, punching this one nicely through the offside. Is Glasgow. Picks up a single. But still, I'm just looking at her technique there, Ranji. She's still on that leg stump line. So I just think for her to be more fluent through the offside, she needs to come across that back leg. That left leg just need to go more in line with the delivery, and the front leg as well. So that's something for her to work on if she's really to be more consistent through the offside.
Well, as the game progressed today, I guess she will get in the groove, staying, because I know she loved batting. So I believe that 10 overs out of her in the middle, she will find her footing.
Agreed. So into over number 2. It's Crafton again. Into Joseph. This one is short of a length and pulling this one nicely behind square. But well placed field there. And a chance for second again. A good throw. But very good running in the end. The captain Joseph there, Jafina Joseph, making it quite comfortably in the end. So good positive cricket from the Vincentians so far. 2 overs completed. They're 16 without loss, chasing 118 for victory.
So for viewers at home, you still have a chance to come down to Arnos, Vale, those of you in St. Vincent. And we have two games on show here today. One in progress right now is St. Vincent versus St. Lucia, and then we have one at 2 p.m. So you can come on down and witness some female Windward Island female T20 championship.
So positive start from the Vincentians. Similar effort we saw earlier from the St. Lucians in the form of Edward and Zayda James. So we mentioned at the start of this innings that they'll be looking to replicate that sort of effort, that sort of energy, that sort of momentum all around in the innings. They'll be hoping that they do not fall away to the extent that the St. Lucians did. As we see Ross again into Joseph. This one a beautiful delivery once again. Beating her all ends up on that occasion. Very impressive again from Ross.
With that kind of bowling that Ross is getting, if you notice, she's swinging that ball away. She's starting on middle and it just moving away from that off stump. And I remember Alanson was actually on commentary and described me Rajifi bowling similar deliveries and getting wickets, right? And with that ball, beautiful line again, and driven down the ground 4 runs, all right, off the bat of Glasgow. And just a touch too full, so she got to pull her length back. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines definitely on course, and they score on 20 without loss in over number 3.
That's a very good shot there from Glasgow once again. I think what I've observed from her, whenever she tries not to overhit the ball, she tends to time the ball a bit better. It's those occasions where she tries to overhit and hit the ball perhaps a bit too hard, she loses her shape. So it's very important from her perspective just to stay in line and just caress those deliveries through the offside. She has the power, she has the timing, and she has all the talent in the world. It's 20 without loss. This one is a good delivery again, good back of a length. So as you rightfully said, pulled her length back on that occasion previously. A full toss, a juicy full toss. That was punched through the offside. It's a good start from the Vincentians. Glasgow 12 or 14. Joseph, not had a lot of the strikes so far. She's on free from free deliveries. This one again is punched off the back foot. Good looking shot there from Glasgow. And they're limited to a single. So just sticking the score along here, the Vincentian pair. 21 without loss.
I think it is very, very important to have a partnership going in a T20 game. And 21 of 2.4 overs is really a good going. 97 from 104 deliveries is definitely gettable. And not losing a wicket in the power play is very, very important as well.
Agreed. So all 10 wickets in hand here for the Vincentian team as Ross again continues. This one is a good delivery again. And not taken cleanly there by the wicket keeper. But there was Joseph ill-advised shot, we would say, given what we've seen from Ross so far, getting that delivery to come back into the right-hander. So another single. Total moves up to 22 without loss.
What I would love to see from the batters is actually some more foot movements. Right, they standing there, especially Joseph. That shot he just played a while ago is like just swinging the bat. Right, just move that front foot across the line a bit more and take it straight down to the ground.
This one is driven again nicely. Should get a boundary here. Glasgow, sorry. Brilliant shot through the offside. We mentioned her inability to time the ball that well so far in the innings, but as you rightfully said, as you get used to the conditions here at the Arnos playing field, your timing and your power and your placement gets better, and that we have seen so far from Glasgow. She rushes on to 17, and at the end of the third over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines women chasing a total of 118 for victory. They are 26 without loss.
As a senior batswoman in St. Vincent team, we expect some, as I said earlier, we expect some fireworks from the openers, and especially from Glasgow, which actually, she has actually 17 from 16. And with those power that I know that she have, clean striking, clean ball striking, she will definitely come to this game today. And I do believe that she will score some runs in this game and be able to get woman of the match. As we say in men's cricket, man of the match.
Into over number 4, we are seeing the introduction of spin. Going to be Zayda James, the captain of the St. Lucia women. So spin introduced quite early in the innings. We didn't see that when the Vincentian bowled. In fact, we only saw one spinner operating, that was Tomisha Dean. And most of the other bowlers were medium pace. But St. Lucia right away realizing that perhaps spin and taking pace off the ball is the way to go in the form of Zayda James. This one is just a juicy full toss, my God. And Joseph there looking to hit that one in the vicinity of the pavilion there and getting the outer portion of the bat. A rather soft dismissal, it must be said. It was a loopy, juicy full toss. And really got drowned in the honey, as they would say on that occasion at St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They lose their first wicket. It's 26 for 1. Joseph, she has to go for free.
It's important to play each ball on its merit. All right, and although it was a full toss, I think she tried to hit it somewhere in Beckway. So that really caused her the fall of her wicket. But at the end of 3.1 over, the score is 26 for the loss of 1. And here comes batter number 3.
To say sometimes just a change of option, and we mentioned the fact that the two batters at the wicket, they were looking quite comfortable against both seamers, albeit they were beaten on a couple of occasions from Ross, but all in all I think they were quite comfortable against the pace. Crafton didn't have the best of starts in the last over, a couple of wides and no ball as well, so it was very proactive from Zayda James to say give me the ball as the captain and really put her hand up. It was not the best of deliveries, but she will take it any day. Skimo and Homer. What a very good day in the field. Took quite a few catches, I think about 4 catches in the field. So she'll be looking to transfer that sort of confidence into her batting. Number 3 position is always a very important position. And she'll be looking to form somewhat of a partnership here with Janila Glasgow.
I think as that both batters out there are Windward Island players as well, who will actually represent Windward Island, basically. And we have Janila Glasgow, who represent West Indies, right? So we expect St. Vincent and the Grenadines to basically chase this target down and be victorious in game 1.
It's left to be seen as James again, a good delivery from James, got a bit of turn, good pace, just lowering the batter there forward on that occasion, Homer. It's a very good start from James despite that first full toss. She's able to find her length quite quickly, her line as well, and I'm sure she'll be proven to be a handful here for the Vincentian batters, as this one is getting the outer portion of the bat. A chance for a run out. So all happening here at the Arnos Sporting Complex, and all's well that ends well for Homer and the Vincentian team. A bit of nerves perhaps creeping into Homer's play on that occasion. 26 for 1. You're just joining us. This is live action in the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship that would seek to provide a platform for the selection of the Windward Islands team to participate in the West Indies T20 Championship to follow this tournament. So it's very important for some of these players to put their best effort forward and perhaps get their names in the hat, as they would say, for selection for the Windward Islands team. As we see James again continuing. This one is outside the off stump. Left alone. Haven't seen a lot of left alone all day. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines 26 for 1. Required run rate just around 5.7 runs per over. So still within the realms of possibility. No need to do anything outrageous at this point in time. This one again is a foolish delivery. And well stopped there by Crafton, I think, at first slip. Diving away to her left. So pretty athletic for Crafton, and a very tidy over there. It's actually a maiden wicket from Zayda James, pulling things back here for the St. Lucian team. At the end of 4 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines women, they are 26 for 1.
What I could tell you here is that St. Lucia is not going to lay down for St. Vincent to walk over them, right? 118 to get off 120 legal deliveries. It could have been a walk in the park, which should have able to be a walk in the park. But it's no longer like that anymore. With the opening pair that we have score, I think it was 26 for 1. And that was after over number 3. Over number 4, we are still 26 for 1.
So it's a change of ends for Crafton. Nerissa Crafton going to be operating now from that old airport end. Saw Ross bowling 2 overs earlier, quite tidy. Now it's the turn of Crafton. I think the wind direction will assist her as well, getting that delivery to move away from the left-hander. And Glasgow, her wicket is priceless at this point in time. She will really need to bat as much of these overs as possible. If she's able to do so, then I'm sure the Vincentian team would be in a very comfortable position. But St. Lucians, they will have other ideas. They will know the importance of the wicket of Grenada Glasgow. This one is full toss and punching it out to deep extra cover. Just to mention also, in the first innings of this contest, well, my co-commentators and I, we spoke at length about the field placing at times from the Vincentian team. So far, I think that the St. Lucians have had it spot on in terms of where they want their fielders outside the circle to be, and so far it's been very effective because we've seen a lot of deliveries hitting those fielders. So kudos to the captain, Zayda James, who seem to have a very good cricketing brain.
It's important for you to trust your bowlers as well, and you set up a particular field and you hope then that the bowlers could able to concentrate on that line. All right, and that's a wide from Crofton.
Yeah, a bit of a commentator's course on that occasion. We're just praising the efforts of the bowlers in terms of how well they bowled to their field on that occasion. Just starting that delivery a bit too much on the leg stump and the natural swing or inclination taking it down the leg side.
So remember, we're still in the power play. 28 for 1, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Struck on the pad. That's Homer. We have a fine leg and we have a deep mid wicket.
Those are the two fielders out so far, utilized by the St. Lucian team. Homer still looking to get used to conditions. So far, it hasn't been the most convincing start from her. Started against the spin of Zayda James, and on this occasion again, Crafton into her second over really seemed to be causing a bit of problems. So Glasgow there, the vice captain of this Vincentian team, just having a word with her. This one is a good delivery again, a bit of swing back into the right-hander. Crafton looking to perhaps hit that one down the ground. No signal by umpire Batty, so a bit of an inside edge for her. She's off the mark. Total moves up to 29 for 1 as Glasgow comes back into strike.
I go back to the previous tournament that held in St. Lucia, wasn't it? And I remember Homer seems to be a very slow starter. Right? But when she get in, it's a different ball game.
This one, a bit of swing again, and there was Glasgow looking to go over the top on that occasion. So still looking to be positive is Glasgow. But it's just that Achilles heel, as we spoke about all in terms of our lack of inclination to go in line with the ball. So both of the left arm seamers so far, they've been able to get the ball to move away from her. And it's really been a challenge for her to get close to these deliveries.
Well, with Maki and Bentic still in the hut, and I am hoping that these battles could definitely take it as deep as possible.
This one is a short delivery and a bit of an outside edge, but thankfully for her, just evading the fielder there at short third man. And Glasgow gets another bungry, and St. Vincent, they move along to 33 for 1. A bit fortuitous on that occasion, but they will take it anyway.
Glasgow moved to 22 from 19 deliveries. As the vice captain, she definitely needs to bat deep. St. Vincent and the Grenadines need 85 from 15.1 overs.
So still less than a run a ball for the Vincentian team. But as we've seen earlier in terms of cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. St. Lucian team, they got off to a 60-run opening partnership, but really fell away. As this one again is outside the off stump, and Glasgow looking to be quite expansive again through the offside, misses it completely. So, and the end of the 5th over, at the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're 33 for 1. They require a further 85 runs from 90 deliveries. Crowd has built up quite slowly so far. And it's a Sunday morning here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm not sure what you normally do on a Sunday morning, Rajiv.
Sunday morning for me, normally outside of cricket, it's a more relaxing time with the family.
Okay.
But here am I this morning. As you just said, all of that is a whole entire month of cricket in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So for those of you in the diaspora, you could basically book a flight and come to St. Vincent taking some cricket.
As we see James once again. Good start from her, a bit of tone. So she's been able to extract a bit of tone. We saw Tomisha Dean earlier. Not a very big tone of the ball. I think her strengths were changes of pace and being able to flight the deliveries and her lines and lengths. But we've seen from James here, she's able to get those deliveries to turn away from the right-handed homer so far. And it's a bit of a misfeel, a bit of indecision as well. But in the end, Glasgow quite determined to get down to the other end. And in the end, a quite comfortable single. So a bit of a naughty cricket, as they would see there from the St. Lucians. Afforded the opportunity for a second, and there was Glasgow really pouncing on that opportunity.
There's a rule say every single counts. So wherever you could get it, you take it.
34 for 1. St. Vincent and Grenadines women. So it's the first opportunity to see James against Glasgow. It's a contest we spoke about earlier. Glasgow, the opening bowler for the St. Vincent and Grenadines team, coming up against Zeta James, both of them West Indies players. So once again, we are seeing a rematch of that contest. This time around, James with the ball in hand and Glasgow going quite fluently so far, 22 from 20 deliveries. The flight to deliveries, and he's walking this one nicely behind square is Glasgow. Very good shot indeed. Just timing that one, finding the placement, and she gets another boundary, and the total goes up to 38 for 1.
The Glasgow moving from 22 to 26 from 21 deliveries. Homer is on 2 from 9 deliveries. St. Vincent and the Grenadines need 80 from 87 balls.
This one is a better delivery, a better line, a better length. James, quite diminutive as we mentioned before, but definitely a talented cricketer. Someone that we expect a lot from, not only at this level, but even at the West Indies level, if given the opportunity on a consistent basis. 2-dot deliveries to Glasgow following that boundary. 38 for 1. Good conditions for cricket. As we mentioned, sun is out in all its glory as this one is driven beautifully through your offside. Should get close to the boundary. Just pulled back inside of the ropes there by Joseph. And they come back for free runs. So very good running. These two, perhaps two of the more agile of the players that we have in the Vincentian team, and that being manifested, they were able to get free runs on that occasion. So the total moves up to 41 without loss, the end of the power play. Homer, she's on 2 from 9 deliveries. Glasgow, she's been there from the beginning. She's on 29 from 24 deliveries. A very good start in the power play, Rajiv.
Yeah, very, very good start in the power play, Osned. And what I would like to see is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As I said before, I want to see the bat deep and deep as possible. All right, losing 1 wicket so far in the power play is a give and take any day. But the score at 41 for 1, I could work with that any day. So just looking forward for the next 14 overs to come. How they're going to go about this 14 overs is left to be seen.
I think it's also a change of bowling from that old airport end. Still awaiting confirmation in terms of the bowler. Glasgow on strike. I think what she's been able to do so far is she's faced the majority of the deliveries, and that is what you want from one of your better players, giving them the opportunity to get used to the conditions. And she's a positive player, as you mentioned before, so the more deliveries she faces, the more likely that she'll be able to score, and the scoring rate will be maintained to some extent. So I think the new bowler is Nisha Cherry. They have the best of days with the bat, Nisha. I'm sure she'll be looking to make up for that with the ball in hand. This one is a good delivery, but punched nicely by Glasgow. Looking for the opportunity for a second. I don't think that. I think that would have been suicidal to some extent. But Glasgow, ever so often, you're seeing the class of our shining through, timing the ball beautifully. Certainly a lot of raw materials there to work with. .42 for 1. Bit of a change in the field as we are seeing a deep mid wicket now being employed. It's Homer and Glasgow again quite busy. I just think she needs to calm down a bit. Don't want to give your wicket away. We saw that earlier in terms of the slide. Started from the St. Ocean, losing Zeta James up front to the run out road. So something that Glasgow has to be mindful of. Under no pressure really to score quickly at this time. This one is driven again. A bit of a misfield, a chance for run out. And Homer just making it in time, but bit of a panicky type of running so far in this partnership.
But as I said before, Osnet, that Homer is definitely a very slow starter. I've looked at her over the years, and I guess getting a single, rotating the strike is very important, so you can get your vice captain, which is Glasgow, on strike, and let she do what she does best.
I think it's very important that the communication channels are established effectively. And yes, we all know Jenny that she's quite brisk between the wickets, but she needs to be mindful that her partner maybe not to that extent. So it's very important that they judge a single in a more effective way. 43 for 1 into over number 7. Was a flighted delivery and driven beautifully again by Glasgow, piercing that offside field and rushes into the fence. So she goes up to 34, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they race up to 47 for 1. Yes, 47 for 1, chasing a total of 118.
With the start that Glasgow is getting, I don't think that she will want to give her wicket away now. She got to bat deep, as I said before, 71 from 13 overs, from 80 balls to be exact. I think she needs to bat deep and deep, carry the team on her shoulder.
Well, I think that's what we want to see. Her being a West Indian player, being exposed to that sort of environment. I was saying earlier, this one is driven again, a bit of a misfield, but that ball seemed to be really rocketing off her bat. Bit of disappointment there from her, not finding the gap on that occasion, but like I was saying before, it would be beneficial to the region on a whole when we see players who have had that sort of experience coming back to tournaments like these and really shining through. You mentioned that she's gotten a start, 35 from 27 deliveries. It's an opportunity for her to say, I'm going to bat and take the team home. Right? Can't leave it to the other players in the pavilion who may not have as much experience as her. So that's going to be critical, not only in this game, but in the tournament on a whole and moving forward. As Homer is driving this one, and a bit of a misfield again, so a bit of a sloppy cricket from the St. Lucians at this time, affording the opportunity there for a second. Not something that we are used to seeing from them, but that's what pressure does at times in the field. And it's the end of the 7th over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they brought up their 50 as well, so 50 for 1. It's currently scoring at 7.14 runs per over, just requiring 5.23, so 68 required from 13 overs, 78 deliveries. Not a lot of pressure in terms of scoreboard pressure, but it's going to be important that the vice captain here and Homer form somewhat of a partnership to make things easier for the team on a whole.
As you said earlier on, Osnet, that communication will be key between the two batters out there, because as you say, you don't want to leave it to anyone in the hut to come and finish it. You're there, you stay there, and you finish it. You bring it home for the team.
It's going to be Joseph, so another change of bowling, and we're seeing a stark contrast to what we saw when the Vincentians were bowling in terms of the St. Lucian team seem to have a bit more slow bowling options, and they've been forced to utilize them quite early as well in the piece. Even in the power play, we saw Zeta bowling a couple of overs in the power play, so they have to utilize their resources in a way that would benefit them. At this point in time, I think wickets is the order of the day. And the next best thing, if you're not taking wickets, is keeping the scoring rate at a minimum. So it's Joseph, a loopy delivery there outside the off stump. Wide signal by umpire Belingi. It's not the best of starts there from Joseph. Score moves up to 51 for 1. Joseph again, a flighted delivery and a very good shot again through the offside. Should challenge a boundary. And James, very mobile as well. And she just limits the batters to 2 runs. So that's the bigger side of the boundary on that occasion. And perhaps not timing it as well as she would like Glasgow. But very good signs from her so far in this innings.
Yeah, she's doing well, very, very well, and she's taking the team, as I said before, that she's taking the team on her shoulder. As the vice captain, she should definitely lead from the front.
It's a good delivery outside the off stump, a bit of bounce. A reasonably tall player is Joseph, Krishna Joseph. So she will get a bit of bounce, a high arm action as well. This time again, a bit of tone, a bit of bounce, but well played by Glasgow. Should be able to come back for a second, will she? No, she's not going to take the chance on that occasion. So a single. It's Crafton on that occasion. I think she was quite mindful that Crafton is perhaps one of the better fielders and a very good arm as well. So that's also part of batting, understanding the fielders. And the total moves up to 53 for 1 into over number 8. It's a very good start here from the Vincentian team in terms of the response. Remember, they are the defending champions as well, so they will want to defend their title on their home ground. Change of field. That offside field is being fortified to some extent. Fielder there at deep point coming up to backward point region. Homer is punching this one down the ground. So that will give her a bit of confidence. Hasn't been able to find the middle of her bat with any sort of regularity in this inning so far, Homer. But it's the partnership that is important. Total moves up to 55 for 1.
So if you're just joining us, we are coming live, broadcasting live from Arnos Vale playing field. You're witnessing the match between St. Lucia Women's and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent and the Grenadines are chasing 118 for victory, with the score now 155 for the loss of 1 wicket in 7.5 overs. St. Vincent need 63 from 73 balls.
Delivery again a bit flatter. Joseph looking to steal a single on the onside, but wasn't able to do so successfully. So it's the end of a tidy over there from Joseph, conceding 5 runs. And at the end of the 8th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing 118 for victory. They are 55 for 1. Yes, 55 for 1 in game 1 of this tournament. Partnership so far of 29 runs between these two. The bulk of the scoring has gone to Glasgow, but as we mentioned before, Homer's contribution is very important as well. 6 from 13 deliveries, but just staying there and batting with your vice captain, that is just as important.
Well, also, as that it's important to rotate the strike as well, not just sit there and bat and soak up that ball. It's important to rotate the strike.
I think that's a challenge for a lot of our players, whether male or female, in terms of getting the ball into the gaps. Something I think that they are quite conscious of, but it's just the execution at times is a challenge. That occasion, looking to punch that one through the offside, a bit of whiff off on that occasion from Cherry. The 2 off spinners in operation, both of them similar build, quite tall. This one again, an appeal, and she's gone. A quite innocuous shot, it must be said. Delivery on the line of the off stump. There was Homer, not really going across as such, getting close to that delivery, just flaying her bat at that one and getting an outside edge. And a very good catch there from the wicket keeper. So a second wicket goes, and it's the wicket of Homer. She goes for 6. The Vincentian team, they are now 55 for the loss of 2.
Well, as I said earlier and before, the foot movement is not there. If you notice, she stand right on her middle stump and just swung the bat. And never ever even take a step across, cover that delivery that was moving away from her.
So look at the replay again. It's pretty stagnant. That's what my co-commentator just alluded to. Pretty stagnant on the crease there, Homer. Just trying to use her hands, but on that occasion, just getting the outer portion of the bat. And a very good catch there from the wicketkeeper, Edward, who seemed to be quite efficient behind his stumps as well. Did well with the bat. Very good opening partnership, and now we're seeing the best of her as a wicketkeeper for the St. Lucian team. So another breakthrough for them they'll be very content and very motivated by that breakthrough. They'll be hoping that they can continue to put pressure on the Vincentian batting lineup, and hopefully they'll be able to make these remaining 63 runs as difficult as possible for the Vincentian team, as we see Crease, Dinella Crease, making our way to the middle. Glasgow, she's still there. 38 from 32 deliveries. Just need another partnership again. This one is a short of a length delivery, and there was Crease looking to swing that one, forced delivery. All's well that ends well for her. And not sure if somewhat of an injury there for the wicketkeeper is looking at it. A bit of an outside edge as well. So an opportunity, a difficult one though. As we look at it again, delivery on the line of the off stump, there was Crease. Yes, a bit of an outside edge, and that's a rather difficult chance there, Rajiv.
What I would definitely love again, I've been saying that all since I sat here in this chair, what I would love to see is foot movements from the batters. There's no need for you to be stretching. Use the foot, but hit every ball on its merit, and it's very, very important. So if there's a ball on the line of the fifth, sixth stump, just move across a bit. You take your center stump guard, but you could shift yourself towards the line of the ball.
A flighted delivery again. So it's been shots galore so far from Crease, but she's still on north. Seems to be the type of player that like to take the positive approach. Not sure that's the best way to go, given the fact that you have your vice captain at the other end. It was look quite comfortable so far, 38 from 32. So interesting to see how the next two deliveries go. Oh, she's looking to just come forward on that occasion, perhaps listening to us up down there. Change of approach. And it's the end of the over. At the end of it, successful one there for Cherry and the Vincentian team. They are 55 for 2, chasing 118 for victory.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines need a 63 from 66 deliveries. Glasgow on 38 from 32. Crease is 0 from 4 deliveries.
So the spinners looking to pull things back here for the St. Lucian team. Last over being a wicket maiden from Cherry. 2 overs so far, 1 for 9. So this period is very important. That period between the power play and those death overs are always going to be critical in terms of looking to score at a reasonable rate. As we mentioned before, not a lot of scoreboard pressure at the moment for the Vincentian team. That required run rate still just around 5.7 runs per over. So singles can still win the game for them. It's just a matter of being selective in terms of the shots that they're playing against whichever bowler they choose to do so.
It's Joseph to Glasgow. Dropped on the pad. Appeal. It's important once again for Glasgow to actually bat deep, as I said before, because we can see a slide here as St. Lucia has slide in their innings as well, with having an opening partnership of 60 and would have lost a cluster of wickets for not much.
Yeah, 9 for 57. They lost in their first innings. And we've seen again a bit of bungs. We spoke about the bungs that both of these off spinners are able to extract from the wicket. Glasgow not able to get any sort of connection on that one, as this one is punched down the ground. Good batting, type of batting we spoken about. Difficult there for that second run. I'm not sure Crease is the most mobile of cricketers, so it's important that Glasgow, she's mindful of that as well. That's what batting in partnership is all about, knowing the capabilities of your partner. I'm sure with a quicker runner, perhaps Homer might have been able to get a second on put a bit more pressure on the fielder there. 56 for 2. Crease. Still yet to get off the mark. He's played quite a few shots so far in those 4 deliveries. Let's see how she goes now to Joseph as we look at a change in the field. Another fielder coming on to that leg side. It's a square leg, a short mid wicket. A straightish mid wicket as well, as Crease is swinging for the fences. Baseball style on that occasion, missing it completely. It's not the best of starts, I would say, from Crease, coming in at number 4, given the state of the game. Once again, swinging across the line. So, I'm sure our partner and vice captain will have quite a few words to say to her in terms of how to go about just building our innings. This one is a swing again down the leg side. Difficult take there for Edward, allowing the opportunity for a single. High signal there by umpire Bilinji. Total moves up to 57 for 1 as we look at that replay again. Quite fortunate there, the bowler, not to concede a wide on that occasion. As we are seeing the end of the 10th over, I think it's actually an opportunity for some refreshments for the players. And at the end of the 10th over, halfway stage, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they are 57 for 2. They are chasing 118 for victory here. What we'll do now, we'll take a short break and we'll return with live action in a couple of minutes' time.
Well, welcome back to Arnos playing field in the first game in this Windward Islands T20 tournament, women's tournament. St. Lucia versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we are here locked in battle between these two teams. St. Vincent needing another 61 from another basically 59 deliveries. They are 57 for 2. I'm here with Asnet Kato. Asnet, how has been the action so far?
I think it's quite competitive, both teams' innings, as this one is swung over mid-wicket, but not timing it as well as she would like the crease, but gets 2 runs. So for the first time, we're seeing her making some sort of connection. She's been swinging for the fences so far. And on that occasion, 2 runs added to the total is of 59 for 2. So like I was saying, it's a very competitive game so far. Both innings going along a similar path in terms of partnerships at the top of the order. But it's the middle order that is going to be critical now for both of these teams. For the Vincentian team, that is.
See how strong your middle is. It's very important when it comes to your team. This one is open face down to third man. She picks up another single. That is Crease. She have gotten now 3 from about 10 deliveries. What is the plan here with Crease? I'm not too sure. Probably get a few over the boundary, ease the pressure of the lower batters, and propel St. Vincent forward. But they are 58 for 2. Have a little way to go still. But Janella is there. She's not out on 39 from 35. Doing a pretty good job for her team. St. Lucia and St. Vincent. The Saints are in battle here at Arnesville. First game. Windward Islands T20 Women's Tournament. Everybody decked out in their national colors. As is Cherry. Over the wicket. This one is hit back over her head. Down to the fence for 4. Good shot there by Janella Glasgow. 4 welcoming runs here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
She continues to impress Janella, timing the ball beautifully, this time down the ground. We have seen quite a few shots through the offside. But on that occasion, just extending her arms, timing it well enough to evade the fielder there long on into the fence for 4. And it's something we spoke about off air in terms of the approach from the Vincentian team from now on would be to get as much strike as possible to Glasgow, because she's one of those players that can get the boundaries consistently.
Well, Janella Glasgow is key to St. Vincent winning this game. It's very important that she carry her bat through the innings. She's on 39 from 35. Pretty good start here. They are depending on her heavily in this tournament to produce the goods. She has done so thus far. And it's 59 for 2. 43 from 37. Creases 3 from 10. This one is hit high and hard. It's gone the distance. 6 more runs to Crease. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines marches on here in this, the 11th over. 6 to Glasgow. She moves up now to 49 from 38. The Lisa Crease is with her. She's 3 from 10. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines have marched on to 70 for 2. What's a good finish that is to the over?
A very positive end to that over there from Janella Glasgow. Just being offered the opportunity on a couple of occasions from Cherry, to free her arms, and that she did. That last one going over the fielder there long on. For a moment, I'm sure her heart would have been in her mouth. But thankfully for her, timing it just enough to evade that fielder. So she gets another boundary and she moves up to 49 from 38 deliveries. St. Vincent women, they are 70 for 2. 11 overs completed.
Well, Joseph, none for 6 from 2. St. Lucia women at the crease 118 in their 20 overs. They lost 9 wickets in that effort. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines in reply, they are 70 for 2. They need another. I'll do the maths in a bit as we continue here. Right arm off spinner. So it hits in the air. Would somebody get it? Joseph is under it. A catch is taken. She was swinging for the stands. It's only a matter of time. And she has gone back to the pavilion. Caught Crease. Caught. I think that's stocky lady from St. Lucia. Alexander. And St. Vincent have lost wicket number 3. Not the best way to go.
Yes, not the best of innings there from crease. It's clear that it was an experiment that they would have embarked on to have her come in and perhaps up the ante a bit. But as we were speaking about offline, it was not really necessary that type of innings at this point in time, given the fact that we have a set batter in the form of Glasgow at the other end. So our role should have perhaps been to just look to walk the ball into the gaps, give as much strike as possible to Glasgow, who has been there from the beginning, who has gotten used to conditions and who are playing quite brilliantly. So it was not the best of options there from the Vincentian team, but hopefully it will not be detrimental to their progress towards a victory here this afternoon.
Well, Byron comes in to join Glasgow. The 2 opening bowlers are now in the middle. Better of the 2, Glasgow and Byron. So they have the ability to bat as well, which goes well for the cricket and their cricket as well. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 70 for 3. It is Joseph with the ball in her hands. Good start. She's just bowling that ball just on the off. Somebody sneak a single, could be trouble here. Oh my God, misses. If that had hit, Byron would have been in trouble.
Previously, we spoke about, my co-commentator Rajiv and I, we spoke about the communication, how important it is that Janela actually communicates with her partner in terms of getting these singles, because we all know her ability to run quickly between the wickets, but she has to be mindful that her partner has to be aware of the situation as well. On that occasion, Byron, just a forward defensive, she had no intentions at all to really take a single, but there was Janela pressuring her to take the single. In the end, a direct hit would have led to another wicket. So it's important that both of these players speak in terms of how they're going to operate in terms of taking these singles. We don't want another run out. We saw the run out of Zeta James proving to be detrimental to the progress of the St. Lucian team. We don't want a repeat of that in terms of Janela Glasgow, given how well she has played so far.
Yeah, indeed. St. Vincent would not want that at this time. She's on 49. Looking to get to that milestone of 50 in the first game. What a milestone. It's outside the awesome. She punches it through cover. She would get that 50. She's running slowly. Would it get to the fence? Yes, it does. 4 more runs and 50 runs to Janela Glasgow. Well played. She played some lovely shots in that innings. So congratulations to her first half century in this tournament. What a knot that is for St. Vincent.
Very good 50 there from Glasgow. We spoke about some little chinks in her technique earlier on, but what she has been able to do is time the ball quite well, use her hands whenever she's been given the opportunity to do so. So the St. Lucian team, they'll be hoping that they can break this partnership as quickly as possible. The Vincentian team, they'll be hoping for more of the same from Glasgow.
This one is a straighter delivery. She's looking to turn into mid-wicket. Wasn't successful in getting that single, but turning it to mid-wicket she did. And 75 for 3. I think if she's there for the next 4 or 5 overs, this game may be over in a jiffy. The way she's going. This one is cut again. Backward point. Brilliant feeling. Misfielded it at the end, but she did some good work to start the proceedings. This camper single. And the score moves up now to 76 for 3.
Another opportunity there for a run out for the St. Lucian team. I think they have to be mindful as well in terms of what is going on. Glasgow seemed to be very adamant that she needs as much of the strike as possible, and she seemed to be wanting to risk a bit too much if you're a Vincentian supporter in terms of getting that single. So the St. Lucian team has to be mindful of that and perhaps look to take that opportunity whenever it presents itself.
Whenever you see something like this, Asnet, is that the 2 fast bowlers are in the crease. When you have lost 3 wickets, it tells you the depth of the batting for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That is something you have to look at. And to see Janela trying to get the majority of strike, it tells me another story as well.
On the other side of the coin, you can clearly see that perhaps these two are very good batters, and they're just being given the opportunity to bat as much as possible. It's 20 overs. So maybe the coach and management team that feel that perhaps at this point of the innings, these are perhaps the 2 best players we need in the middle at this time. So whilst I appreciate your point, and perhaps you know more than me, Kenroy, you have been with among these players a bit more, we can also appreciate the fact that perhaps they are two very good all-rounders.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's actually the latter.
Probably a Jack Callis and a Pollock, the crease. Well, it's two countrymen, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They were two very good all-rounders for South Africa. So probably the likes of a Jack Callis and Sean Pollock at the crease. But it left a lot to think about. When you're having two fast bowlers in the middle of your innings batting. Janella, we know she's very good with the bat. She's an excellent all-rounder. And there you have our partner with her, Byron, who's partnering with her bowling and batting.
Both of them are also from the northeasterly side of the island. So I'm sure they will know each other quite well. A lot of support online as well for these players.
Time she's punching it to covers. Straight to the fielder. She's on the ring. We're into over number 12 it is? 13. Over number 13. 76 for 3. Left arm outside the off stump. That one seems to go the other way.
It was dragged down to some extent. I think Glasgow will be quite disappointed that she wasn't able to get any sort of bat on that one. The field on the offside, it's up in the circle. So any sort of connection really. And she would have gotten herself a bit of runs.
White signal by the umpire. This time she's hitting it lovely through covers. She's gone for one. Would you chance a second? No. So another run to Glasgow. Yeah, she struck that sweetly down the ground. And really, she's doing well for St. Vincent. 78 for 3.
I think that's a shot we have seen quite a bit of today from Glasgow. Just coming on to the front foot and just caressing it really through the offside. We spoke about whenever she's not trying to hit the ball too hard, she has really timed the ball well. And I'm sure she'll be quite mindful of that.
This one is a good delivery outside here of something to the keeper's glove. That one pitched and held its own and into the keeper's glove.
Brilliant again from James. She's been the pick of the bowler so far for the St. Lucian team. Into a third over, the 1 for 10, also bowler main over. He's really been able to get a bit of purchase off the wicket.
Well, ball again. I thought that the Bills went off the stumps there. My eyes are fooling me, probably at age, Alan. Probably. Thought she had hit the top of the stumps, but very good bowling here by James. Yeah, excellent bowling. 78 for 3. As you were saying, continue. How's that?
I was saying that Zayda has actually been the pick of the bowlers. She's been able to change her pace quite well, and I think her lines has been immaculate, and she's also been able to get the ball to turn away from the right-handers. So they'll be looking for her to make some more breakthroughs, as this one is a big slug, as they would say, from Byron. Perhaps a bit of frustration that she hasn't been able to get the ball off the square consistently as she would like. So it's the end of another over, end of the 13th over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing a total of 118. They're 78 for 3.
Well, she shouldn't be frustrated, really. She should be looking to support our senior partner. That is Glasgow. She's unbeaten on 55 from 43. Our role is just to support her and play the supporting role. So she shouldn't be frustrated. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, pretty good position, 78 for 3. It's all up to them to get to that another 40 runs. But as you said, cricket is not over until the fat lady sings.
I was just about to mention that in terms of, I don't think the Vincentian team will want the game to go into the last over. I mean, if you're victorious in the end, then you'll welcome that sort of victory. But 40 from 42 in a tournament like this, it's always a bit tricky. Given what we've seen so far, the wicket of Glasgow is priceless. As this one is down the leg side, not the best of starts from Joseph into a final over. And she's coming back for second is Glasgow, and she'll make it quite comfortably in the end. Very brisk within the wicket, fit young lady as well.
Yeah, that's something that comes with her as well, Glasgow. She's a pretty fit young lady. She runs hard, she plays her cricket hard, and she gives it all when she hits a playing field. So 81 for 3.
As I was also saying, Martin, wicket here now of Grenada Glasgow to really tilt the balance a bit into the St. Lucians' favour to some extent, because they will now feel a bit more motivated, given the fact that she has basically scored the bulk of the runs so far, almost 60% of the runs. This one again is down the leg side. We're not going to put pressure on the Vincentian batters by bowling those sort of lines and lengths. Joseph into a final over. She's been quite tidy so far. 1 for 15, but 2 deliveries into this over. A couple of extras being conceded.
Yeah, not as consistent as she would like to be. It's Joseph stirring down the leg, giving away just about 5 extras in the last 2 deliveries. This one is flighted nicely. Glasgow had to check that shot. Was looking to go over the top, but it very nicely looped. She had was to check it and say, I can't go over the top, I need to stroke it on the ground. Again, lovely delivery. I love the air, the trajectory. Teasing ball that is.
Yeah, very good bowling. That's what we've seen from her so far. Joseph, her ability to change her lengths and the pace at which she bowls at, that's been very exemplary from her so far. On that occasion again, Glasgow winding up for that big shot through the offside, but such was the deceit offered there by Joseph. Just had to check her shot into the offside, but thankfully for her and the Vincentian team, they were able to get a single as well.
Joseph just a little bit shorter on this occasion. Punch to covers. Another dot delivery. She has bowled 3.3 overs, 17 runs, 1 wicket.
I think Byron here looking a bit jittery. Kenroy hasn't been able to score as quickly, as fluently, but she's under no pressure really. Just need to stay there and form a partnership. And just as I say that, we're seeing that big shot again coming out. But thankfully for her, was able to evade the bowler on that occasion. So she's up to 2 from 8 deliveries. Score is now 84 for 3.
Well, 14 overs. You're heading up to 14 overs. 13.4 have been bowled. And something I've seen in the game so far, we are not playing situations. We're not playing situations, we're just playing cricket. What does it call for at this time between the 2 batters? What the bowlers have to do now, that is what is required of you. We are not seeing that coming from the cricket, really. You have to play situations. Sometimes you have plans, yes, it fall through. So you have to play based on the situation which is occurring. Another good delivery by Joseph to finish things here off. And after 14 overs, it's 84 for 3. St. Vincent and the Grenadines in pursuit of 119. They are 84 for 3. How's that?
A brilliant spell there from Joseph. I'm sure she would have liked to have something a bit more in the final column, the wickets column, but 4 overs, 1 for 18. Not a bad effort from her. I think she was able to control the scoring rate to some extent. Bit of turn, a bit of bounce as well. So certainly a very good spell there. I'm sure Captain James will be quite pleased with that effort. But as you mentioned before, 34 from 36 deliveries, so 6 overs for 34 runs. The Vincentian team. Not a lot of pressure in terms of the required run rate. Just around 5.67 runs per over. But as we mentioned, given the level of play in this tournament, it's always going to be somewhat of a bit of a challenge. It's a challenge that I'm sure Glasgow will be relishing, given our exploits at the highest level. But Byron it is to face up to the new bowler. Just waiting on confirmation in terms of that bowler coming from the Ole Potent.
Natalia.
Philip.
This one is turned sweetly down to fine leg. Would it get to the fence? It's getting close. She's bound for 1. She's coming back for 2. He seems to be in a little bit of pain there. Not totally comfortable with 2 more runs, but well played by her.
I think that's Selena Ross, the left arm seamer. started proceedings. Very impressive in her first spell. Maybe a bit of cramp there creeping in. But a delivery on the line of the leg stump, and Glasgow was able to walk that one neatly down to fine leg. 2 more runs added to the total. I'm sure that will give her a bit of confidence in her innings.
86 for 3. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Lucia. Wide ball outside the off stump. Count another run. Put that on the board. Doesn't matter how they come here. Another 32 from 5.5 deliveries over Surrey. So
I think the captain here will need her seamers to come back and give a good spell. We saw that from the Vincentian seamers. They don't have the best of starts, but in the back end of the innings, they were able to get a bit more consistency. The likes of Hooper, Glasgow, and even Byron. They were able to find their lines and their lengths with the older ball. So I'm sure Captain James here will be looking for something similar from her seamers, given the fact that her spinners would have already utilized their quota of overs.
yeah. So back to the seamers. Hoping for something from them. St. Lucians. This one is Ken wide outside the off stump, finding it difficult to find that error on the wicket, which is required to be bowled here. So giving away some extra runs and some extra deliveries to be bowled for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Not what the doctor would order for the St. Lucia team at this time, giving away extras, 3 runs as they would say. Just getting its scoreboard ticking up to 88 for free. Need a further 30 runs in 35 deliveries. I'm sure we'll see the likes of Ross and Crafton back into the attack at some point in time. Quite surprised that they would have introduced Philip at this point in time.
This one is hit over the head of the bowler, not hitting it cleanly, but slow as well, but dropping short of that fielder who's on the long on boundary. Had no chance of catching it though. Another run goes up now to 89, brings Glasgow on strike.
Yes, as I was saying, I was saying that quite surprised that they didn't elect for perhaps a Ross or a Crafton to come back at this particular stage, given the fact that the importance of the wicket of Glasgow. I think we saw Ross earlier getting the ball to move away, caused a bit of problems for Glasgow as well. With the new ball, not sure she will get the same type of movement with the old ball, but I'm just thinking that from a captain perspective, he might have wanted to utilize that option against Glasgow.
I agree with you there, trying to get amongst the wickets, trying to get Glasgow out, put the pressure on the lower end of St. Vincent and the Grenadines batting. That would be nice. This one is swung to square leg. 1, 2, 3 bounce into the fence for 4. And Glasgow continues to bat with purpose here at Arnosville. She moves up now to 60. 60 from 48 deliveries. And really a good showing here by Glasgow so far.
That's been the impressive thing about Janelia in this particular innings. Whenever the opportunity presents itself, she has been able to pounce. And she has timed the ball beautifully through the offside and also through the onside at occasion, or delivery on the line of the leg stump. Just swiveling really and hitting it over deep square leg into the fence for 4. So she continues to be... Oh, and she's bold. Just as I was singing her praises there, Janelia Glasgow, somewhat of a brain failure, I would say, running down the track and missing it completely. But that doesn't take away from what has been a brilliant effort from her. 60 from 49 deliveries, but a wicket coming there at a very crucial time for the St. Lucia team. And the Vincentian team, I'm sure they will be very disappointed that their vice captain would have really taken that option and losing a wicket at this particular stage.
Well, I'm thinking now that this game would have a different spin on it. Just another 25 runs, yes, 25 runs, but you have lost your premier batter, that of Janelia Glasgow, for 60. She played a pretty decent innings, but the way she got out left much to be desired, to be honest. At the stage of the game here, you should have been carrying your bat to the innings and making sure that your team comes home victorious. Unfortunately, as you said, probably a brain freeze. Everything stopped working, and she went and really had a hoo-ha that delivery. She was bold, and St. Vincent have lost wicket number 4 for 93. And that brings to the crease, not too sure of the persons yet. I think it's a lady from the leeward. Mackie, yes. From the leeward end.
Just going back to what we were speaking about earlier, we were talking about the option utilized at this point from the captain. We were saying perhaps Ross would have been a better option, but Phillips have proven to us that she was the option for this. But given, albeit not the best of shots from Grenada Glasgow at that point in time, but she has given our captain a big breakthrough, and I'm sure the St. Lucians will be looking to pounce on that particular opening, as they would say. And the Vincent team will look into just form another partnership at this point in time.
This one is a first delivery up. Maki missing it completely into the keeper's glove. I'm thinking that this game going to be a little bit different, as net. I'm just smelling it. Smelling the coffee around the table here. Things doesn't look the same without Grenada Glasgow in the crease for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Philip continues to bowl here for St. Lucia. She has 1 for 9. This one is a wide delivery down the leg side.
Bit inconsistent is Philip. She had the big wicket of Glasgow, as we mentioned earlier, but she hasn't been able to string any sort of deliveries consistently together. A couple of wides as well. Conceded a boundary all up in the over. So I'm thinking that our captain would be looking for her to finish on a good note. 1 delivery remaining in this over.
Philip, outside the awesome, she's smashing that 2 covers. Well fielded there, had some power on it, but it was stopped in the covers there, and that brings you over to an end. And after 15 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 94 for 4. We have lost Grenada Glasgow for 60, and the 2 at the crease are Byron and Maki. Maki yet to score. Byron is on 5 from 10. They need another 24 from 30 deliveries.
Both of these players will be looking to form a partnership and take the Vincentian team home. Mentioned before, the St. Lucia team, very competitive. Haven't been their best day in the field in terms of their ground feeling. We saw a couple of difficult chances as well going down. But they'll be looking to put as much pressure as possible on these 2 players. They'll know for sure that the Vincentian back end of their innings in terms of the batting order, perhaps not the most potent. So we're seeing the likes of Ross being reintroduced this time around from the Beckway end. We saw her opening proceedings from the Ole Port end. And it's someone who we have been speaking about and calling for in the last over. And now we're seeing her a bit belatedly. But it's going to be a crucial 2 overs from her to finish off proceedings.
Yes, I'm seeing the game going in a different direction once she gets it right. But the batters from St. Vincent and the Grenadines would have to deny her of changing the course of the game. Left to be seen as she bowls her first delivery in her second spell. Oh, that's a good delivery outside the awesome part. Dot delivery, precious delivery to start proceedings.
Yes, it's always good to have a left arm option in your bowling attack, and I think that's what is very impressive about the St. Lucia bowling. They have the likes of Crafton as well. Zayda James, a slow left arm option. There's a bit of variety to the attack. And then you get down to the lower half of any batting order, variety is always critical.
This one is swung out to mid-wicket. Full delivery. She's gone for 1. She's calling for 2. A good feeling from that field on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Show comes in to the field at mid-wicket, who does the feeling. Goes up by 1. 96 it is. 95 for 4. Byron 6 from 12. Maki yet to score 2 deliveries.
Byron,
Lead 23 from 28.
Byron perhaps not having the power of her counterparts. Looking to hit the ball quite hard, but not timing it as well as she would like. At least not so far.
Oh, wide deliveries. I think St. Lucia are going to shoot themselves in the foot here if they continue doing the things that they are doing.
Yes.
So
extras has been a problem for both sides. When you're defending such a small total, you want to limit the number of extras you give to the opposition. And so far, the St. Lucian team, they haven't been able to do such.
Oh, this one is hitting the outer portion of the bat. The keeper doesn't take it cleanly. Chance for a run out as well. Not too sure if that would have been a catch.
Let's look at the replay. Bit of movement. Yes, it was
Yes,
an
it is.
outside edge. And we praise the effort of Edward earlier on in terms of a wicket keeping, but that was not the best of effort. He was traveling as well, but Justin wasn't able to get both hands to it. Bit of movement away, and that left hand of hers, Edward, not strong enough. And chance go a big in here for the St. Lucian team.
Well, a chance that they wanted to create, a chance that they wanted to take, but they have left it. It's gone up begging. 95, 96 for 4. Sorry, 97 for 4. Into over number 16. This time it's outside the yard stump, a swing and a miss there by Byron.
Just looking back at that drop chance, I think she was quite close. I think what we've seen so far is the wicket is a very good wicket. A lot of bounce and carry. We haven't seen a lot of deliveries dying on their way to the wicket keeper. As the wicket keeper, perhaps you could give yourself a bit more room. If she was back a bit, she actually stepped forward before the delivery was actually delivered. So that in itself presented a challenge in terms of the weight of the edge and the way in which, the speed at which it traveled. Big chance there for the St. Lucia team.
This one is a full delivery, squeeze it out for a single. I guess you're talking now about when a wicket keeper's in no man's land, whether forward or back, you're in that area where it's uncertain whether the ball would come quickly or would it keep down to your toes. No man's land. It's a difficult place to be. So it's one of those decisions you have to make, whether you want to be up or you want to be back. She was in no man's land there, and I think the pace of the ball caught her. This one is choked nicely down to mid-off. Calls for a single. Mackie gets a single. She's off the mark.
I think that's good cricket. That's actually smart cricket from the Vincentian team. We saw Byron earlier on in the over, just pushing the ball into the covers, getting a single. There again, Mackie punching the ball to mid-off and right away setting off for a single. So they're still within that zone the way they can afford to play those sort of shots. It's 20 from 24 deliveries. So less than a run a ball. There's really no need for you to be searching for that big boundary earlier on in the over. Just a matter of walking the ball into the gaps. And the extras, we have seen that the St. Lucians are quite ill-disciplined in terms of their extras. So all of that will add up in terms of the total. It's 98 for 4.
Well, be patient. Wait for the bad deliveries. Would Mackie do that? Would Byron do that? She's 7 from 15 and Mackie is 1 from 3. St. Vincent and the Grenadines needs another 20, sorry. Current run rate is 6.13 and they're required to score at 5. 20 runs from 24 deliveries. You're looking at St. Lucia versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The first game in this Windward Islands tournament, as we describe the bowling of the St. Lucians so far. That one just rushing into the pads of Mackie. It's Mackie who's on strike. So a dot delivery to start proceedings. This one is outside the arm, a swing and a miss. Not a precious delivery.
I think the general tendency from Mackie is to go for that big shot. But we saw in the last delivery of the previous over, she's able to come onto the front foot and push the ball into the gap. I'm thinking that should be the mode of apparatus for her in this particular period. But anytime she sees a delivery within her arc, I guess her eyes gets lit up, as they would say.
Well, she needs to make connection to that ball as well. If you want to get to that 217 again outside the off stump, good delivery into the keeper's glove. Golden delivery again.
Crafton getting that delivery to move away from the left hand on that occasion, a bit of movement. Spoke about the importance of these two, Ross in the previous over and Crafton. I think their spells are going to be critical to the outcome of this game. Into her third over is Crafton. But it's short of a length and missing it completely. I think the issue with Maki here is that she's leg side of the delivery. So anything outside the off stump is going to be difficult for her to get any sort of bat on it. As long as she stays leg side of these deliveries, it's going to be difficult, especially if Crafton is able to get any sort of movement away from the left-hander.
Seems as though she's just waiting for that delivery to be pitched up. Like that. She's driving it through covers. It's going close to the fence. She's gone for one. She's back for two. So I just spoke about it. She's waiting for that delivery to be in the driver's zone. And she played it sweetly through covers.
Living quite dangerous. Yes, living quite dangerously here is Maki. That delivery punched uppishly. The fielder there at cover going to her left. Not able to get anywhere close to it.
Discipline continues for the bowling of St. Lucia. Wide delivery down the leg side.
I think Crafton there is trying to ask the umpire why is it he's calling a wide, given the fact that perhaps there was some sort of inward movement there from Maki.
She pulled inside and left the ball along the leg side. But the umpire has the final say. It's 102 for 4. This one is short, lifting delivery. That brings you over to an end. Tantimore in the oval. Here she comes.
It's been an eventful last couple of overs. And I'm sure it's going to be that way as well in the next 3 overs or so. 3 overs, the Vincentian team, they need 16 runs.
18 deliveries.
To win this game. So look at that replay again. That one was quite high. But in the end, the umpires deemed it to be within the legal stipulations. So it's the end of the 17th over. St. Vincent women, they're 102 for 4. They're chasing a total of 118. So definitely a close finish here in game number 1 of the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship here at the Arnos Vale Sporting Complex.
This is a very critical over in the context of this game. This over that is going to be bowled here, it's a very critical over. This will determine which way the game goes, is my opinion. This over. So, good start here. Trying to whack it over mid-wicket. Didn't connect. A dot delivery.
I think a better option here for Byron would be to go through the offside. If you look at the offside field, there's no one back on the sweeper boundary. And with the left armer coming over the wicket, the natural angle would be going across the right hander.
So Ross continues, none for 19. Final over for her. Good outside the off stump. No signal from the umpire.
I think that one would be quite close.
Yeah, teasing.
In the end, the umpire giving the bowler the benefit of the doubt. So not a dot delivery, 2 dot deliveries to start this over. With the pressure mounting here on the Vincentians.
Yes, 5.88 current. You have to run rate of 6. So, told you this game was going to a twist. Ross again. This time she's driving it down to the ground for a single. Actually driving it on the up. Gets a single there. Score moves up by 1.
Well, that's all they need really, Kenroy. Run a ball and they win this game. Just a matter of keeping the wickets in hand and avoiding any sort of dot deliveries. Easier said than done.
Very much so.
You know, you've been there a lot of times.
Very much so. It's a situation. As I said earlier, it's a situation of the game that you need to be playing with. And not just ball and bat. Requires another 15 runs. This one, she's hitting it in the air. Flew over, backward point. She's gone for 1. And she's back for 2. So, fortunately for her, hit the outer portion of the bat, flew over backward point, and she gets 2 more runs. That's the kind of luck you need in this game.
Well, it's been an innings of all sorts really from Maki so far. She's been dropped a couple of occasions have just managed to evade the fielders. So I'm sure she'll be thinking that today is her day. And she's just hoping that she can time one of these deliveries because we know she has the power. As long as she's able to time one of these deliveries, then this ground is not big enough.
Well, Mackie taps away and Ross runs away from us. She's not ready for this delivery. Dead ball signal by the umpire. It's 105 for 4. Current run rate 5.94. Required run rate 5.4. Need 13 runs from 14 balls. Who would have thought would have gotten to this position? Loss of Janelle Glasgow. This one is pitched up. She's driving it to short extra cover. That's a good delivery.
Not a good delivery again. She continues to impress Selena Ross. Started out from the old airport end with the new ball. Got a bit of swing, a bit of movement. Caused some problems over there for a couple of the openers. And into her second spell, we've seen that she's been able to come from the opposite end now. Not getting as much movement as before, but just her lines and lengths really has been immaculate.
Again, this one is hit in the air. Will it get all the way? Yes, it goes. Mackie connects. And it flew over the boundary at mid-on for 6.
Well, I mentioned earlier, as long as Mackie is able to time one of these deliveries, then this ground is definitely not big enough. On that occasion, Ross just missing on length, just bowling that one right into the slot. And there was Mackie using all of that muscle, all of that power, and getting that one over long on for a massive 6. Perhaps a game-changing 6, it must be said.
Well, it was in her zone. And she smashed it over mid-on, as you see in the replay. And it flew over the fence for 6. As I said earlier, this over would be very decisive over. And really and truly, I think that swung in the way of the Vincentians.
7 runs from 2 overs. You would definitely back the batting team from here on. But we've seen stranger things happening on a cricket field.
I tell you, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. So, Ross finished with none for 28 from 4. Mackie has smashed 12 from 13, and her partner Byron is there, have 8 from 17. And St. Lucia women, when they were centre back, they got 118 in their 20 overs. They lost 9 wickets. We are now at the point where just another 12 deliveries to go. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines needs another 7 runs with wickets in hand. 6.
It's going to be Captain James. The last throw of the dice, as they would say. Just bowled brilliantly. 3 overs, 1 for 10. It's really caused a lot of problems for the Vincentian batters. Should be hoping for more of the same this final over.
Squeezes out to suit trouble here. This could be trouble. Oh, I think she threw at the wrong end. But a single was sneaked between these two.
A bit suicidal, it must be said, but in the end, managing to make it to the opposite end there was Byron. A bit of hesitancy. Not the best of throws. And in the end, they're not able to effect that run out. But as you mentioned, a better throw to the opposite end was perhaps the way to go. To Mackie's end.
She gave up, actually. And then she saw the ball on the other end. She starts scampering back to her crease. But fortune favored the brave.
Brave indeed. I think the thought process there was to get Mackie on strike against the left arm spinner while coming back into her. Perhaps a better option for Mackie.
So 6 from 11. Mackie's on strike. Oh, that one is beating her out through her. The keeper didn't collect. A beautiful delivery ball there. She's run for 1. She's looking for 2. She gets the 2 runs. So, waiting for the signal by the umpire. What a delivery.
Very good delivery once again. Very impressive is Zeta getting that ball to turn. One of the few spinners we have seen turn the ball today. James missing everything on that occasion. And good awareness there from Mackie as well, realizing that the fielder here perhaps not the strongest thrower, and was able to get a second run. So 4 runs required for victory.
This one is striking out on the patch. She's calling for a single. No sense in that. Mackie, let me do it. Leave it to me. Zeta James, 1 for 11. She have 3 more deliveries. Oh, what a wicket would do here. The wicket of Mackie. I want that, said Zeta James. Here we go. Flighty delivery. This one is on the leg. This gone down to the fence. It's 4 runs. That's the game. Mackie has brought it home here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She played the hand that she needed to be played, need to play. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines have won the first game here against St. Lucia. But a rather exciting game. Well played to St. Lucia as well.
A very good contest here at the start of this tournament. Mackie, as you mentioned, did what she was expected to do. A nice little cameo there, 16 from 16 deliveries. Tracy Byron, her efforts must not be understated. She also was able to form a partnership with Glasgow and Mackie as well. So partnerships doing it in the end for the Vincentian team. All around St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they won the toss, elected to bowl first, restricted the St. Lucians to 117 for 9. In response, they were able to get up to 118 for 4, winning this one by 6 wickets. A brilliant innings there from Janila Glasgow, but partnerships was the order of the day for the Vincentian team. So a very good victory for them to start this tournament, match 1 of the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship. Don't forget, coming up at 2 p.m., we have the next encounter, Dominica Women. They will play against the Grenada Women. So until then, we'll take a short break and we join you in just about 15 minutes time.
Welcome back to Arnos playing field, where we're here in the second game in a doubleheader contest here between Grenada and Dominica. So, first game this morning, St. Vincent versus St. Lucia. St. Vincent won that game, and now we are here in the afternoon with Grenada versus Dominica. Grenada has won the toss and elected to bat. We'll give you the teams in a bit. That's a first delivery. Been bowled outside the off, something to the keeper's glove. We'll give you the name of the bowler in a bit. You have that information. Alan Soon, welcome back and good evening.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Ken Roy, and good afternoon to all our viewers. For Dominica, playing today, we have... Well, let me give you the Grenada team first. We'll get back to that quickly, not shortly. Yes, for the Grenada team, we have the captain, Fletcher, leg spinner. Karina Noel, vice captain. Holly Charles, Delisha Francois, Devona Tyson, Aria Fortune, Jada Tyrrell, Janelle Charles, Cassie Williams, wicketkeeper, Rachel Williams, and Theresa Thomas. Missing out Kerisia Pascal and Shantanek Paul.
So there you have it. That's the Grenada team. Alanson, as the third delivery, is about to be bowled. Grenada versus Dominica. We are looking at the Windward Islands T20 Women's Tournament here. So on his outside here, something to the keeper's glove. Good take again by the wicket keeper. Seems to be up to the stumps. Doing a pretty good job so far. Good line and length being bowled here by the bowler coming from the airport end. One is wide outside here or something on by the umpire. Good take by the keeper. Good movements.
It's very wide, and opening bowler there must be very mindful of the breeze that is blowing on the screen from left to right. He'll take the ball further away from the left-hand batter.
This one is, the leg is coming close to the fence. They're cross for one. They're back for two. Grenada decked in their red and yellow, as usual, bright colors with green. Dominica has the yellow, has the red in the cap, fully green with some yellow inside of it. Stripe on the pan is Dominica. This time is wrapped, on the pads. On a dot delivery. It's a quiet start here by the Grenadines. And this is the second encounter for today. Had a thrilling one between St. Lucia and St. Vincent. St. Vincent coming out victorious. This one, she's trying to hit it over the top, but into the keeper's glove, right in the zone. Missed out, I think.
Yeah, I think she was just trying to hit across the line a bit too much. She would have done better to attempt to go through the offside. Was aiming around the mid-wicket long on area.
Run passes the umpire. This one is wide outside the awesome. Keeper doesn't take it cleanly this time. Wide signal by the umpire. So 2 more runs to the total. So if you have just joined us, we are into our second game for today in the Windward Islands T20 tournament. St. Lucia and St. Vincent played earlier today. Now we have Grenada and Dominica battling here at Arnos playing field in bright sunshine. Bright sunshine here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Picturesque Arnos playing field. Breeze is blowing across the grounds. See, they're fluttering the flags and so on. So it's a pretty good day. Had a very good wicket in the first game. Same wicket has been played upon. Bounce is true. Carry is true. Pretty good wicket, Alanson.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the wicket so far. I mean, lots of games still left to be played on it. the square it appears to have settled a lot from the relayed square that we had in June 2024 for the T20 World Cup. I almost said last year, but I remember that we are in 2026 now.
We have transition into a new year. This one is driven sweetly through covers. She's gone for one. Will it get to the fence? He's back for two. Seems to be Avi Fletcher there from the running. I think I could remember. Oh, I think this seems like the skipper Fletcher has opened a batting. Seems that way.
Yes, and driving that one through the covers. Senior player on the West Indies on the Windwards Islands team. Marquee player, one of the marquee players for this tournament. And taking the responsibility to open the batting in the 2020 competition for our side. Very experienced player, Fletcher.
So Grenada winning the toss and electing to bat. Dominica into a second over. Number 15 is on our back. She'll be bowling to the left-hander who's partnering Avi Fletcher out of Grenada. He's coming over the wicket. There's a short third man, a backward point. Well, a cover point. Cover, short extra cover. Mid off. Long on. So he just flicked through mid-wicket. Airishly teasing. She's looking for second. She gets the second. Just teasing the fielder this somewhat. It's really close to that fielder at mid-wicket. So 2 more runs to Grenada. This one is outside the off stump. Seems to be bowling somewhat of a medium pace, slow off spinner. Into the keeper's glove, a dot delivery. This one is just down the leg side, looking to swing it around. No contact made. This one is swept down to backward square. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounce. Yeah, back for 2. So 2 more runs to Grenada.
Yeah, let's have a look at the field to the off spinner in operation. Bowling with a 5-4 field. 5 on the off, 4 on the leg side. Deep backward square leg out and a field that long on. So looking to bowl pretty straight. He turned the ball away from straight. Oh, there's some hesitation there. But to get there in the end, I've seen a run out today already. So have to be mindful of that. Both teams as they go through this encounter.
Just to remind you that you're looking at Windwards Islands T20 Women's Tournament played here in St.Vincent and the Grenadines. This one, she's trying to muscle it through the onside. No contact being made. Rushed into the pads. That bring over number 2 to an end. So a pretty quiet start here for Grenada.
Yes, I'd rather see they'd start. 2 overs. Dominica will be pleased with the start though. But the Grenadians, they haven't really set the scoreboard alight for T20 fixture. But on the brighter side, they have not lost a wicket either. So now that both players are a bit more accustomed to the bounce and the pace of the wicket, maybe we'll see a bit more intent from them and better execution in the aggressive stroke play.
So after 2 overs, it's 14 without loss, Grenada. This one is flighted, full delivery, pulled down to square leg. She's gone for 1. She's back for 2 is Fletcher. No ball signal by the umpire, Bilinji. So there'll be a free hit on offer in the next delivery. This one is down the leg side. Another white signal by the umpire. Once she's hitting it down the ground. Slow going here between these two teams. St. Lucia and St.Vincent played earlier this morning. Pretty exciting game. Came down to a tight finish. St.Vincent running away with that one. So now it's Dominicans and the Grenada time. This one is outside the yard, stomping to the keeper's glove. Good start. Playing that one out of square leg, except a single. So we're into over number 3. And it's hit firmly back and she spills a catch. It was hit straight back at her. Both hands went up, but she couldn't hold on for life. And she spills the first catch of this innings. This one is through the defense into the keeper's glove. What went on, I'm not too sure. The keeper didn't collect cleanly, but she seems to have survived a stomping. But over number 3 comes to an end. here at Arnesville. It seems from our vantage point that they are now 23.
There's 20 without
20
loss.
without loss.
And Afi Fletcher, Teresa Thomas opening the batting. And we're going to have the third, fourth over actually being bowled here now. By Abigail Celestine. Off spinner. Bowling to Fletcher. It's pulled away. Just over the field there at square leg. At one point she thought she was in the game. Just going over her head. Single taken. Not timing that one as she would have liked, Fletcher.
Yes, he was looking to do much better with that. At least looking to get it close to the fence. Just got it over the fielder's head. And one bounce. Pick up another single.
This one is short again. Really fortunate to get away with that one, Celestine. Thomas not able to make good contact. Time in the gap for an easy single. A lot slower, that delivery from Celestine. Just looking to hold that one back. Inviting the batter to make all the pace. But she seems to be varying her pace nicely. Oh, that one seemed to have gone the other way. It's a bit of mystery here to the bowling of Celestine.
She seems she has a couple of things in her armory. So you have to keep your eyes on the ball.
And this one is wide and punctually offside by Fletcher. Just too much width. Seemed to be that same one that was leaving the batsman, the batter off the pitch. And very important boundary there for the Grenadian team as they really look to get their innings up and going, get some impetus into the scoring. So they will be changing bowling. Gasper, Aldith Gasper. Seems to be an off spinner. She's now at the bowling crease. Now with the peel, and she goes. That's the wicket of Thomas, looking to punch that one off the back foot to the offside. Bit of bounce off the pitch from Gasper. That's the first wicket down for the Grenadians, and the Dominicans are cock-a-hoop.
Yeah, well, luck and fortune goes together. Just outside the off stump, she went for the shot, picked the outside edge into the keeper's glove, And they have lost wicket number 1 here, Grenada. Pretty early, good catch by the wicket keeper, good steady hands there. And they have given themselves the first reward for today. And Dominica have picked up their first wicket. It is now 26 for 1. 26 for 1 in this 5th over.
Yes, 26 for 1 in the 5th over. So, not a brisk start by any means, and now they have lost wicket. What's important for the Grenadines is that the captain Fletcher is still there with her experience. The batter comes to the crease.
She's just punching at you. Cover, not feel it cleanly. Gives away easy single. This one. So 1 bounce to the fielder who's stationed there at the long on boundary. So another single. Just falling short of the fielder. Thought it would have carried, but it didn't. Fell short. And they pick up another single. So a pretty tidy start here for the Dominicans. Spinners have been used pretty early in this innings. Left to be seen if there are any spacers to come. Again, another dot delivery outside the off stump. Well, that brings you over to an end. After 5 overs. Yeah, 28 for 1. And this is the second encounter for today here at Arnos playing field. St. Lucia lost the first game to St. Vincent. And now it's Dominica and Grenada who are battling here at Arnosville, 28 for 1.
Yeah, 28 for 1. Going at 5.6 per over. Not a brisk start by any means, but they do have 9 wickets in hand and the captain Fletcher is still there. But quite a slow start from Grenada compared to what we saw from both teams this morning in the first fixture.
This time he's been pulled out to square leg for a single by Fletcher. So a really good batting here by Fletcher, but I think they need to get a little bit more here on the board. They have not made use of the power play overs. They into the final one. I'm correct. So they have not seen any effort to really to get the ball over the top and run hard, get the ball into the gaps and so on. We have not seen that from none of these batters from Grenada. Really sedated start. This one is a loud appeal. She's sweeping after that delivery. Not out says the umpire.
Just pitching outside leg stump and continuing maybe just to miss the leg stump as well. Not much turn being extracted by Celestine.
There's a loud appeal. That dreaded finger goes up. Struck in front of the stump. And that finger goes up. Grenada have lost wicket number 2 by the LBW route.
Just looking at the replay there. A lower action from Celestine. Just coming back in slightly as Williams is looking to turn that one through the onside. Bat face was closed a bit too early. And another very important wicket there from Celestine, who, as long as she's bowling wicket to wicket, will prove to be a handful, which is something I mentioned earlier in the first game, the bowling of Dean. That once the spinners vary their pace and keep the ball on the line of the stumps, then they will always be challenging either that front or back pad or maybe the stumps themselves.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Bowl the ball straight. There's a coach who used to tell me, when I miss, or if you miss, I hit, bowl the ball straight at the wicket. So that is exactly what happened there. She missed it and it ricocheted into her pads, which was leading on to the stumps. So wicket number 2 has gone for Grenada. So pretty quiet evening, quiet afternoon so far. This one is down the leg side. No connection. She goes over the wicket. Oh, that one slide in. Didn't give her much room at all there.
A very interesting action that we're seeing here from Celestina. Doesn't seem like she's an out and out leg spinner, but she's getting the ball to turn into the left-hander slightly. It would be interesting if we could have seen from the other angle, just to see the fingers, to see if it may be a carom ball or some other feature like that. Or maybe just an arm ball delivery that is getting the drift away because of that prevailing wind that we have here, which, as your screen is set now, is blowing from left to right, but at the other end is blowing from right to left. So quite an interesting action. It seems to be getting the ball to go a little bit in both directions.
This one is punched 2 covers. That would get to the fence. This time into the fence for 4 by Fletcher. 4 good looking runs.
A short delivery there from Aldith Gasper. And given the treatment, well placed by Fletcher, finding a gap just left of the fielder at extra cover. All the way to the boundary for 4. A positive shot. Takes them up to 33 for 2.
For a side of aggression, really, from Fletcher. This time she's hitting it back of the point, falling short of that sweeper. She misfields. She's calling for second. 2 runs taken by her. It's a good awareness as well.
What you're seeing from Fletcher is something similar to what you saw from Glasgow in the first game. The players who have played at the international level, they have to take a lot of the responsibility down at this level for their teams in terms of scoring.
So I agree with that. She takes another single. Adds another run to the board and to her tally. This one is it back pass. It would get into the fence now. She was in mortal danger there. The new batter smashing it back past her. She actually ducked for cover. Put the hands up just in a way to defend herself, but it was hit with some power and it rushed into the fence for 4. Great shot there by the number 4 batter from Grenada. We'll get those names in a bit. The off spinner continues, flight it again, and she's missing it completely into the keeper's glove. Thought that had hit the stumps, but was looking to do the same thing again. So Noel is the batter. So we have completed another over. It's 40 for 2. So we completed 7 overs thus far. 40 for 2. Bright sunshine. Grenada. You normally say make hay while the sun shines. I'm not too sure as to if this situation can say this hay they are making. The train to the stables for the horses. So another over. We're into over number 8. This one is a sort of a slower delivery, looped up delivery, turned down to mid-on for a single.
A very good spell so far from Celestine. Taken wicket.
This one is somewhere down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. Into the keeper's glove. Umpire signals another extra delivery to be bowled.
Probably a bit of game's womanship from the skipper Fontaine there with that appeal on the leg side. Going to avoid the wide, but I'm wondering if umpires are still fooled by that tactic of appealing when the ball is on leg side. They might be very accustomed to it by now, Kenroy.
Yeah, I know the great Ian Healy and the others used to try a thing or two just to distract the umpire somewhat so they could lose their concentration and not be able to call a wide. But I think with the advancement of cricket and so on, Fletcher missing that completely. A full toss, trying to go over mid-wicket but missed it completely. Yeah, really should have come down to the ground, trying to get to that end of the ground. He's trying to hit the biggest error. Really the most difficult one. Really should have made better use of that. That was a full toss. She missed out. Again, she's trying to sweep. Just on the stumps, on the leg stump. White signal by the umpire.
When you look at the pace at which Celestine is bowling, it's quite interesting because she's bowling quite slowly. And I think that is causing some problems here for the Grenadian batters.
This time is wrapping on the pad. Trying to get the true square leg.
Yes, and when she changes her pace, in some cases to going even slower rather than giving some pace on the delivery. So that's good thinking.
This time she's finding the field at square leg, bouncing 1, 2 times in front of her. Well, that's the end of over number 8 here at Arnosville. As we said, a very sedated start here by Grenada. You haven't seen any sort of enthusiasm, any risk being taken, but they have lost 2 wickets in the process. And they are now 44 it is. 44 for 2. In this, the 9th over being bowled here by the Dominicans. They would be rather satisfied with their what they have gotten so far from the first innings. The Dominicans, I don't think they'll be too much disappointed.
No, I think the run rate would be pleasing to them. They've only taken 2 wickets, so they might want to get a few more wickets. But I think the run rate would be pleasing to them. The Grenada batters haven't really gotten away from them.
Yeah, very much in control of things here. It's in their grasp into over number 9. 44 for 2. And we have seen much spinners so far. This one is hitting over cover. 1, 2, 3 bounces. Another single. There's some. Skipper Fletcher is still there. Yeah. She's turning it nicely to mid-wicket, picks up another single.
Yeah, so there's a change in bowling. It's Jennifer Gasper. And previously we had Aldith Gasper. I haven't confirmed if they are sisters, but they look of a similar stature, similar build.
Look at the hairdo.
That might be quite possible that they are sisters.
Yeah. Dominica produces a lot of twins.
Do you have the statistics on that?
Yeah, I've seen it. Seen it.
Do you have any children in Dominica?
My friend has that told me about it as well. This one is pulled to square leg. A few twins have been created in Dominica. St. Vincent have a lot as well. I think they're about 9 or 8 twins between St. Vincent Grammar School and Girls High School. Boys and girls. We have our twins here as well. This one is driven passer down to the long off boundary for a single. Another run being taken.
Yeah, so the captain and the vice captain are at the crease. They will have an idea as to what they want to do over the next few overs. Probably to set up a platform for the last 5, the death overs, and to really have a good go at the bowling. But the Dominicans will be pleased so far that they're not getting too far ahead, which will give them a lot to do in the last few overs as Fletcher sweeps that one powerfully just back with a square for 4.
Well, seeing some aggression here from Fletcher. Pitched on the pad, flighted as well. And she took advantage of that and smacked it over mid-wicket. Square leg here into the fence for 4. And the score now moves up to 47 or 53. 53 for 2. Yeah, Fletcher is unbeaten. She's doing a good job here for her team. Veteran player she is. Again, she's hitting that one over mid-wicket. Finding the gap this time. Into the fence for 4. That one was hitting some authority and power. And he rushed into the fence for 4. Great shot.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot. And what was best about that shot was the fact that she used her feet just a little bit to get closer to the pitch. And she was always aware that she was looking for that gap at mid-wicket. Something that they may seek to plug now. That the batters are getting a bit more aggressive because they're outside of the power play, so they can have more feelers outside of the restricted 30-yard circle.
So, Grenada getting a move on here now. Fletcher. 2 consecutive boundaries over number 9 has been completed. And we are 52. 52 for 2. We're into over number 10. Half is it through the proceedings here. That's 52 for 2 as 52 for 2. What is your position? What is your take on it so far? Is it a good position to be in? Have you seen anything different that could have gone differently as well?
Well, as Gilbert comes into the attack to bowl to Noel, I'll get back to you after this delivery. Yeah, 52 for 2. I think it's. I don't think either team would be worried at this stage. I think Dominica will be looking to keep the run rate to where it is now, just around 5.5. That's a massive hit for 6 by Noel. She hit that one powerfully. It's the biggest one that we have seen all day. Well over the boundary at long on.
Well, that was the third consecutive boundary, the third boundary, and a dot ball in between. But Grenada seems to be putting the pedal to the metal now and putting some shots, putting some oil in their engine. And they have rushed up now to 58. 58 for 2. Fletcher and Gilbert. Sorry, Fletcher and Noel at the crease doing battle here for Grenada. Good things are happening here for Grenada. Again, she's just sitting that down to mid-on. Long on, sorry. She picks up another single. So Noel seems to like to thump it through the mid-on side.
You know, bottom hand coming into play. As she plays the off spinner.
Fletcher. It's now on strike. Skipper. Veteran West Indian woman. That's a quicker delivery outside the off stump. Had some bounce and pace on it as well. Well taken by the keeper.
Yeah, when you were asking about the position, I said that, neither team would be too perturbed at this stage. I think it's a middling position for both sides.
This one is hit sweetly backward point. Oh, she could have done better with that. It came close to hand. She made an effort. But I don't think her teammates are pretty happy with that effort that she made. And it goes over the rope for 4 runs. So Fletcher, I think being given a life there. But 4 more runs to her, 4 more runs to Grenada.
Yes, Grenada, they have stepped on the accelerator in the last over or 2. And it seems that by the time we get to the halfway mark after this delivery, they have caused their scoring rate to jump over the 6 for over.
Again, that one is wide outside the off stump. Don't know what was the plan there. But it had some pace on it. Keeper couldn't take it. And another wide being ran between Noel and Fletcher. He's 27 from 23. This one is flighted and driven back past her. Gilbert not feeling her to her own bowling. Pretty expensive over so far for Gilbert. 13 from it. And the score rushed up now to 64 for 2. 10 overs have been completed here. Grenada versus Dominica in the second encounter in this Windward Islands 2020 tournament. And they will have some refreshments as we take some refreshments here. And we'll be right back bringing you more coverage of this tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines Women's T20 Windward Islands.
Just use of the feet. Just pushing it for a single. Slight misfield, time for 2. Slightly sloppy there from the Dominican side there. Would like to improve that in terms of the ground feeling so far that we've seen from them. Few misfields here and there. Takes the score up now to 74 for 2. Fletcher is on 35 of 28 and Noel is on 18 of 17 deliveries. Grenada women 72 for 2.
And also looking at Gaspar looping those balls up in the air, it reminds me of the game between St. Vincent and St. Lucia when Dean was bowling as well. And she's very, very slow through the air.
Yes. That's something we mentioned. The both spinners, well, all 3 spinners for Dominica are bowling very slowly. I think if they continue to do that and they bowl wicket to wicket, they will prove to be quite effective in this tournament. Unless you have players who are willing to do what Fletcher is doing, which is to use the feet and advance down the pitch, get to the delivery and the full. And Jennifer Glasper continues, a change of ends for her. Bowling to Karina Noel. There's a deep mid-wicket, a long on. Short mid-wicket, backward square leg. Short third. Well, the backward square leg is going back out now to deep backward square leg. And fielder is coming in the short fine leg region. So 5-4 leg side field. This one is swept down to the field at deep backward square leg for a single by Noel. So fair enough field because she's bowling, seems to be bowling leg spin. So should be turning into the leg spinner. So the left hander, sorry. So it should be that you have a side, a field that favors the direction of turn. Slight change now for the right hander. Fletcher coming on strike. Don't think we have seen a slip from Dominica in this innings.
So true, but with the projected score 131, it will take some going from here to get to that because singles alone cannot really do it.
Yeah, that's based on the rate that they're going with now. But you'd expect that they probably will go a bit quicker if these two stay at the wicket in particular. This one is lofted over the offside for a single. Fielder there, Celestine doing the fielding. Short and wide down the leg side. Maybe she was attempting a flatter, quicker delivery.
As we said earlier, it is very important that these players, every player on the field, put their hands up, put their name in the bag. So when that team to pick for the West Indies women's tournament, we probably will be just guessing as to who will make the squad. Because you're looking at St. Lucia, we're looking at St. Vincent, Grenada, and Dominica. There's a number of players who are trying to put their name there. But every player, I think, just have to put their hands, give it their best shot.
Yeah, the performances in these games will count. 3 rounds of matches. The finals on Friday. One is flighted and slug swept there by, she does well in the end. She was looking to get to it looks like Gilbert. She was looking to get to the catch. But in the end, she had to stop midway because she wasn't going to get there and she was still able to prevent it from going past her to the boundary. So I think a very good effort there from Gilbert.
I think she was more looking to pull out the dive on that one. But then she realized the ball is dipping on her, so then she couldn't reach it. So she prevented the ball from going to the boundary, which is very important at this stage. But the score at 78 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, and what we have seen from Grenada over the last few overs is the point that I was making earlier when I was on with Kellenroy about the score. So even though they were going at less than 6 runs and over at that stage, the fact that they have 2 senior batters at the crease, their captain, their vice captain, they can always up the ante. And so far, over the last couple of overs also, last 3 overs I could say, they have upped the scoring rate. So the projected score is a 130. They are thereabouts. And if they get to that, that will be a solid score for them to defend.
I think they're actually setting the pace here. So for the last 5 overs, they will have a go with wickets in hand. They will have a go for the last 5 overs. So they just want to just bat until that 15th over.
And if they do that, they can get 140 or above if they're able to execute that plan. Dominica will have other ideas. They'll want to break this pair. But at the moment, things look quite comfortable for the 2 batters at the crease.
A lot of singles and off out there as well. And Afi Fletcher, she's on 38 from 33. And Noel is from 19 from 19 as a runner ball, basically.
Down the track she goes, and this one she hits it through forward square leg, got to it on the full. So she's prepared to use her feet to get to those slower flighty deliveries, as I mentioned before, which could be a tactic that could be useful in terms of bowling slowly and straight on the stump. But you have somebody who's willing to advance down the track, like Fletcher is doing. That's a very good way to counter that ploy.
Taking 2 steps from the crease as a bowler and bowling those full toss, I mean, I think you should do a little bit better than that.
This one wasn't a full toss, but again, Fletcher, if you look at where she meets the ball, she's probably about a meter outside of her crease. It's something that the bowler could be mindful of in terms of pulling the length back. And she's well away of that one. Fletcher hits that one for 6. I think she was saying to herself, well, she will pull back her length now and I'll stay back in the crease so that I can get to access the short delivery.
What I would like to see the bowler do is bowl outside the off stump, put some revs on the ball, bring it back into Afi and see what she can do from here.
Yeah, I think at the moment she is in the head of the bowler, because I think she's manipulating the bowler to bowl where she wants the bowler to bowl at the moment, because you could see it coming. Let's see how Gasper responds. That's a better line. So even though it's the full delivery, because it's wide outside the off stump, you know, causes her to just reach that bit further. So that's around the area where she wants to be. Probably just a little bit over pitched on that last occasion, but just outside the off stump is a better ploy. It brings Noel into strike. One is wide outside the off stump. That's one thing in this innings. We have had quite a few extras. Both in the first game we didn't have as many, but so far in this innings by Dominica, several wides. This one should be caught. Yes, caught by the fielder there, Celestine at mid wicket. It was tossed up just off stump. Noel's eyes open wide to see that delivery being tossed up around the off stump. Looked to sweep it over mid-wicket, but was only able to get it to the fielder at the short mid-wicket position, which is Celestine, and she's gleeful there in accepting that catch. And in the end, you could probably say it was a soft dismissal because the delivery was there for the shot.
Well, that's what an extra delivery can do, because the previous delivery, which should have been the final delivery of her over, she bowled a wide and she had us to bowl it over. That's why they call her demise of her wicket. With the end of over number 13, the score is now 91 for the loss of 3 wickets. Batting is a Grenada.
And this is a good position for Grenada to be in, even though they have just lost a wicket. 91 for 3. Very solid start in just 13 overs. Fletcher on the verge of a half century, which would be the second for the day. We saw a half century already from Janelia Glasgow in the first game while chasing the target that was set by the St. Lucians. And we're probably about to see another half century here from Fletcher. Let's hope that I haven't put the commentator's course on her.
Incoming batsman is Holly Charles, in partner with Afi Fletcher. Getting ready for the start of over number 14 with the score on 91 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So Amaya Gilbert for her second over. Did conceive a few extras in the first over, but what we have seen from her is a lot of bounce. She's tall and can bowl it reasonably quickly as well. Fletcher will be looking to access the offside, I think, during this over. It's a shorter one, so pulls down the ground for a single. 92 for 3.
And that's a 50 for Afi Fletcher. That's 50 from 38 deliveries.
There's not much celebration from her. She knows that her job is only partially done. I think she wants to bat all 20 overs for her side.
I think so as well.
This one is a quicker one. Flat. Wide outside the off. So let's see what the umpire signals. Yes, wide signal. Does seem to have that ability to bowl a quicker delivery, but it may be more useful if it's straight on the stump. It might be able to get her a lot of rewards because that's reasonable pace that she's bowling that quicker delivery at.
I think with her pace and some flight in those deliveries, like that's what I'm talking about right there. That's exactly what I was just discussing. That's 4 runs to Afi Fletcher. 6 runs, sorry, as she move on from 50 to 56. So as I was saying, flighting the ball with her pace, it could cause some problem because once it keep dipping to the batswoman, it's a problem. So correction, it's 4 runs. Afi moved from 50 to 54. Grenada women moved to 94 for the loss of 3 wickets. 98, sorry.
Yeah, so I see what you're saying in terms of getting it straighter, that quicker one, and fuller with some flight. That one was just a bit too full. It was a full toss. I think you want her to probably get Fletcher coming onto the front foot and looking to push down the ground. So one is short again and not perfectly timed, so it wouldn't get to the boundary. Fielder gets it back in time to prevent them from going for 3. So 2 runs to Fletcher. So she's really going along quite nicely here. Now that brings up the 100 as well for the Grenada team. 100 for 3. And without playing too many shots in anger, just by taking what's on offer, they're going at a very good run rate. This one is in the air, but in the gap. Again, should have time for 2.
Honestly, I think that Fletcher is definitely playing with the field because they just brought in the sweeper and have a backward square leg. And just where this sweeper came in from, the ball went in that direction. So I think she's just toying a bit with the field.
Yeah, and you could see that that's her intent. She's not a top order batter, but at this level of cricket, she has decided to open for her team, and she's using all of her experience. You could see that the way she's going with in terms of her innings, the way that she's manipulating the game. She did have that slight chance where one just eluded the fielder there at backward point of the bowling of Gilbert in her previous over. But other than that, it has really been just a chanceless knock. And she has gotten a lot of twos, a lot of singles, just walking the ball around, you know, and just really showing how it should be done. So even for some of the other top order batters in the tournament, you can look and see how this should be done and take a leaf out of the book of Affley Fletcher.
Well, we are into over number 15. And I think the team that's gonna come out victorious is the team that take the momentum into the second half of this encounter between Grenada and Dominica.
Yes, and Abini St. John, the new bowler, wide, cut away by Holly Charles. Reverse sweep there from Affley Fletcher to her counterbat, Abini St. John. Also a leg spinner. So that one was just a bit too short. So enough time for Fletcher to telegraph the shot.
Can we see the first 100 of this tournament from Affley Fletcher today? Do you think that's on the cards?
It's not impossible if she bats all 20. It will take some going, but I can't rule it out at this stage. We did see 100 last year, but that was in the Cricket West Indies tournament from Chanel Henry from Jamaica, right here at Arnos Vale. Lovely use of the feet. Don't think she'll get the boundary. Field is well placed, but again, showing that propensity to use her feet to the spinner. Something you haven't seen from any of the players so far in action today.
And using your feet is very, very important. The previous game that played before between St. Lucia and St. Vincent, we haven't seen much of that. And that's a good shot from Holly. Only getting a single in that occasion. Brings back Affley on strike, who is on 60. With the score now 107 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, what you have seen so far from Fletcher, especially in the last maybe 6 or 7 overs, is that there haven't been many dot deliveries. This one just beating the fielder there at point. Have time for 2. She has also run a lot of tools. So showing her fitness. It's not a blisteringly hot day here at Arnesville, but it's still quite warm. So she's showing her fitness here, and of course she's an experienced cricketer. So of course she's showing that even in the latter stages of her career, that she's willing to keep up her fitness to the high levels necessary for the international game. As we come to the end of 15 overs, Grenada women, they're 109 for 3.
So 109 for 3. Grenada women looking to get somewhat of a competitive total. I know the co-commentators discussed it earlier, but anything in the region of 130, 140 from here on will seem to be a rather good score, as this one. Bit of a swing there from Holly Charles. It's a big unit, so she packs a punch, but so far hasn't been able to really time these deliveries. These 4 deliveries so far. 3 deliveries actually. This one is full, and that one is out of the ground. just as I was saying, she packs a punch. There's full evidence of it.
Well, as I was about to tell you that, I don't think she have in her any more singles to run. From the first delivery out of Seaman's hand, she was ready to go. The second one sealed the deal for her. And I just believe that she's going to continue in this over because running singles right now, I think Afi's a bit tired as well.
We're actually in the back end of the inning, so 5 overs remaining. It's perhaps that time where both of these batters will be looking to accelerate to some extent. That's a very good response there from Seaman. Just bowling that one a bit flatter, a bit quicker. There was Charles again winding up to deposit it somewhere in the region of deep mid-wicket. So very good comeback there from Seaman. Coming into her first over, 16th over of the inning. It's never an easy task.
No, it is not. And I said before, that's 15 over. From the 15th over, they're going to have a go. With the score now 117 for the loss of 3. With the projected score 153, it could get higher.
This one is on the line of the leg stump. Wide signal there. So extras continue to contribute to totals here at the Arnosville Sporting Complex. We saw quite a bit of that in the previous encounter, most notably by the St. Lucian team. It's an area of their game they really have to work on. Grenada wouldn't mind it one bit. 118 for free. One again is using her feet up in the air, should be caught. And it's dropped. Such a simple catch, it must be said. I think it's Jennifer Gasper there at cover. There was Fletcher again using her feet, trying to hit this one down the ground, getting the outer portion of the bat, presenting a simple opportunity, and how costly will that miss be for the Dominican team?
I hope it didn't be too costly because that fielder would not be able to sleep well tonight.
It's delivery again on the line of the leg stump. Missing everything. Not a wide signal. So extras really contributing here, compounding the problems of the Dominican team. Having missed that opportunity earlier on in the over, we have seen quite a few extras again. So somewhat of a mixed bag here from Shadia Seaman. A couple of good deliveries created that opportunity, which has also contributed by way of extras. Ball again and down the leg side again. So just can't find her bearings here. This time, perhaps brushing the left pad there of Afi Fletcher. It's been a very good innings again. 63 from 47 deliveries. Really putting her hand up and being counted here for the Grenadian women. It's a flighty delivery again, a juicy full toss. Afi Fletcher says, thank you very much. Deposits that one backward of square on the leg side, all the way for 6. So dealing in boundaries here, the Grenada women. The wheels are falling off for the Dominica women. They are 120 for the loss of 3. 126 actually for the loss of 3.
While the spotlight is on Afi Fletcher, Charles coming to her own. She have 10 of 5 deliveries.
That's what we spoke about all in terms of a batting partnership. Some partnerships you can have one player being more consolidating while the other being more attacking. But in this case, they seem to be one of those attacking partnerships. And Grenada will be hoping that that can continue in that particular vein for the next 4 overs or so. The final delivery comes up. The short and punching this one again over extra cover. Into the fence for 4. So Afi Fletcher dealing in boundaries, racing along to 73 of 50 deliveries. The Grenada women, they're now up to 131 for free. Muttering along here, 16 overs completed.
Isn't it? I'm going to ask you the same question I would have asked my co-commentator before. Do you think 100 for Afi is on the card here this afternoon?
Given what we've seen in the last couple of overs, we've seen that sort of acceleration, 6s and 4s being hit at will, if we can say that. So it's 27 runs required, we still have 4 overs completed. If it is that she has the majority of the strike and she's able to play in the same vein that she has done in the last couple of overs, there's always that distinct possibility.
I'm not seeing that kind of adrenaline from the Dominica team.
Yes, at this point they seem a bit deflated.
Yeah.
I don't think that job catching in the previous over helped. That would have been a critical dismissal. Perhaps would have shaved a few runs off the final total of the Grenadian team here, but unfortunately for them, they were not able to hold on to what was at that time a relatively simple catch. This one is on the line of the leg stump. Gasper coming into a third over. Figures of none for 18 so far. So the Grenadian team, they've been able to score quite consistently. Their scoring rate has propelled as the innings gone along, and that is in line with what we normally see as players get set. They're able to score more quickly. And quite uncharacteristically, Fletcher just punches one down the ground for a single. Moves on to 74, 133 for 3.
And after doing most of the bulk of the scoring here this afternoon for Grenada, I am looking, my projected score is probably around 175. And that's my projected score.
They're currently going at 8.14. If they continue in this vein, they'll make 161. So if it is, they can increase that to perhaps 10 runs or so per over, then they will get up to that total of, like a commentator here, Rajiv Roberts, sorry. Middle of over number 17. Just 2 runs from this over so far, so rather sedate start. This one is bowled. Well done there from Gasper. Bit of flight, a bit of air. There was Charles looking in the region of long on, missing it completely. So well-deserved breakthrough here for Gasper and the Dominican team. Grenada women, they're now 133 for the loss of 4.
With St. Vincent already have one in the bag, I think Grenada would like to have one as well. But Dominica is not going to just allow them to walk in the park as if they're going on a stroll. But the loss of that wicket, we will see how the next 3 overs go. The next 3.2 overs go in this innings. Grenada already have 133 for 4 on the board. With 3.2 overs remaining, how much more can they get?
From a Dominican perspective, they'll be hoping that they can limit. I think the only way they can limit the Grenadians is by taking wickets consistently. That would really dent the progress. More so the wicket of Afi Fletcher. If they're able to do that, then they perhaps would end their bowling effort on a good note and perhaps take that momentum. That's something you mentioned earlier, getting the momentum into your second half of the game. The previous game, 117 was the total made by St. Lucia, so this innings has actually surpassed that total. As we see Aria Fortune, the new player. This one is a good delivery, punched up to mid-on region. Gets Fletcher back into strike. I think that would be her job from this point forward. It's given us much of these last 19 deliveries to Fletcher. A bit of fatigue might start setting in as well. Saw that with Glasgow earlier.
Yeah.
Running quite a few singles and doubles. It's never going to be easy to consistently perform at that level. You see another single again. The last 2 scoring shots has actually been singles down to long on. But she keeps strike, and at the end of the 17th over, 135 for 4, the Grenada women in game number 2 of the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship.
What I would definitely love to see for the next few overs is line and length from whoever is going to bowl these overs, the last 3 overs. It's very, very important because you would not want to be getting hit all around the park. And with the way that Grenada is definitely going now, they're aiming for a big total here.
They seem to be employing a lot of spin bowling options, the Dominican. That is in stark contrast to what we saw when Vincentians were bowling earlier on. In fact, Vincentians have actually employed the least amount of overs bowled by a spinner. We only had the Tumisha Dean bowling 4 overs. We saw St. Lucians employing quite a bit of spin, the likes of the captain, right? And even in this innings now, we are seeing quite a few spinners employed by the Dominican team. So that's a bit of variety in terms of tactics by each of the teams so far. As Fletcher again using her feet, opening up the offside. Not timing it as well as she would like, but should be able to come back for a couple. So that tendency once again to use her feet coming to the forefront. 2 more runs added to the total.
As I said earlier in the first game between St. Lucia and St. Vincent, using your feet on this wicket is very, very important, especially with the slow bowlers. And that is what Afi is definitely doing, which is very important as well.
Giving ourselves some room. Trying to go through the offside again. A couple of bounces should get close to the boundary. I think that's very good stop there from Gilbert. Being quite busy in the field, Gilbert. Fletcher once again looking to go through the offside, given the fact that there's no one back on the offside boundary. So really choosing our area as well. That's a feature of our inning so far. We look at the field, there are 3 fielders back on the leg side boundary. A long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg. That's also the bigger part of the ground, and the wind will be going against the wind if you go in that direction. Fletcher again using her feet, not timing it on this occasion. I think she's lost her timing in the last over or so. Perhaps coincide with a bit of fatigue, as we mentioned before.
While the focus is on Fletcher as well, Seaman is pretty bit expensive. 1.3 overs for 26 runs. That's a bit expensive.
This one is beautifully hit. One bounce into the fence over extra cover. We mentioned the fact that she has attempted on a couple of occasions to just open up that offside field, given the fact that there's no field on the deep extra cover boundary. And on that occasion, she was able to time that one to perfection and gets herself another boundary. Moves up to 83. And Seaman continue to take a bit of punishment here. It's a difficult period. We mentioned that the start of a spell coming into bowl in the 16th over is never going to be easy. Fletcher again going down the ground this time, over long on, should be able to get close to the fence. 2 more runs added to the total. So trying to explore all of our options here, Fletcher. Just not timing it as well on that occasion, but still gets 2 runs. 12 runs from the over so far, the type of over you would want at this stage of the innings. 12 runs make that 16 runs. Power that one through the onside into the fence. So ends the over with a boundary is Fletcher. She rushes on to 89. And at the end of 18 overs, Grenada women, they're 149 for 4. Yes, 149 for 4. A very imposing total thus far.
This is what I definitely want to see from the females, because you're here representing your country, but you want to move higher to play for West Indies. So this is definitely what I want to see from the attacking spirit from Fletcher. I want to see more of that from the ladies.
I think one thing is clear so far, the players that have international experience or experience at a higher level, their quality has actually shown through throughout the day's proceedings. We saw Glasgow earlier on, we saw Edward earlier on, and now we are seeing the likes of Afi Fletcher really showing their class at this level, and that's something that we spoke about at length in terms of we want to see more of that. As we see Gilbert to continue, this time to the outer portion of the bat, should challenge a boundary. I think they will come back for a second. So Fortune getting 2 runs. I'm sure in the back of her mind she'll want to just get that single, get Fletcher back on strike. She's on 89, so there's always that opportunity to get that 3-figure score. Still 11 to go, still 1 over remaining after this. Still has the opportunity to do so. But it's short and pulling it, but not timing it well, getting it to the fielder there at short. Fine leg, Celestine. It's actually Elwa, sorry. I think was the one who actually gave that chance to Fletcher earlier on. I'm sure that would be in the back of our mind. I know we've played perhaps cricket at a reasonable level, and whenever you drop a catch, you just wish to see that batter being dismissed. As this one is well stopped there. Fletcher there looking to walk that one past, short fine leg. Elwa is putting out that right hand, limiting the batters to a single. She moves on to 90. The total is 153 for 4. This time again, Fortune doing the right thing. punching that one to short mid-wicket. So once again, the strike is with Fletcher. 4 deliveries so far in this over. Very good over so far, must be said by Gilbert. Just 5 runs, considering what we saw previously.
As a cricketer yourself, after dropping a catch, you would not want the ball to find you anywhere on the field. I saw that many times. You try to...
When it's short and all the way for 6. Yes, it is. Massive hit there from Afi Fletcher. Showing all of our power, all of our talent, all of our timing. Not the best of deliveries, but definitely the best of shots there from Afi Fletcher. She looked to get to that figure score and beyond. 1 delivery remaining. Can she make it to that 3-figure score? If you're a betting man, you won't bet against her. It's Gilbert again. He's driving this one over here. Backward point. Should get close to the fence, will it? Oh, touch and go. It was just inside of the boundary, but 2 runs nevertheless. I think she was looking for a third there, not the best of communication there in terms of fortune. But 2 more runs to end the over. So she finishes on 98. The total is 162 for the loss of 4. The Grenada women marching on here at the Arnos Sporting Complex.
With 1 over to go. 6 legal deliveries. I'm backing Afi to get this century, isn't it?
Well, first and foremost, she has to be on strike. So the issue here for Fortune is to get her on strike. I think there was a bit of poor running on their part there. They should have gotten 3 runs there, given how far that ball would have gone close to the boundary. They just got 2 runs, so that means that Fortune would start proceedings for the final over. And captain, the bowler on this occasion, bringing up the field on the offside. So they're mindful of the fact that the Grenadian team will want to get Fletcher on strike, which is good to see. Bit of thought going into proceedings. Captain Ornisha Fontaine. Not sure what his relation to Orsino, yes, Orsino Fontaine. Someone who we saw down here a couple of years ago. This one is swept and straight to the field. They had short 5 leg, but can't prevent the single. So just what the Grenadians ordered. Afi Fletcher, she's on strike to St. John. I hope I got the pronunciation correct. Abini St. John.
Hasn't even noticed when Fortune on strike, they brought in the field. When Fletcher on strike, they spread the field.
Rightfully so. So I'm sure Fletcher be happy to get that century, but she'll also want to maximize the use of this final over. It's a full toss and she's swinging this one all the way for 6, I believe. Well-deserved 100 here for Afi Fletcher. She can raise her bat. What an innings, what a player. And the Grenada women, they're up to 169 for 4. Afi Fletcher, they are juicy full toss. Just what the doctor ordered when you're on 98 and was able to take full tone.
Well, she have been toying with the field her entire innings. And I think she actually getting the ball ahead as well, because when you need 2 runs for your century and you spreading the field like that, they're easy singles as well on offer. And to bowl a juicy full toss like that, you only asking for one thing.
So 104 for Afi Fletcher. What a brilliant innings here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. Time again, she's going across. You mentioned that word manipulating the field, that there is further evidence of such. Just moving across, really, the bowler there with her shoulders all shrugged, perhaps saying, what else can I do? And Fletcher again continues to punish the Dominicans here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. That's another boundary. The score moves up to 173 for 4.
Three legal deliveries remaining in the Grenada innings. How much more can they get?
Well, Rajiv, I know you mentioned 175.
When I said 175, we are actually 173 now.
The 3 deliveries remaining, so I really need to get some lot of numbers from you, Rajiv. But that's for another day as we see St. John coming around the wicket this time around. What can Fletcher do? She's reverse sweeping, the full repertoire of her skills and talent, and show her at the Arnos Sporting Complex. On that occasion, the bowler once again looking quite bemused, really, wondering what else can she do to stop the run flow here at the Arnosville Sporting Complex. So Afi Fletcher again continue to show class and talent. 112 not out so far, 2 deliveries remaining, 177 for 4. Another full toss again, and she's swinging this one over mid-wicket into the fence for another boundary. So just dealing in boundaries here, Afi Fletcher. We mentioned a bit of fatigue a couple overs ago, but she still has the power, she still has the strength to put the bowlers here to the sword. Score rushes up again to 181 for 4, 1 delivery remaining. Final delivery coming up. She's swinging again. And a chance for a run out here on this occasion. Will they? Oh my goodness. A bit of sloppy cricket there from the Dominicans. Perhaps just the wind out of their sails have been cut to that extent. And it's the end of the innings. Yes, no signal there from the umpire. It's the end of the innings, and our teammates stand to applaud, and the few hundreds that we have here at the Arnosville Sporting Complex, I'm sure they'll be quite pleased with what they've seen so far from Afi Fletcher. A brilliant innings, 160 not out. Grenada women, an imposing total here in game number 2 in the Windward Islands T20 Championship. 182 for 4. Rajiv, your final thoughts?
The momentum is with Grenada. Going back in that dressing room, they're going to come out banging, roaring and ready to go. The power play in the second innings will be very, very important. How Dominica go about it, we will find out when the second innings started.
Indeed so. So 182 for 4. And what we're going to do, take a short break now, and we'll be back with more exciting, scintillating cricket here in the Windward Islands Women's T20 Tournament 2026.
Pass that does come up to insult the man.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnos Vale Sporting Complex in what has been quite an exciting day of cricket so far. In the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship, this encounter between the Dominica women and the Grenada women. The Grenada women making 182. Yes, 182 in the first half of this contest. So the Dominican women, quite a uphill task here to get anywhere close or overall this total 183 they will need in their 20 overs. As we see Onisha Fontaine, the captain, leading from the front, along with Amaya Gilbert starting proceedings for the Dominicans, and Karina Noel will be for the Grenadians. It's delivery right on the money. Good length, good line. Quite an imposing total, Alanson.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Ozzy, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Over 180 plus. Very big total here. So their backs are up against the wall, the Dominican team. But if they could have a very good start in the power play, they're still in with a chance.
What we've seen so far in the tournament is that opening partnership is very important. So in the case of the St. Lucia team, we saw a good partnership with Edward and Skipper James, yes. And we saw with Vincentian effort, we saw Glasgow taking the innings deep. And in today's encounter, we just saw Fletcher play a blinder really, scoring a century, the first century of this tournament. So the Dominicans will need someone to play that type of role in terms of leading from the front. They also have to be mindful of the fact that they have to score quite quickly. So the power play is going to be important. They don't want to lose a lot of wickets in the power play. But at the same time, they'll want to be somewhere in the region of 50 or 60, somewhere about there, if they are to put any sort of challenge to this Grenadian total. It's a good delivery again outside the off stump. I think the edge is found. Very good start here from the Grenadians. I'm sure they will be buoyed by that imposing total. A delivery on the line of the off stump, moving a bit away from Noel as we look at the replay once again. Short of a length, it wasn't a full length delivery. And there was Gilbert just fishing, as they would say, outside the off stump, getting the outside edge. And the first wicket goes for the Dominicans. They are 1 for 1.
Yeah, introduced a shot there. Almost attempting to really run that down to the third area, but there was a slip in place, so didn't seem like there was much profit in that shot, but it was attempted nevertheless. And just kissing the edge that delivery and taken by the keeper. Cassie Williams. So Probably worst possible start here for the Dominicans in response to a chase of 183.
I was just about to mention that. I just spoke at length in terms of what they need to do in terms of the power play, and losing a wicket in the first over definitely was not part of the plan. For Dominica, that is. In terms of Grenada, I'm sure they'll be quite buoyed by that early breakthrough. Bit of pip in the step of Karina Noel. Fielders looking all pumped as we see the sunshine basking it in all its glory here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. So on short of a length again. So that hard length is definitely the mode of operation here for Karina Noel. Bit of height, so she is able to extract a bit of bounce from the surface. This one is perhaps an attempted slow delivery, a full toss in the end, affording the opportunity there for a single. So it's the end of a successful over. And at the end of it, the score is 2-1.
So it was a single to Fontaine. Seems as if Fontaine was the one who just came out. Oh, a single not to Fontaine. That was a single for number 15, 16, 15, which is Elwa, Jem Elwa.
Just trying to verify the numbers.
I think what might have happened is that Fontaine did not open, she batted at 3. Elwa opened with Gilbert.
Yes, I think the scorers are working assiduously to sort out that issue. I think it's been rectified now as we see the second over to begin. It's delivery on the line of the middle stump. Fontaine, number 12 on our back, the captain as well. Sure, a lot will be going through her mind at this time. He'll want to lead from the front, among some sort of resistance for the Dominican team. This one again is a good delivery. Not offering any sort of room. Delisha Francois. And then the ball in there from the Old Airport end. Something that we spoke about off air, Alonso, in terms of the fast bowling option. And I use the term fast bowling there quite loosely. It'll be interesting to see what's in store in this tournament. I know we spoke about the Vincentian team, predominantly medium pace bowlers, likes of Cam, Glasgow and Byron. And in terms of St. Lucia, we didn't see a lot of fast bowling option. We saw Ross and Crafton, yes. And even when the Dominicans were bowling, we didn't see a lot of pace. So, and it's something, if you look at the holistic makeup of as this one is worked by the captain there, through square leg for 2. Just to continue on that point, if you look at the holistic makeup of the West Indies women team, I think they are crying out for perhaps 1 or 2 fast bowlers there, complement what they currently have. I know Glasgow has been part of the setup as well, but they're predominantly spinners, and sometimes you just need a little bit of extra pace or fast bowling option to exploit conditions whenever they arise.
You'd see a few who were looking quite promising. Fraser from Guyana, who also has some pace, and a few others throughout the different tournaments, but maybe just need to make that extra step to really step up to replace those who have recently retired or recently stopped playing for West Indies. We have the Barbadian pair of Connell and Can't remember her name off my head now, but she does the commentary now. As one of the CWI commentators.
Not a wide delivery outside the off stump, so just losing the bearings here a bit, Francois. I think we'll have the opportunity as well to see quite a few of these talents you mentioned in the tournament to follow this one, the West Indies T20 tournament, being staged here as well in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So quite a few cricket we'll be seeing here in terms of the women's cricket, the best of the women cricket that we have in the Caribbean to showcase. Now, we had that tournament last year as well, and we saw quite a few spinners dominating. You mentioned Fraser. We saw our efforts as well. This one is tugged down to deep fine leg for a single. Dealing in singles at this point in time, the Dominican women being kept in check here from Grenada. Score moves up to 7-1.
Seven for one. I mean, you want to be upset with that start normally, but when you're chasing 180 plus, you don't want to be getting a move on a bit quicker than that.
So another wide delivery outside the off stump there from Francois. And that's something that we have seen throughout the day. A lot of extras being conceded by teams. It's something that they'll want to work on. It's still the first game of the tournament. Perhaps a bit of nerves coming into play.
And probably some rustiness as well. Some of these players may not have played competitively for a while now.
So it's a good delivery, just angling back into the right-hander. There was Ilwa defending. And it's the end of the second over. So at the end of it, Dominica women responding to 182 for 4 by the Grenadian team. They are 8 for 1.
Yes, 183 is the target, 8 for 1. Still another 18 overs to go, from which they need 176 runs. So the required rate climbing up quickly, almost to 10 runs and over now. Started just over 9. 9.15. Now it's up to 9.78. So you have to be mindful of that. You don't want to be out of the game before the 5 overs have been bowled.
As we see Noel continuing from this, the Beckway end. Polish delivery, but not able to find the gap. Be interesting if they can find somebody to play the type of power innings that Fletcher played, and something we spoke about often. Maybe they do not possess that in their armory, the Dominicans, but they still will have to give it a good show, make an attempt, show some positive intent. It's hard to replicate the kind of effort that we saw from Fletcher earlier. So there's a good length delivery again.
A nice looking drive there from Fontaine, but not much power in the shot. And because of the type of rate that you have required, as we mentioned before, I'm not too sure if they have a player who could match the type of stroke play that you saw from Fletcher.
Using a feet this time is Fontaine. Spoke about her and her relation to Orsino Fontaine, a player that we saw quite a bit of at the under 15 level here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and he has gone on to do good things at the under 19 levels. Just be notified they're actually brothers, siblings, so.
Yes, sister and brother.
I think he's also part of the under 19 World Cup squad, but he's in the reserves. It's surprised that decision must be said. I thought that he's a good foil for the middle order. But he's still young, he's still a relatively young man. I'm sure he'll have his opportunities.
He'll definitely have opportunities. I think he's still around about 16 or 17 years old now. But just gone up into that under 19 category.
I think he also made his debut for the Dominican national team in the recently concluded 50 over tournament. My memory serves me correct. So definitely someone to look out for. Orsino. I'm sure he'll be cheering his sister all the way here. But it's a full toss and walk nicely through the onside. Should get to the boundary. Just gets in the boundary at this time. So a juicy full toss on the line of the middle and leg stump. And there was Ilwa just walking that one nicely. And getting herself a boundary. And the Dominica women, they're up to 13 for 1. 3 overs completed.
Yeah, that was a very good shot. Full delivery on the leg stump. Just turning the bat face, getting it between the fielder at mid-on and the fielder at mid-wicket. It was timed sufficiently well to get to the boundary for 4. So that will do us confidence a wall of good, Elwa. Getting off the mark and getting off the mark in some style.
The Dominicans, they will need quite a few of those boundaries, especially in the power play. The field is still up. Remember, we only have 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. Lucia Francois to continue from that old airport end. Bowled quite a few extras in the first over. We'll be looking for an improved performance. Unfortunately for her, again, another wide outside the off stump. Score moves up to 14 for 1. So not a lot happening here by means of boundaries for the Dominicans.
In terms of the field, you have a slip. You have a third. Fielder at third position. We'll get back to that now. So you have a fielder at third position. You have a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a deep fine leg. So deep third and deep fine leg are the 2 outside of the circle. Of course, they're in the power play. They can only have 2 outside of the circle at this point. So pretty much a standard field.
There's another full toss and walked away neatly there from Fontaine. A chance for a second. Should be able to get it quite comfortably. 2 more runs added to the total. 16 for 1. Both of these players seem to be a bit of a norther. I mentioned a norther, just walking the ball into the gaps. Don't seem to have the power game like some of the players we've seen earlier, likes of Glasgow and Fletcher, even to some extent Edward. Seem to be well organized and on that occasion looking to be a bit more expansive there. Captain not making any sort of connection outside the off stump. I was about to talk about the field. You spoke about the deep third man and deep fine leg. That's not something that we've seen a lot of today. Different teams seem to utilize different tactics in terms of who are the players they're going to keep out, as we see a change in the field at this time as well. There's now a deep square leg, short third man in place. Once again, working this one neatly, Fontaine. Out to that same field, a deep square leg for single. 18 for 1.
Yeah, I actually like the deep third fielder and the deep fine leg to be in place, especially when you have a bowlers bowling with a bit of pace, relatively speaking. So it gives them the option to try to be as straight as possible without really oaring too far on either side. So just around that off stump, maybe an inside edge between the batter and the wicket might go down to fine leg, or outside edge will go to the third, the deep third, or in the bowling field's case, they will be hoping that it goes to the keeper or to the slip fielder. But definitely it's an offside bias in terms of the field, so want to be just around that off stump.
This one is punched straight to the fielder. They at cover. There's no run. I think Francois, it's inconsistent in terms of her lines. I think she's trying a bit too hard, really. Seems to be getting the ball to come back into the right-handers, and at times trying to move it away from the right-hander. That's where she gets herself into a bit of trouble. This one is a full toss again and punching it out to that fielder at mid-wicket for another single. So that mid-wicket fielder really coming into play in this particular over.
Yes, it's good field placement, good captaincy. both players are not really, well, they do not seem to have the power to hit the ball powerfully down the ground. And so they're using the pace and turn it square of the wicket most of the times. So it's a good ploy from the captain of Grenada, Fletcher, using her experience. And we're seeing it here in the field placement. And then the end of overs, Dominica in pursuit of 183. They are 19 for 1.
So to keep an eye on that required run rate, just around 10.25. Started out around 9 runs per over, so it has been on the ascendancy. And all the exchanges here in this response. Dominican team, they'll have to make sure that it doesn't reach in that region of 14, 15 runs per over. There's when it gets a bit more difficult. Already difficult where it is at this moment, given what we've seen from the Dominican batters so far. Change of bowling. Rachel Williams in the bowler offering a bit of weight. This one should challenge the boundary. In fact, it rushes into the boundary. So a good start to this over. 5th over of the innings. There was Ilwa punching that one through the offside. Gets the boundary. The total moves up to 23 for 1.
Yeah, Ilwa seems to be quite organized as a batter. Doesn't seem to lift the bat in anger, but technically seems to be fairly well organized. Just that this may not be the ideal situation in terms of chasing 180, but it will still be good to see how she goes about her innings here.
This one is short again, a similar delivery, and I'm sure she'll be quite disappointed with that effort. Ilwa was there again to punch through the offside, but perhaps not timing it as well as she would like. Dot delivery. Can't afford too many dot deliveries, chasing 183. One is short of a length, keeping a bit low. Managed to get some bat on it. Ilwa down to the fielder there at deep fine leg. Another single. Scoreboard ticking along, 24 for 1. Looking at live action here in the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship. Game number 2. This one is outside the off stump and driven upishly, not timed well. Perhaps just getting a single there. Captain Fontaine looking to come on to the front foot. Just not timing it as well as she would like. Total moves on by 1 to 25 for 1. They're just joining us. Game number 1 saw St.Vincent and the Grenadines defeating St. Lucia women by 4 wickets. By 6 wickets actually. Made 118 for 4. Game number 2. Big total here from the Grenadines, 183 for 4. And Dominicans in response, meandering along really. They're 26 for 1 into over number 5. Another wide delivery outside the off stump. Seen quite a few of these. Umpires today really had their work cut out for them in terms of these signals. A lot of wides added to the total. Look around the ground. Small build-up of spectators, nothing to really write home about by any means. I'm sure as the tournament progresses and we move into the West Indies tournament, we might see a bigger crowd. Also have some night games as well. Opportunity for persons finishing work to just come down and enjoy some of the cricket.
Yes, I agree, wasn't it? And if we see some more innings like we saw from Fletcher, thinking that persons will get wind of what is happening and get more spectators coming out to see exciting cricket.
Sweeping this one down to fine leg for a single. It's always going to be a challenge to get spectators down on a Sunday morning. Persons perhaps stuck at home baking their Sunday lunches.
Or maybe in church. Also go church on a Sunday morning. But the afternoon time, you tend to find persons coming out more in the afternoon to get things done. I'm not too sure how many people are aware of the tournament as well, because I really haven't heard much promotion of the tournament.
5 overs completed. The Dominica women, they are 28 for 1. Yes, 28 for 1. That required run rate 10.33. Somewhat of a mountain to climb for the Dominicans. Quite a mountainous terrain, the Dominica as a country. I'm sure that they're quite used to climbing mountains. Wonderful waterfalls as well. Good place to visit, Alanson. So you would have gone there quite a few times. You're a man about town.
I've only been there once. I want to go back at some point, but I've only been there once. Very nice country. Being a geographer myself, I do enjoy the landscape. It's, as you mentioned, very mountainous, very rugged, very green. Also a lot of rivers. Quite relaxing.
No time to relax here for the Dominicans in this encounter, as we see Holly Charles being introduced into the attack. A bit of a medium pacer as well. On the short and pulling this one. He once again is well set down to deep fine leg. Limits the batters to a single. So the Grenadian team makeup seemed to be similar to what we saw from the Vincentians in terms of the employment of seam bowling options all around, especially in the power play.
Yes. But I would think that as the tournament goes a bit further on, I mean, it's only 3 playing days, and so it's not as much pressure on the strip. But do you think that probably on the final day, that there'll be more turn on offer? Spinners may come into their own.
Some good delivery. Yes, officially again from the captain out to that deep extra cover region. Not the best of running between these two. Just a single.
Also, what the selectors for the 2 teams need to be aware of is, well, when I say the teams, I mean those who are selecting for the Windwards as they go into the Cricket West Indies Women's Tournament, which comes directly after, is that the pitches would be a bit more tired by the time you get to those tournaments. And you'll be playing at different venues on Arnos Vale as well. So even if these spinners don't feature as strongly in this tournament, you have to be mindful of the fact that conditions would change as you go deeper into that tournament, and the surfaces become more worn.
Agreed. Good point. This one is swung all the way for 6. So Elwa showing a bit of power, bit of timing on this occasion. It was a delivery on the line of the leg stump from Holly Charles, and Elwa just swiveled a bit, timed it to perfection, and gets herself her first maximum, the first maximum of the innings, in fact. And the Dominica women, they are up to 36 for 1.
It's a very good shot. It wasn't all that short, but the angle, it was angling down the leg side, and so he was able to help it along. Timed it very well, got it quite a distance over the boundary. And as I was saying before, I like the look of Elwa as a player. She seems quite organized in terms of her technical approach to batting.
He's driving again officially. Feel that they had made of a chance for run out. I think a direct hit would have been interesting on that occasion.
Might have been gone with the direct hit. Not the quickest between the sticks, these 2 players.
I think there's just a situation where you're already into the shot, so the momentum is taking you forward, and you feel to yourself that you need to get this single, but it was a risky single in the end. But all's well that ends well for Elwa and the Dominica women team. Using her feet this time and getting just enough to evade the fielders in the circle. There was Fontaine, and a bit of a mix-up here, and I think it's the end of the innings. A lack of communication, really. Both players not being assertive enough in terms of the calling, and the captain has to make her way back to the pavilion And Dominica, they lose their second wicket. It's 37 for 2.
You see the replay there. Yeah, should have been gone on the previous delivery, Elwa. The fielder was Noel as well, who is a very good fielder. And on that occasion, he ran out being affected. I don't know if what the calling was, but I saw Fontaine turn immediately and she was on her way back for the second. I don't know if there was a call and if it was heard by Elwa and if there was any response to that call. But I would think that even if there was a response to the call, I think that one of them would have been run out if they tried to go for 2 there in that case, based on what we have seen from them between the wickets so far.
It's something you spoke about a couple of deliveries earlier in terms of they're not the most mobile within the wickets. So it's important that the call is on point. And spoke about this also in the previous encounter when Glasgow was perhaps trying to get herself run out at some point in time. You have to be mindful of the capabilities of your partner in terms of the running. On that occasion, given what we have seen from those two, it was never a second run on there to be had. So a disappointment there for the captain, disappointing way to go. But the Grenada women, I'm sure they will welcome that breakthrough. That partnership was looking a bit comfortable going along. It's now 38 for 2. 21st wicket went at 1, so that was a partnership of 37 between those two. So the new player is St. John, Abini St. John. St. John, a bit of French, I believe in that name, St. John.
St. Jean.
St. Jean, yeah. Dominica, I believe, is an island that has some French influence as well. My social studies and history knowledge is enough.
Correct. Dominica, St. Lucia were under French colonial rule for some time, so they do have that influence, do speak French patois still quite regularly.
Delivery outside the off stump.
So they're very capable of communicating with those in Martinique and Guadeloupe, who apparently they still have quite a good relationship with. Of some persons who move from these islands to go over to Martinique to shop. Because they can speak, once you can speak the patois, it's the same French Creole, so you can get around.
Steady start from Williams into a second over. Well, quite a few extras, a few wides outside the off stump. Not really running in with any sort of venom. But I think what has been impressive so far is she's been able to get quite a few deliveries in those good areas. It's one a bit down the leg side. So a bit of a lull here in proceedings. Not a lot happening by way of boundaries.
Yeah, that's what we were saying about the Dominica lineup. Not too sure about some of the other players, but I definitely know for the top 4 that we have seen here, because we've seen them before.
So it's driven nicely through the offside. Should challenge the boundary, and I think it wouldn't get into the boundary at this time. So very good looking shot there from St. John. Caressed through the offside, really. Yeah, offered a bit of width, a bit of length outside the off stump, and just came forward and stroked it nicely for her first boundary as the total moves on to 42 for 2.
Yes, a shot of class there from St. John. Just eased it through extra cover for 4. No malice at all in that shot. Just timing.
I think that is in line with what we've seen from the top order so far. The ability to time the ball well. On the ground, that is. Saw 6 earlier from Ilwa. That was a short delivery on the line of the leg stump. But mostly they've been playing the ball on the ground on its merit, as they would say. But then to the over there from Williams, going past the outside edge, and Dominica, after 7 overs, they're 42 for 2. That required run rate just mounting closer to 11 runs per over.
Yes, we mentioned that if they continue to go at this rate, that run rate will climb astronomically. And we're seeing it happening here. Maybe another 2 or 3 overs going at this rate is the most they could possibly afford before the game just becomes too far out of their reach. Some may think that it already is out of their reach, but there's yet hope. 141 needed from 78.
Charles it is again and swinging across the line. So perhaps a bit too high on that occasion. Interesting to see the replay. There was Ilwa looking to go through the onside this time around. Perhaps looking to replicate her 6 in the previous over of Charles. Losing her shape. This one is outside the off stump, well bowled. Bit of movement again from Charles away from the right hand on that occasion.
We've seen the replay there, it seemed pretty close from the replay. Post shout.
I think perhaps the only doubt the umpire had was the height. It was definitely in front of the stumps.
Yes, and of course the cameras are quite high, so we're not necessarily in the best position to judge the height, but definitely a very close call there for Ilwa.
Using her feet again on this occasion, so sure she's feeling the pressure, Ilwa. You realize the scoring rate is mounting above 11 runs at this point in time. So 19 from 20 deliveries, so not a bad effort from her in terms of her personal scoring rate. This one is short of a length and tucking her up there, Ilwa. 43 for 2. They're just joining us, the Grenada team. They made 183 for 4 earlier. Brilliant 100 from Fletcher. Scored at very quick rate all around the park. Of huge 6s that innings as well. Bit of a slight break as Ilwa fixes her equipment. Into over number 8 of this Dominican response. Well, it's a good delivery, punching it, but not finding the gap on that offside. That offside is quite protected. Feel that backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. Also short third man.
So far, like what I've seen from the Grenadian team, they seem quite organized. Of course, they have not been challenged so much in this chase because of the mammoth score.
Swinging this one, and not timing it well. Fielder there at mid-on should come around and limit the batters to a single. Definitely a change in momentum or intent, must say, from Ilwa.
She really doesn't have any choice at this stage. She's the batter that's in. They need over 11 and a half per over, which, you know, pretty soon it will be 2 runs per ball. So we'll get into the astronomical reaches soon unless you have someone who could hit a lot of boundaries. So it really doesn't have much of a choice. Have to give it a go.
It's 44 for 2. 8 overs completed. 139 required and 72 balls. Take something spectacular. Take a monumental effort here from the Dominican batters. As we are seeing Williams again to continue into a third over. 2 overs, none for 13 so far. It's been quite steady. Doesn't have any sort of pace to make you lose your sleep at night. But what she has is reasonable control. Otherwise, swinging for the fences again, missing it completely. Just shaving the off stump on that occasion. Trying to go through the onside. I think she'd be better advised to try and go through the offside because the fielder there at mid-off is in the circle. delivery on the line of the off stump as well.
Yeah, that one just missing by a coat of paint.
Full length delivery again outside the off stump, moving further away. So just getting a bit of movement away from the right-handers. Williams. That wind we spoke about earlier, that has pronounced now.
Much calmer at this time of the day.
Again, just a bit of a nothing shot on that occasion.
Yes.
It's neither defensive shot or anything of any authority.
Yeah, I think that what you might be seeing from her now is a bit of fatigue. And if there's any place that you could see definitely from her for technique where she probably has a weakness would be off the front foot on the offside. Some of those deliveries there you could get onto by coming forward and with a straightish bat going through the covers. It doesn't seem to be an area where she generates much power, and she's looking for power now as opposed to placement. And it seems as if she's thinking more leg side and down the ground with power.
So I think she has some issues with her eyewear. Glasses there. Perhaps need a bit of cleaning. Wicketkeeper Williams doing the honors for her. So hopefully she'll have a change of fortune with the remaining 2 deliveries in this over. So far, 4 dot deliveries. Not what the doctor ordered for the Dominicans at this time. This one again is outside the off stump. Close to a wide. Umpire quite lenient on that occasion. 5 dot deliveries.
Williams enjoying her bowling spell. Smile on her face. 2.5 overs done for 13. Why wouldn't she be smiling?
This one again is a full length delivery and punch down the ground, but a very good stop. There at long on. Well, she wasn't all the way back to the boundary, but came around and effected that stop quite efficiently in the end. So 1 run from that over. And Dominica women, they are 45 for 2. A bit of a stagnant phase at this point in time. 9 overs completed. Illinois, she's been there for a while, 21 for 29. St. John, she's there on 4. And they need a for the 138 from 66 deliveries. Pretty tough going so far for the Dominicans.
Yeah, what you're seeing there again is from Illinois is a bit extra bottom hand. He was tugging that one as opposed to letting the top hand go through with the drive and going through the offside. Tugged it more down the ground on the onside as opposed to going through the covers with a dominant top hand. So that might be an area that the Grenadines can continue to focus on, being full outside the off stump to her.
The bowler is Fortune, Harriet Fortune, and I think she starts with a no ball. So free hit to Illinois. Just what the doctor perhaps order for her to jumpstart her innings. Or should I say, power the the sedate start that she's had so far. So it's Fortune, free hit. She's swinging for the fences. There is Illinois, but missing it completely. Just not timing it as well as she would like, Illinois. Full length delivery, just missing the off stump by a whisker as well. 46 for 2, the Dominicans.
Perhaps looking to just overhit the ball. He has gone over the boundary with good timing previously.
This one is a full delivery, a huge appeal, and he's out. Yes. Umpire answering in the affirmative on that occasion. So an early breakthrough here for Fortune. And Illinois, it's been there for a while. She now has to go. And Dominica women, they're now 46 for the loss of 3 as we look at that replay. I think that's a very good decision there from the umpire.
Yes, only somebody fixing a pipe would be plumber than that. Plumbing front the stump. Full delivery, looking to go across the line, which I think has been an issue for her because since she has the last probably 10 or 15 deliveries that she has faced, she has been looking to tug across the line consistently as opposed to going down the ground to see where the bat ends up there, looking to go through the onside. as opposed to going down the ground, even with the on drive, just between mid-on and the bowler. And she was dismissed of that delivery, correctly adjudged to be LBW by the umpire. So, interesting to see how the rest of the innings goes, because not too sure how much batting is to come, and they have a daunting task of needing almost 13 runs per over in order to get to this 138 runs more that they need in order to get to 183. So it will be a very big challenge for the Dominica side. And the Grenadians will be extremely pleased and content with what they have done thus far in this fixture. This time we have the drinks break, so we'll take a short break, and when we come back we'll have live action in this chase.
So 46 for free into over number 10. Fortune it is. Into a first over. Already has the wicket of Ilwa just before that jinx break. New player Seaman. Shadia Seaman. Didn't have the best of days with the ball in hand. Should be hoping to make amends with the bat. This delivery down the leg side. A bit of misdirection there from Fortune. Seem to have a bit of pace. Really strong action from her. Fortune. This one again on the line of the off stump, and there was Seaman just pushing that one out to backward point. It's no run. It's getting to that stage where you feel like it's increasingly difficult, borderline impossible for the Dominicans to get anywhere close to this target. That required run rate just around 13.26 runs per over. Given what we've seen so far from the Dominican top order, it's going to be difficult to take something monumental for them to get up close to this total, but I'm sure they want to salvage a bit of pride. Perhaps bat as long as possible and see how close they can get to this total. But Fortune has other ideas, as this one is a full length delivery, bold. All ends up there was a Seaman. So she has failed to trouble the scorers. Fortune continues to impress. The second wicket of this over, and the Dominicans are now 47 for the loss of 5.
Yes, so the Dominican team, they sink a bit further down into the mire. Troubling start here for them in this tournament. Will be highly improbable for them to recover from this position, needing 137 more runs from 10.1 overs with their top order dismiss, half of their batting already in the shed. But it was good delivery there from Fortune. Fuller delivery. Pitch right up and getting the desired result that she wanted. And so 2 wickets for her in this over.
Continue to make inroads, the Grenadian team. In the very first over, you saw their buoyancy. Quite confident, given how well they ended the innings by virtue of that stupendous knock from Afi Fletcher. Always going to be a difficult task for the Dominican women. And that is what it's proven to be so far. It's 47 for 4. New batter being Kayla George. His last delivery outside the off stump. Umpire signal wide. So those wides continue to plague the teams in this tournament quite early. 3 rounds of fixtures. And then we have the finals on Friday. There's still quite a bit of cricket to play in this tournament. This one again outside the off stump. Similar result. Dominican women, they creep along to 49 for 4. 1 delivery remaining in the 10th over. The line of the off stump. This time, umpire Billingy is quite pleased with that delivery. So it's the end of the 10th over. It's a halfway stage. And the Dominican women, in response to 183 for 4 from Grenada, they are 49 for 4. And struggling a bit here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. So it's going to be Raquel Williams, or Rachel Williams actually. It's actually Raquel, sorry. Raquel Williams. To finish off her spell into her 4th over. Quite economical spell so far. 4 overs on the trot. Shows that she has a bit of fitness in her. Not running in from any long distance, must be said. Which has been very consistent so far in this particular spell. It's a short delivery and St. John looking to sweep this one, getting it down to the fielder there at fine leg for a single. Total moves up to 50, quite belatedly must be said. And joining me, Mr. Rajiv Roberts.
Yes, viewers of this broadcast, welcome. As I said, Osnet, if you don't score in the power play, you will be behind the 8 ball. Chasing a minimum total of 184 for victory. Dominica is now 54-4 at the halfway stage. It was in the top order batsman and still in need of 134. It's really impossible from here.
Mention that term impossible. Nothing is impossible, some would say. This one is down the leg side. Not a wide delivery. There's been one blemish on the performance of the Grenadines. Would be the lack of consistency in terms of these wides. But it's quite early in the tournament. I'm sure that's something that they will look to work on as they go deeper into this tournament.
Well, as I said, the team that went off the 4th innings with that momentum will basically be victorious. And Grenada went out with that kind of momentum and they came back out struck in the 4th over. And from there, Dominica have never lifted their head. I am hoping for a turnaround, but at half a stage, 9.2 overs remaining, still in need of 133 runs.
Yes, a difficult task ahead.
Difficult task.
Dominicans just looking to play for a bit of pride. at this stage. Perhaps looking to bat all these overs to get some batting practice, used to the conditions here at the Handelsway Sporting Complex. I'm sure the Grenadines will be looking for all the trip off, all the showers, they would say. Delivery outside the off stump. And getting through overs very quickly as well, Raquel. That's a very good spell from her. None for 16. She would have liked something in that last column, but a very good effort.
The required rate of 14.78. Do you think it's going to decrease from here or it's going to increase?
Given what we've seen so far, we spoke about the top order perhaps not getting having the type of power that we saw from the likes of Fletcher and Glasgow and these players that were on show earlier. And it would be very cynical of me to expect that from the lower order of the Dominican team. 51 for 4, 11 overs completed. It's going to be Fortune, who has figures of 2 for 4 so far. So she has had a very good day with the ball. Grenada and Seamer. Haven't seen Fletcher as yet.
I think she's probably saving herself for the later part of the tournament, or probably tomorrow.
This one is sacked, but straight to the fielder there at extra cover. I'm sure the last thing the Dominicans will want to see at this time is that experience of Afi Fletcher with the ball in hand. Very good spinner over the years, did really good service to the West Indies women team. This one is another good delivery there from Fortune. A strong bowling action. Runs in hard. Seem to be one of those wholehearted cricketers. Fortune. And it's outside the off stump. It's losing our bearings on that occasion. As we see the shadows coming across the pitch. I think they're in any way threatening the outcome of this game.
With the condition of this game, I think the bowlers should be targeting the stumps more often than not, because they keep bowling on the fourth and fifth stump, and they have not been rewarded for it because the batters are not really pushing out there. You bowl wicket to wicket, and that's what you're looking for. Try to wrap this game up as quick as possible.
Agreed. Perhaps looking for more LBW bowl decisions. This one is a straighter delivery, bit of bounce, something that we have seen from Fortune. Wicket itself being quite consistent in terms of pace and bounce. Players have been able to play through the line. Bowlers who put the effort in has been able to extract a bit of pace, a bit of movement as well. So all in all, I think it has been a very good, as this one is bowled, just what you were saying a while ago, Rajiv. Bowl a bit straighter. There was St. John looking to go across the line on that occasion. And as the old saying goes, you miss, I hit. And another hit there for Fortune and the Grenada team. As the Dominica, they sink further into trouble. They are now 52 for the loss of 5.
Well, it take me back to the first game that played between St. Vincent and St. Lucia this morning, when I called and said the vice captain have to bat deep for St. Vincent in order to be victorious. Also, when Grenada was batting, I called Fletcher and said she'd be making 100 today. And you probably didn't show. But one of my co-commentators have my back as well with that. No, I basically say what Grenada needs to do. They need to bowl wicket to wicket. You already get the top order out the way. The batters are actually struggling for runs. 52 for 5 after 10 overs, basically 11 overs. And you just need to bowl wicket to wicket.
That required run rate up to 16 runs per over. So Dominica 52 for 5 as Fortune continues. Not a full length delivery, a full toss on this occasion. Abigail Celestine is the new player. Just getting that one out to backward point. There's no run. So the end of another successful over from Fortune. She's having a ball out there. Figures of 3 for 5 from her 2 overs so far. Continue to apply the squeeze to the Dominican women team in this Windward Islands Women T20 Championship. They are 52 for 5, 12 overs completed.
Wasn't if you realize the run rate, it's keep climbing. Already 16 and a half. And we haven't seen Afi bowl overs yet. So could you imagine if Afi get 2 overs, by the time the end of her 2 overs, the run rate might be 22 needed.
She's there at short mid-wicket, the captain, Afi Fletcher, sporting that yellow hat.
I think she's just rallying her troops on and make sure everything is okay. Just in case she needed, then she will bring herself on.
It's an opportunity to give some of the youngsters, the more inexperienced players, a chance to just get into the tournament as well. So I think our captaincy has been on point as well in terms of the field placing, use of our bowlers. And that is priceless really in terms of having that sort of experience at the international level. Then you would see it being manifested in terms of how she's able to uplift her players as well as set fields, appropriate fields for different type of bowling, as this one is edged but down to the fielder there, third man. And we've seen quite a bit of that where edges have gone down to third man and fine leg, and you have these fielders in place.
I would definitely like to see the batters bat with a more straight bat. Play your drive on merit. But as you say, is the first day, so tomorrow might bring a different outcome.
This one is a wayward delivery there from Tyson, the new bowler. Devona Tyson. I'm striving for a bit of pace. So again, a bit of rustiness. Falling to a Lanson, of nose. A combination of both.
Well, you play the game as well as Ned, and they always get your line first, the pace, and then the pace will follow.
Definitely. This one is on the line of the middle and off stump. Good comeback from Tyson. So the game just in a bit of a lull as shadows come across the ground into the latter half of this innings, into over number 13. It's a lot happening by way of bungarees or excitement for the few fans, few hundred fans that have turned up here today. Not sure if that's an overstatement based on my judgment. I think I'm including the players as well in terms of the fans.
Yeah, because we have all 4 teams on show here today.
So there's a good delivery outside the off stump. Part of there being Abigail Celestine.
Now I think that if Tyson could really bowl that wicket to wicket line, she will be rewarded for it. Because if you notice, the batter was late coming down on that one.
That's a good delivery. That's it. The line you were perhaps speaking about. This one a bit of an inside edge, I think. Waiting for the signal. Well, no signal actually from the umpire. So she's off the mark, Celestine. And at the end of the 13th over, Dominica women continue to move along at a snail-like pace here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. They are 55 for 5.
And over number 13, I do think that they're going to get to the 100 mark today. 7 overs remaining.
It will take something.
Somebody have to have a go. Because at the end of the day, I mean, we look at T20 as a dashing game, where batters come out and dash the bat. Now you're in a position where you're still chasing over 100 runs. You at a score of 55 for 5. You have 7 overs remaining.
I think perhaps we'll show a bit more intent, yes, into this last period of the game.
I think somebody's going to play a blinder here, from here.
You've been calling it all day, Rajiv. Hopefully for the sake of the fans that are gathered here, they can see something of that sort. But I'm sure the Grenadines will have other plans. Not a change in bowling. Seem to be a slow bowling option. We'll get the name verified quite soon. Seem to be Charles. Janelle Charles. Tristan. Quite slow. Everything there seemed to have moved in slow motion. From the ball to the way the batter responded. 55 for 5. It's again another slow delivery, and she's swinging this one over mid-wicket. Not getting the type of power that she would have wanted, but gets a single. Nonetheless, total creeps up to 56 for 5.
Not just the total creeping up, the run rate, the required run rate also creeping up 19.20.
But I think the required run rate is doing a bit more than creeping. Rajiv.
And that is a slow delivery there by Charles. I don't think it could get any slower than that.
Once again, I think it's just an opportunity being given to Charles here. Just to see what she's made of and perhaps ease her into the tournament. Maybe not a regular bowler of any means. But such is the commanding position that the Dominica team is in at the moment. Captain Fletcher can afford to do such. Dominican team seem to just be going through the emotions at this point in time. Charles again with another slow delivery outside the off stump. Wide signal by umpire Bill Lindsay. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Another slow delivery again, and looking for a sweep shot on that occasion, Celestine, just not getting any sort of power behind that particular shot. Trickles out to short mid-wicket. Another slow delivery again, and Celestine, textbook fashion, just strokes it out to short mid-wicket for no run. So an interesting over, it must be said. That one over from Janelle Charles. Dominica women, they are 58 for 5. Required run rate now just around 20 runs per over, 21 in fact.
Not a bad over from Charles. Our force over went for 3. Tomorrow we're going to be seeing Grenada on show as well in the morning. They're coming up against St. Lucia. So maybe we can see another century from Afi tomorrow.
It's an opportunity for St. Lucia to bounce back, having lost the game to the other game to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I'm sure they'll be looking at this game against Dominica as an opportunity for them to continue their winning ways. So it's Tyson into her second over. This one is a delivery on the line of the leg stump, signal wide. Extras being the order of the day so far for the Dominican team. They've contributed quite significantly. Spoke about that being an area that the Grenadian team would want to improve on. Once again, another wide delivery outside the off stump. Just prolonging the inevitable at this time.
The score was 60 for 5 in over number 15.
Better line, a better length from Tyson. Kalia George is punching that one to mid-off.
Yeah, that's what I want to see more. I mean, they could bowl wicket to wicket. You're bowling at the lower order batsman, woman. Bowl wicket to wicket, bowl stump to stump. And you can't get wrong, you'll be rewarded.
This one is a bit closer to that area you were speaking about. Perhaps a bit of leg side bias on that occasion. Getting it down to fine leg. Again, so another single. Dealing in singles here, the Dominicans. Really posing no sort of threat to that total from the Grenadian team. Doing their best to bat as much overs as possible. And that might be a positive that they can take from this particular innings. into over number 15, so 5 overs remaining after this.
I'm loving the change of field. Sweeper is in.
It's outside the off stump. I'm sure pretty close to wide. Umpire on this occasion not answering in the affirmative.
Now, if you're gonna bowl that line, you need your sweeper back.
We haven't seen really any shot in anger from these two. I think that's what skipper Fletcher might be saying to herself. They haven't been able to find any sort of power, and this one is out. So that straight line once again proving to be effective for Tyson this occasion. And the Dominica women, they lose another wicket. It's now 61 for 6 as we look at that replay. Bit of inward movement hitting the back leg. I think perhaps just brushing the leg stump. Rajiv, umpire's call.
Yeah, I think that's what I've been saying for the longest while, that you bowl wicket to wicket, you bowl stump to stump. The batters, the lower order batters, they are not looking to score. So you bowl that wicket to wicket line and you will be rewarded. But when you got to be strain and bowl down the leg, you got to bowl fourth and fifth stump, you're not looking for anything.
So first wicket there, Devona Tyson. Has been quite erratic in terms of those wides. But on that occasion, being rewarded with a wicket. Sure, she'll be quite pleased with that effort. Grenada, on the whole, will be quite pleased with the effort of their team this afternoon. Really dominated proceedings from ball one. Skipper leading from the front. That's what you want to see. Somebody, as a captain, should be able to lead from the front. I think I co-commentator mentioning Ruston Chase. I didn't want to get into those details, but when you have a captain and you can look up to your captain to give those sort of match-winning performances, it's always going to be a challenge for those persons in the batting order. As this one again on the line of the leg stump this time. And it's the end of a successful over from Tyson. She completes her second. And at the end of 15, Dominica women, they are 61 for 6.
So Dominica still women need 123 from the last 5 overs, and this is where Grenada would have get some momentum into their first innings, where Afi would have actually scored 100.
Yeah, after 15 overs, Grenada were just over 100 runs. But the last 5 overs, they scored very quickly. They went at over 10 runs and over in the last 5 overs. And it really took the bowling attack apart. We don't see that power coming from the Dominica batting order. In fact, when you look through the batting all the way through, you have some players which are good players, but you don't see really that destructive player who is going to really take the bowling apart.
New bowler is Tyrell, that's a wide. And I think all 11 bowlers, you might just see everybody get a over on this Grenada team.
Well, if the game persists for the time, I mean, just trying to see who is in good bowling rhythm. It's not a bad ploy by the skipper to do that.
I wasn't surprised if I see the keeper take off her pads as well. Have a go.
Ball all over the place. So another wicket goes down. That's the end of George. Comprehensively bowled by Tyrell. Full delivery. Just nipping back in a little bit. And that's a good delivery. That's a Yorker length delivery, actually. Good length by Tyrell.
And that's a fall of the 7th wicket for Dominica women. The score on 62 for 7 in over number 16. Still in pursuit of 122 in less than 5 overs. How much more can they really get?
Well, it's going to be a very big victory for the Grenada team in this fixture. Can they win by over 100 runs? It's possible.
Well, winning this big, it means that your net run rate will be in a plus and not minus.
Well, a huge plus actually, because if you win by over 100 runs, you wouldn't really foresee many other teams doing that for the tournament for the remaining games. So it will put them in the ace position, because if a few teams finish on the same points, then it may just get them into that final if needed. So they'll be very happy with this, the Grenada team. The captain Fletcher, as mentioned by us, leading from the front with a century. Didn't have to bowl today, could take a rest in the field because everybody else was doing their jobs in terms of getting the wickets that they need. And the think tank will be happy with the way that they structured their innings, because as we mentioned, the captain and the vice captain had that very important partnership in the middle, where you could see that they were just setting things up to have a go at the end, just knocking it around, taking what was on offer, but looking for the singles, looking for twos, looking to turn singles into twos. Just that intensity that you saw from them as the leadership would be something that the other players, the younger players, could learn from, and that's something that could bubble over into the team for the rest of the tournament.
Happy to see that Afi is actually bringing out her A games where she can rotate the strike, do the switch hit, be cheeky, the power hitting. She have all that. So I just hope that a lot of the young players from either country, whether it's Grenada, Dominica, St. Lucia, St.Vincent, could look at that and say, wow, this is what I want to be able to do.
Yes, very important. Execution is important, but also when to execute. And I think she showed that from her experience in terms of the way she went about her innings. Yes, she has those shots, but she didn't bring them out as soon as she came out. When she was on top of the bowling, then she expanded the array of shots that she played. You know, and didn't really take any undue risk to all in her innings.
As Ned said before, which I actually know Asnet as a cricketer, and once he in, he always is staying. You get the start, you have to finish, and that's what Afi actually showed on display today. But the final 5 overs was actually crucial.
Yeah, and the longer you're in, is the easier it will get for you as a batter. She accelerated towards the end, got well over 100. Remember when you posed the question when we were on that she was around 60, and you said, can she make 100? I said, yes, of course she can. She will have to go very quickly, but you can't rule it out at this point. And indeed, that is what she did. Scoring almost another 60 runs in that innings. And I think at that period in time, maybe only 6 overs were left.
I would like to see Dominica at least show some intent here than just and that's another wicket. That's the fall of the 8th wicket with the score on 62 for 8 in the 16th over.
Yes, and Tyrrell, she's doing what she should do, which is to bowl the ball at the stump. You miss, I hit. You're bowling at the lower order, who usually do not have the technique to cope with that type of bowling. And she's getting the just rewards here for her accuracy. It's keeping the ball on the stumps and just letting nature take its course.
That's what I've been saying for the entire innings, that you're bowling at the lower order. You bowl wicket to wicket, you will be rewarded. There's no need for you to be bowling the 5th stump line. You bowl wicket to wicket, you will definitely be rewarded.
Maybe a bit of an over-ambitious shot there from Casper. Looking to cut a ball that was on the off stump. Not enough room for the shot. And 62 for 8. Penultimate batter coming to the crease.
Still in need of 122 from 4.1 overs.
Can you make that, Rajiv?
I think I have some good cricketers around. I could point fingers to and say yes, we can do it.
That's the end of the over now. 122 still needed. 62 for 8 after 16. The required run rate now climbs over 30 runs per over. So 30.25 needed for over in order to win.
Yes, when I look at it, the score is 62 for 8, but we have been there for a while. We have been at 62 for a while, and the only thing that you probably get in there is extras.
Yeah, but you did mention it. You didn't really see much of the intent, aside from obviously the top 3 batters. Once they went, you didn't really see much intent from the players from Dominica. Have a go, see what could happen. You never know. It might just be the opportunity for somebody who has a more defensive mindset to expand their game. Because you have nothing to lose. You're in a position where your team is not expected to win from this point. 30 runs are needed now per over. You really win from such a position, maybe one in several thousand times. Odds are not in the favor of the batting team.
Charles bowling her third over.
That's a good delivery there from Charles. She just needs to get it on the stump again. I think.
Yeah, it's a very good delivery, but the lack of foot movement from the batters is what made the delivery look so brilliant. That's another good delivery from Charles.
She's bowling has a reasonable pace. I think if she gets it around the off stump, then she should be in business.
I think she probably needs some cutters in her armory.
An off cutter?
Yeah.
Who she hold you? Good take by the keeper there. Williams. Athletic behind the stumps. Had a bit of swing on that delivery. Very well done.
Well, honestly, you probably see I smiling when I see those kind of swing because it is something that I basically learn when I have that ball in hand. I will definitely swing 6 deliveries at you. So I would like to see the bowlers at least, get that grip. Just get that grip, and you will definitely be in business.
Especially at this ground, because it's such an open ground. You tend to get the ball to move in the air here, Arnosville. Again, a bit of movement away.
Just give it that little bit of air to the batsman, and then you're in business. Wicket to wicket. But what I would like to see is Dominica try get some scores, get some scoring shot, and that's what I'm talking about. Get some scores, get some scoring shot. The score move on to 65 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah, it's now impossible for them to win this game. Because the scoring rate required is now beyond that of 36. So now impossible, although we saw it being highly improbable probably after maybe 5 or so overs. But I think the only thing that they could have gotten out of this last wicket, 9th wicket pairing and the lower order was to show some fight. And probably attempt a few shots. If somebody makes 20 not out or 30 not out, or 15 or 20 deliveries, will give them some confidence going into one of the other games. That's what you could get out of it, if not the win. As Noel continues.
She has bowled well today, Karina Noel. Comes back into the bowling after opening the bowling earlier. 1 for 7 her figures after her first 2 overs. Also played her role in that partnership with skipper Fletcher.
I think her pace is definitely troubling the batters.
Yeah, she didn't look very comfortable there at all. Gasper. He was backing away to square leg.
That's a wide, long leg side. Noel.
A slow delivery, probably experimenting with a few different tricks that you have up in your sleeve as a bowler. Because you're not under much pressure at this point. So some things that you're probably working on in the nets.
Yeah,
trying to see if you could get them done in the game.
I think Grenada team is just having fun and enjoying themselves. That looked like an outswinger.
Yeah, just a little bit too short, I think. You pitch it up a little bit fuller. Maybe it would have threatened the edge. Call wide by the umpire. Slower delivery. Touch and go. In terms of where the wide line is. Judge wide by umpire Bilinji.
Grenada will be taking on St. Lucia tomorrow at 10 a.m. And St. Vincent will be taking on Dominica at 2 p.m. tomorrow. And knowing that, well, this game is basically already in the pocket of Grenada. So they will be having a good night rest and be back here tomorrow morning, hoping that they could actually go 2-up against Grenada, St. Lucia. And I know St. Lucia will come with a different plan because they already lost today to St. Vincent.
Yeah, they'll be looking to get on the board. So that will be an interesting fixture. So it will be the one in the afternoon because Dominica, I know they will probably be halting from the game today. They will want to give a better showing to show that they are still in the tournament. Oh my goodness.
That miss.
It's just too good. Just too good a delivery. Just cutting her in half, slicing her. It's coming back between bat and pad.
Beautiful bowling from Noel. 3 overs, 1 for 9.
But again, you make the point, Rajiv. If she had bowlers on the stump, I think she would have gotten a couple of wickets in the over.
Yeah. The batters are not really looking to score. They are just hoping that to just live out the rest of the evening. But after the 20 overs is finished, they still have the rest of the evening to enjoy themselves.
Only 2 overs remaining. 118 runs to get. Maybe if in cricket we start making the rule that if the 6 is big enough that you could get 12, then you'll start having a possibility of overhauling such an equation. But for now, the most you can get from a delivery is 6 or 7 if it's an extra. 6 on a no ball or something of that sort. That one was very close to the field at mid wicket. Almost taking the catch as Francois continues to bowl. Just lobbed up there. One moment she thought she had the wicket of Vale.
The fielder seems to be Afi, Fletcher.
Yes. Again, you see the movement is there. The movement is there, Rajiv. And as I said before, at that pace that they are bowling, which is, if you want to estimate, you probably say around 60 miles an hour. When you're bowling medium pace around that pace, and in a place here where the wind is a factor, the ball will always be moving. So you have that to their advantage. So if they can just pitch it well, they will always get something from the conditions and from the pitch.
Well said, Alonso. Well said. Definitely loving the ball as I should. Just wanting to bowl, but constantly bowl wicket to wicket, which is very, very important. That is exactly what I was talking about, Alanson. You bowl stump to stump, you will be rewarded. But there's no need for you to be fishing on the fifth stump. No, you are bowling at the lower order. So that's 9 down for the Dominica woman. The score is 68 for the loss of 9 wickets in over number 19.
Just looking at the player who is walking off, I think the number that I'm seeing on her back is 15. So that looks like Celestine and not Valmont. I think that was Celestine that was just dismissed and not Valmont. Celestine was the opening bowler. Was bowling a bit of mystery spin from the backway end. Yes, plumb in front. Going straight across the line. Bowler appealing with 4 over and getting the answer in the affirmative from the umpire. So we're now down to the last pair. Do not look at the required run rate if you are from Dominica. Do not look at it. Either this ball or any ball to come in the rest of this over, because it will be astronomical.
It's a dead ball. 3 balls remaining in this over. Do you think, Alison, that this game will be wrapped up in this over?
There's a very good chance that it will be.
Just hoping that the bowler could bowl wicket to wicket. You will be rewarded.
Not wicket to wicket on that occasion. Try a slower delivery. But again, you have to be mindful of the fact that if you're going to bowl even slower than that, as she did on that occasion, the wind that comes across the pitch is going to drift the ball away from the stump. So you have to start it almost leg stump and let it drift back to middle and off. Better. That's better from her. And she's bold. So that's what she wanted. That fuller delivery, but it will have some gentle away movement because of the wind direction. The wind is always quite strong here at Arnos, blowing from east. Well, on the screen that you're looking at, from right to left. And that one was a very good delivery. Slow delivery, Yorker length, and really no answer on that one. And this is the end of the game. Dominica women only getting dismissed for 68 in pursuit of a mammoth 183. And so they have lost by 114 runs.
All right, so remember, tomorrow we're going to be back right here on this Vale playing field to witness the game between St. Vincent, that should be Grenada, and St. Lucia at 10 a.m. And at 2 p.m. we have St. Vincent will be taking on Dominica. Victorious team for today is Grenada and St. Vincent.
Yes, and with that we will sign off. Thank you very much to my co-commentators Rajiv and Osnet. That we'll sign off from the Arnos playing field. Thank you for joining us today for these 2 opening fixtures of the Windwards Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Join us again tomorrow, as said by Rajiv, at 10 a.m. where we'll have our first fixture of the day when Grenada will take on St. Lucia. Until then, it's me, Alan Cruikshank, signing off.